Good morning, my fine people. How's everybody doing today? Good morning, good morning, good morning. If you are not up, you need to get your ass up out of that damn bed and get your day started. What the hell are you doing in the bed so late? It's almost 8 o'clock. I gotta hurry. I gotta rush because I need to finish my watch list. But it's good to see you guys. Today is comeback day. It's comeback day. I got to come back from that yesterday, man. Everything, again, Ray, I appreciate that, man. Everything was spot on yesterday. I don't, I'm getting a little, yeah, you have to mind. It's not that I don't feel well. It's just I feel like, we might have shouted a little bit yesterday. So I feel like I'm losing my voice just a little bit here. But anyway, thank you for joining us. I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League live stream, where we trade live right here every day, Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 4. And we get our watch list together pre-market. We figure out where it is we want to be, when we want to be there. We cover the news. We take questions. We take tickers. We do all that fun stuff. All right? If you appreciate this stream, if you appreciate what we're trying to do here, trying to help people get to where it is that they want to be in life, maybe learn how to do this professionally, because a lot of people out here think that this market stuff is a scam. It is certainly not. We come on here every day and prove to you that it is not. You just have to understand you're not going to be right 100% of the time, and you need to lose less than you make when you're wrong than when you're right. If that doesn't make any sense, you need to make more when you're right than you lose when you're wrong. That's it. So we can do a lesson after the morning trading session's over on about risk management. If you guys would like, please, down below, you can give a contribution, donation down below to the stream. It goes to things like scanners, squawk boxes, news, keeps the stream going. It'll actually also help elevate the stream to where we would like it to be. All right, this is only the beginning stages. This is not where I would like it. I want to get this to a point where we have a full-on, small studio with a few traders, and not just myself, but some of you guys out there that would like, to join along on that, and do this professionally. So let's go cover the news again. Thank you guys for everything. 1,000 subscribers and 500 subscribers. We're going to do a giveaway. So if you're subscribed and you've liked the streams, we're going to give back to you as just as of appreciation. So if we help make you money today, help bring some money on the stream so we can take this stream to where we would like to take it. Again, the donations and contributions, they don't go in my pocket. They go into the stream's pocket, right? Going to get this stream where we would like it to be. Whether it's editing, things that are on the monitor with news running across the bottom of the screen and where tickers are, and maybe getting some other people on here, things of that nature. So with your help, we can do that. But it's good to see you guys. Let's have a great day today. We have some news. I kind of thought yesterday our top trade ideas, I'm going to read them to you right off the list. NVIDIA, 118, 119 long, targeting 122.50, 125, final take profit. Listen, when I come on here and we do our watch list, guys, I give you my targets. I give you my entry. I give you my exits. I make it so damn clear, you have to really try hard not to know what the heck is going on here. All right? So yesterday, we all wrote it down together, okay? And we'll do it again this morning. That's right. I appreciate that, Ray. I know I think you hit ARM or NVIDIA. You hit one of the semiconductors we talked about yesterday. Just a beautiful setup, right? Tesla, 186, 188 rejection. I ended up taking the 186. I had to sit in that for a little bit there on Tesla. So if we go back, TSLA, right? Oh, what is that? That is 187.98. So we gave it about $1 range there. I took it at 186. So AMD 161 or the 20-day rejection. We're targeting 158, 156, final take at 154. We can see where AMD is at. AMD's popped, and we noticed that yesterday. So we talked about this yesterday, and I kind of like this today. Kind of, not really. But if Tesla does hold 160, I would like to think about a pop. See, you have the 20-day right there, so you have to be careful going long, but we'll get into that. I mean, you do have room to 163 there. All right, so that was AMD, and then finally ARM. ARM was the top trade idea of the day. 150 long, targets 158, 160, final take profit 162. Let's go to ARM. You're going to see this today. If you're new here, you're going to see this. This is exactly what we did yesterday, and this is fully recorded and still up on YouTube. All right, we did this together. Entries and exits. These dotted lines are the take profit targets. 154. And I have written down here, ARM target profits 158, 160, 162. Taking profits in and through high a day. You always do that. All right. I said 152 because that was high a day. You guys can see here the opening price was there at 151.60. So I said if we can get up through 152, you want to take profits up there at pre-market highs. 152, 153. But anyway, 154. I don't know why I wrote down 152 on ARM. This was the profit target, 154. I'm sorry. Next take profit, 158, 162, guys. I mean, look at the chart. Guys, if you guys want to learn, if you guys want me to teach you guys, or at least help you guys do this, and you want to reach out for a one-on-one, you can reach me on Twitter. You can email me at ivyleaguetrades@outlook.com. Okay? You guys start spamming me, I'm going to change the email address, and I'm going to change it to something else. All right? I want you guys to be able to do this, and it just gives you the ability to not go walk by, I don't care if it's a car or a home or a vacation, a family's wedding, anything, and say, man, I'd like to be able to do that. No, go do it. Go do it. You can. I can teach you how to. Do you know how much money you would have made here on just one contract, 10 contracts, 20 contracts? Do you know the type of day you would have had yesterday if you were here with us? You wouldn't have to do anything today. This trade today would have and could have, depending on who you are and what you're looking for and where you live and all that fun stuff, this could have already made your week and you could be done. Not talking about Sunday night's watch list, the $10 that we gave you on Goldman Sachs. I gave you this gray box was your entry price. 140 or 150 or 450. Stop loss underneath 447.50. This was your entry, this level in this area, long to 160, 460, 462. That was Sunday's watch list. So let's get. I'm not. I think you see the point, and it's all fully recorded here live. Again, hit that like button, subscribe, reach out, or at least if you will help make you some money today. Donate that sum to the stream so we can get this where we want to be, because we're trying to come out here and help people. Instead, you have people out here charging other people to just collect their data. All right, that's the honest truth. All right, you have to watch who does what and what the motives are from each individual out there that sell these type of things. All right, and they don't talk about a lot of the other things that they do, where the upcharging, it's just a whole mess. It's just a whole mess. All right. We got to take a little deep dive inside look on how the game is ran. All right. So let's go look at the index. If you guys have any questions, post them down below. All right. If you guys have any questions, tickers, throw them in the chat down below. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you could, hit the like button. I know you can. Share the stream with someone. Let's get right to it, guys. Let's get right to it. Let's try to get this trending. All right. So The S&Ps had a small green day yesterday, just to bounce off that trade line. Let me check one thing out. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure everything's running before I do this. Alright, just wanted to make sure everything was good and running. Alright, you guys can hear me, correct? Here, I have it up on my phone. Let me find out. Check mic, check mic. Check mic, check mic. Alright, we're good. We're good. Alright, S&Ps. Small bounce. We said Sunday, right? So if you joined us Sunday night, we mentioned, or myself, I don't know why I keep saying we, because it's just me here. Sunday I said I want to look for a push into this gap and a pullback from that gap. We've done that. We've done that. I haven't even looked to see where we're at this morning, where the markets are. But I would say this. So the S&Ps are down. All right, they're still above Friday's close. All right, told you guys, and look at this. Look how we're retesting this level right now at 545. All right, and I wasn't sure yesterday when we talked about the S&Ps of two levels. There were two levels that I was concerned with.
One of the...
All right, two levels I was concerned with, which was this gray box up here, which you can see you tried to make support. That level there at 545.53, just a few cents above 545. And now we're rejecting this level. So it was like a range. It was like this level, and then it was like this level, right? And it all goes to Friday, right? That you kind of just had this like area of resistance Friday, Thursday after hours support, kind of like a double bottom there. So in reality, you know, it was an area, which you'll see more times than not. It's an area. So right there, that was the area that I was watching yesterday. All right, we noticed the QQQs, NASDAQ technology was leading. So we already knew and had already planned to be long tech. More so, semis. Semis had a 2, 3, 4 day pullback. We're going to collect on that bounce. Let's go see where Qs are this morning. All right, let's go see where they're at this morning. So you can see the Qs are actually holding up pretty well. You know, I got to be honest with you. This is your area. I want you guys to pay attention to this flat top resistance back here. It's like 478.22. 478.22. Let me take this off. Let's take pre-market off here. So where are we at? 480. Yeah, let's see if we hold 480 real quick, because I think you could see a nice bounce here off of 480 and bounce yourself right back into 482. This could be a range type of day where you just sit right here at 480 and 482. And I would honestly, if the market was open now, this is where I would take the long. I wouldn't wait for a breakout and a pullback. Why? Because here's the thing. When you wait for those breakout and pullbacks, okay, you're paying more and you're going to lose more when you're wrong. How do you lose less when you're wrong than you make when you're right? Okay? You pay a cheaper price. Not only are you paying a cheaper price, you're also have a shorter stop loss on a cheaper contract. This contract is going to be a lot more expensive. Yes, you can give it a little bit of room, but when you pay less, you lose less, right? Makes sense, right? So, all right. So that's the Qs. This is the area that I'm going to watch for the QQQ. We'll see here if we can continue to hold this support at 480. Maybe you get a small little pullback to that double top high there from yesterday. Watch for that double top high from yesterday. And then you know, we said the Dow had a small pullback yesterday, which is expected. All right, so I want to see here. So that was the close. We're well above there. So I don't know why CNBC is talking crazy, but I would watch for that yen trade today. All right. Okay, so the SPY is below yesterday's high. All right, SPY is below yesterday's high. And listen, guys, didn't I tell y'all? Did I or did I not say, be careful trying to talk about this rotation trade? I got to post it on Twitter. I got to. Right? I have to.
Amazing is that, about 7 out of 10 teachers in the United States use technology all the time. And so we have said for years, help us make sure it doesn't supplant, it's a supplement. And so we
yes, my spelling is awful.
Last year, we actually started by showing our executive council ChatGPT. And you had to see people's faces just drop when we just did a...
Hey, let's do this. Hashtag the FBI.
And then... and so once that started, people said, okay, let's figure out how we use it positively, how we avoid the mistakes of social media that happened before, and what are the guardrails. So we put out these guardrails. Teachers did this. 6 very basic ones with lots of ideas about how to use things and what not to do. And then, but the second thing we did was we...
Yo, where is it?
Professional development.
They don't have it anymore?
That is on our Share My Lesson platform so that teachers can...
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy, y'all. So they used to have them, like a little image of them. That's crazy.
Kids and other teachers. We got to fight back cheap fakes and disinformation.
How are teachers using AI right now most commonly?
So, for the people who are using it right now, as opposed to just other ed tech,
I don't know why that's there.
Helping with lesson plans, helping with assessments,
BTT, Ocean Power Technologies, penny stock spiking here.
All right. All right, so you have the Dow pulling back. It still does look good here. All right, this is nothing but a break and retest, honestly. So you got that pullback yesterday in Dow names. All right, it looks like it's, you know, I would give this, honestly, I think you got to give this down here to like 389. I think you got to give it to around 389, the 20-day moving average. And we'll look to see if we get any pops there. The thing is that you're now back underneath. I don't want to get underneath this level here. I want to hold this level here. I want to be able to hold that right there. All right, I do not want to get below that area, because that's pretty much just saying, okay, now you're just going to take a deeper dive, and that continuation trade is not going to happen just yet. I am surprised that it did not hold up there at 394. I just think you had a lot of people take advantage of NVIDIA, and it's to be expected. That's just, it is what it is until something changes that, guys. I need you guys to understand that. Whether that's earnings or some type of news catalyst, you're not going to have a deep dive away from NVIDIA and not have NVIDIA, ARM, AMD, or not really AMD, but like TSM. You're not going to have people not want to buy those stocks on pullbacks unless there's a reason not to buy it. And right now there's not a reason. You know, you don't have that reason to not buy it. That's what I meant. So, all right, let's go right into it. So we have the S&Ps. Let's go pull them back up. Let's go to the hourly chart, which we already talked about. So the SPY's pulling back here. You know, I would look, honestly, you have support. Your support level is down here at 544. So I would just give this the little bit of room that it needs, honestly. All right, give it a little bit of room. I'm gonna again today. I am making a comeback. Come on, bro. What is going on here?
Subsidiaries have executed a non-binding heads of agreement for a 20-year sale and purchase agreement for LNG.
This thing pisses me off sometimes.
That's Sandy Romeo Echo.
All right. So let's take a look here. All right, so you can see this is clear resistance. So I actually will look at this level here, and you're turning it into resistance. Let's look to take entries if the market's going to pull back. And I said that I meant to bring this up to you guys. Watch the yen. There's a lot of talk there with the yen because that's going to have an effect on Bitcoin. That's going to have an effect on Coinbase. It has its little roots there that you have to watch out for and know that you know, you kind of have to just see something and want, you know, I still think this is a longer term just consolidation on crypto, or at least Bitcoin. I think this is just a really nice rally, consolidate. You know, if I would love to see 52. I would love to get a little bit of wariness in here. But if we don't, you know, the more better I'll feel if we just continue to hold 60,000, even if it's for another 2 months, the better I will feel for that next leg rally, whether it's into the end of the year, into the next presidency, going into 2025, that rally to take us into, you know, if you just measure just this move here, that probably takes you to 80, 90, maybe 100,000, okay? So, as of right now, you have a small bit of resistance here, which was support. You guys can see here. All right. Trying to turn this 62,000 into resistance. But we'll look to see if it can't try to find support there. It has some support. So we'll see if Bitcoin breaks down and the yen trade. So let's talk about the news. We have RIVN. You have airlines. It's already 8:13. It's already 8:13. All right, so I got to speed this up. All right, quick run of the mill and check. We don't have any data this morning. I just popped up NVIDIA for us. Today's Wednesday, correct? Yes, today's Wednesday. No. Yes, today's Wednesday. And we have new home sales. We have nothing really. We don't have anything really today. It's why I was thinking today might be a quiet day, but we got news, right? Rivian, all that fun stuff. So, NVIDIA. And it comes in with the gap up, which we expected. All right. So, NVIDIA, you guys already know this for those that you were here. NVIDIA, Tesla, ARM, Coin, but really Tesla, NVIDIA, and ARM was the top play of the day. Just, we called this to a T. So you guys have to figure out what you guys want to do with this. I'm not necessarily going to take rejections off of 130. Maybe there's a scalp there, a rejection pullback off of 130. Unless the market starts to really pull back, I don't really feel comfortable doing it. Maybe you can get like a, let's go to this pre-market. Okay, we already are on a 15-minute chart. So if you do continue to make this resistance and you put in a new low here, I think you got to look for support. I got to be honest with you guys. I would look for some support down there at 126 to 127. You know, I like 127. I like 127 to hold. Pull back, right? Pull back, hold. I can tell you guys right now. All right, so there's one gap filled. Right, there's one gap filled there. Now we're gapping up, so we look for a pullback into that close, right? You might get there down to like 127.26, which is what we just said, and then look for another bounce back into 130, 132. All right, 130, 132.50. I will say, I think there's more to go on this. There might be. Again, we can get news at any minute. Nah, this thing. Jeez. Alright, you know what? I'm going to make this an official thing right now. If we do get that pullback, I'm going to look for a, here's the thing, alright? I'm going to tell you what, I think you get a little bit, I think you get just over 130, and you can see like 130, 150, 130, 180, right? I think this area up here like right there, is right around where you get your rejection. I'm not worried about that yellow line right there because I feel like you could just start to edge up and then some of the sellers step in. All right, let's look at that volume. Let's notice the volume that we had. All right, it really is not competing with that sell volume, but if you get it consistently, you know, then it starts to add up. I just think you're going to catch we have two options. We catch the short-term trade, right, which is if we get the chance, which is the pullback long. We get long this pullback, whether it's down there at 126. I don't think you'll get all the way down to 126, but 127 long, and you have to expect to take profits at pre-market highs. Pre-market highs, this pivot high up here, and 130. Maybe you extend through 130 and you get up through 132. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But if we can break through that level, I'm taking profits up there because I think you see others do the same. And I think you see others take some more profits off the table. We'll see, though. We'll see how many shares they want to get rid of. That's the question, right? You have all these people loaded up. Do they really want to, like, unload all their position of NVIDIA? Nah, they locked in some profit. It'll come to a point where this keeps bouncing and doing it. And it's like, okay, I'm good. I've sold, you know, a little over a quarter of my position. I want to hold on to the rest of that. So think about that, all right? It's not like, you know, because the Dow's not giving you anything. People keep talking about rotation, but if you've joined us here, I've showed you guys day after day for 2 weeks. This rotation lasts for like a day, and then it just goes right back to tech. It'll last for a day, then it goes right back to tech. And you saw people, what happened last week, last Friday? You heard nothing but people talk about rotation, rotation, rotation. Oh my God. And I commented on Twitter and I said, guys, just a forewarning, don't get too comfortable with Miss Rotation because she's gonna leave your ass. And that's exactly what you might be seeing again today. Because it doesn't seem like that dip buy on that Monday's rally is being bought. All right, just, you know, you got 10 points out of Goldman Sachs. Look, you're still well under, you're at low a day. Pre-market today, right? That's not trustworthy, guys. You should be seeing this. You should, if there's true rotation, you should see the Dow up here, not below the close. You're seeing the Qs above yesterday's close, and the SPY pulling back to it. So, we'll throw in the wrench there with the yen carry trade and all that stuff. We'll see what happens here, but let's keep it moving. So, NVIDIA, that's what I'm going to look for, guys. All right, I'm going to look for pullbacks into. I'm going to look for pullbacks into this 127.50, 127.50. I'm finding a bit of support there right now. Let me turn this into a 5-minute. There we go. All right, so we're going to look for, you know, our support level really, honestly, is like right there at 126, but I don't think you get down there. You might. So I'd look to be buying pullbacks. All right, I'd look to be buying pullbacks. We'll see if we can take a, man, 125 would be nice, but I don't think you'll get that either. 22, 125. 125 is a really nice area to be long. What I would like to see is if you do test 130, 127 even. All right, if you do test this level here, I would like to see you get a bounce there, and then that bounce take you right back down into 125. 125. That would be a nice trade. All right, let's keep it moving. So you have to be it's up to you, but I'm looking to be taking profits at and through 130. All right, so what the hell is that? Okay. Let's see, depending on where we open up, we'll keep looking for that continuation trade. So 125, if you want to ask me where I'm long, 125 on NVIDIA. Okay, 125. And we'll see if we get an extension up there. All right, keep it moving. So ARM was a top-notch trade yesterday. All right, top-notch trade yesterday. I did not take it. I didn't take it. I had a really bad day yesterday. my ADHD, I need to just set myself up so I see the 3 to 4 stocks that I'm watching and don't do nothing and watch them. Me flipping from Tesla to NVIDIA and stuff, I missed my breakout and entry points and doing the stream, but it's all good. You know, it's all good. So this was a beautiful setup. I saw this on the daily chart yesterday. We covered this. All right, this was our targets. Again, 154 through the high was our first take, 158, and then final takes at 162, and they worked to a T. If you guys want to learn how to do this, reach out. You can reach out at Ivy League Trades on Twitter. You can email me. Links in the description if you want to give back to the stream. It's greatly appreciated. You can help us take this where we'd like to take it, right? That's eventually a studio, having a couple more traders on here. All right, so ARM, same thing with it's going to go hand in hand with every semiconductor. We can look for I'm going to look for this dip buy. All right, I'm going to look for this dip buy, and I think ARM has it looks a little bit better and a little more trustworthy on that dip buy, which I feel like it could give you a little bit more of an extension. So clear resistance up here at 162.50. Pullbacks have to be 158. All right, you get a pullback in the 158. We try for that long. Take that long from 158 to 162. So there's a difference between today. Yesterday, you got 12 points. Now today, you're going to have to go back to what I said Sunday. And my word of the week was expectations. What are my expectations of the stock that I'm trading? Am I shooting for the stars when it's not going to give it to me? Or do I have that? So I am going to just cover these semiconductors with you real quick. But if we want big moves, we need to look at airlines. RIVN. Okay, that's where the traders are. That's where the volume's going to be. So we're going to have to rotate there. So I'm just giving you guys a quick glimpse here. So pullbacks on ARM, pullbacks into really 158 to 160. All right, it's about a $2 area. All right, 160. If you see us pull back in here, which could be the case. All right, and then you look for a breakthrough 162, that would be like a 160, and you're looking for like $1.50 to $2 there. That move, this move off of 160, just be ahead of the game. A 2% move would take you to pre-market highs, 1.97. So you can get a 2% move out of ARM. You know, yesterday you had an 8% day. 8%. But so now our expectations have to be a little bit, a little bit lower. All right. So we'll see what we do up here. Watch 160, see if 160 holds. If 160 does not hold, the next support level is 158. 158. That's the level that I would like to be a buyer, but they solidified it already yesterday. All right. So watch 160. ARM 160. Let me write this down.
You know, let's just be hopeful. I'm going with hope. I'm crossing my fingers.
All right, and then I'm just going to target pre-market highs. You could just get a consolidation day, so be careful trying to trade some of these guys. They've already moved yesterday. You had to be with us yesterday. 160 long into like 162, 162.50. All right. 162, 162.50 target. All right, let's go look at Rivian. Let's go look at some of the news. Let me pull it up real quick. All right, breaking news. Let's refresh this. Okay, Tesla, one of the worst positioned auto stocks. Okay. All right. Oh, look at this. What's going on here? AI-linked Bitcoin miners outperform per play firms. Is this year to date that they have? Wait, what's going on here? Hold up. Okay, Coinbase is down. All right, Coinbase is down. Hold on. This could be another trade too, guys. If you see here, Coinbase, you guys can see right now this blue box right there. That's your 100-day moving average. Look at how you recaptured it. All right, so you could look for that 220 area, and look for a move back into like 226 into the 50-day moving average. All right, just wanted to cover that real quick. I don't know what's going on here with some of these AI names, but I do want to find out real quick. So let's go check them out real quick. Let's go look at them because I didn't know that there was news, and I got to cover it with you guys, and I got to be quick because I need to get up on my shit today. I had such an opportunity yesterday that I gave it to myself, I gave it to you guys, and I ended up getting a bit distracted. So you guys can see there, look for a day here where it holds the 100-day, and you could look for a quick move to fill that gap. And what happens? That 50-day is pulling into that gap right there on Coinbase. You see that gap fill right there? You can see the 50-day. Look for a bounce, right? And then a possible rejection. Keep your eye on Coinbase because I'm going to tell you right now, whenever you have a stock that gets stuck between these two things here, it starts to squeeze, and then it's either going to break out or break down. All right, we do it with Tesla. These are setups you need to learn. All right, at least identify them when they come. Again, this is not for somebody that wasn't really for somebody that's been doing this for a while, but for somebody that's new, learning how to do this, or wanting to, see some different setups and things of that nature, because it causes one side of the trade to give up, and you have the other and you have the other side also adding back to it. So, all right, let's go. So Mara, I know somebody brought this up in the chat. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. They're not up because Bitcoin's down. I was like, wait, what's going on here? So they used, you see the Slickster in here, 9%. BTC, wait, MSTR is up. But this thing here, HUT, what is HUT? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Holy shit. Oh, that was yesterday. Yeah, MSTR had a nice update yesterday. All right, I'm going to leave that alone. All right, I just want to go to the news. News. It's already 8:30, guys. Fuck. So you guys can see here, this is why I brought up airlines. All right. Southwest Airlines stock slips as airline cuts their Q2 unit revenue outlook, guys. All right. They're cutting outlook. So what my plan was, so if you look at Southwest, bro, I don't know why it's not backspacing the whole thing when I do it. So you can see huge down day here, right? Or pre-market, it's down big. So if we go to an hourly chart here, you can see they're already just, even the daily chart, they're already on their ass. At least Love is. But you have names like American Airlines is also down bad. Okay? They're down bad also at lows. So I'm not sure how much further they have to go. But look at UAL, United Airlines. This is the setup, guys. So I'm wondering, this is one of my ideas today. You have a pretty clear support level right here, like $48. Let me actually put this right there. I'm going to put that right there. You know what? I'm going to get rid of... I'm going to keep that. So that's your gap fill. Okay, that's your gap. I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to put this here so I know that this is the gap. Alright, that's our gap. Alright, we have the 100-day moving average right here. So we do have a lot to hold it. Here's what I'm getting at. If we can get... This thing has a lot of room to the downside, especially if this news can continue. Alright, if we can crack this 100-day today... Alright, and I want to see if we can get this thing down into the gap. Not only that gap fill, but look, you have a huge gap here. Down here at like, the gap would be right there at 40, what is that, 41? I don't know what the news there was, 41.50 to 44.50. And then look at that candle right there. Look at that huge candle. So if we crack the 100-day, you can fill the gap, but then you have nothing stopping you to get to the 200-day moving average. So I would like to get this 48 to 44 move on United Airlines. This could be a swing trade. Let's keep it on our watch list. So right now, we have the 100-day there. So that's the daily chart, right? That's the daily chart. Let's go here. I can take you here. You guys can see our daily chart support. And look at this support level there at 40, 50. It's like 50 bucks. You double topped at 50 bucks. You guys see that double top right there and right there. Okay. Support turns into resistance. Let's see if we can start getting an extension to the downside. And this is the news that we needed to get us going. All right. This is the news to get us going that we needed. Right now, you are at a support level, which is this. What's today? Wednesday, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So you had this little pivot low here from Friday. If we can crack this, if you can crack 48, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for bounce backs into 48.50, guys. I'm going to look for bounce backs into 48.50 if I get it. All right, I'm going to look for bounce backs into 48.50, and I'm going to give this a little time. I'll probably see what the volume is. Obviously, the weeklies are going to have more volume, and I just don't know if we can do it in 2 days. But let's see what the options are when the market opens up. And I'd like to put this on. We could even short it. You could even short the stock itself. All right, looks like it's trying to break and get down to Friday's pivot low. Keep your eye on LUV Southwest for a bounce back. All right, keep your eye on that bounce back there. Let's go to like a 4-hour chart. I kind of like this play a lot. I think that this thing has room. If we can just break this, if we can break that 100-day, that's it. And we get in this gap, I think you have a lot of room. And I think we see it down at 44 bucks. And this could be the news. They're cutting revenue. I don't know when they have earnings. They have earnings July 17th, so not for a few weeks. That's one idea. All right, 48 short UAL. We could also look at Delta. Now this one I'm mixed on. Okay, about when I'm going to get the entry. All right, 48.50. How's everybody doing today? Let me know in chat how you guys are doing. Say what's up. Can I get a little love in the chat, please? Little something. All right. So that is, just let me know how you guys are doing today. I just want to hear from y'all. I want to see how y'all are doing. Are y'all feeling good? It's a new day, right? We don't worry about what happened yesterday. We're worrying about right now and what we're doing today and how we can help ourselves and help others. All right. So, Rivian, let's go back. Go back to where you were. So, I don't know how any of this helps make any sales. I'm just going to keep it real with you. You're in a tightening. You're in an area where the Fed has raised rates. All right. The Fed's raised rates. Just getting rid of all this shit here. Getting rid of all this shit. Because we've traded Rivian a few times. I think I kept that. Alright, I don't know how. Listen, I like Volkswagen. I like Audi. I've owned 4 S4. I've owned 3 S4s, a big turbo Avant A4. And I don't know how this helps bring in sales. The news is cool, right? The news is cool. It can help them. So what I'm going to look for, where are we at right now? 16. See, we're already taking some of it back. $16. I don't know how this helps them. It can help them, but I don't know how it gets the money from people into Rivian and Volkswagen's pockets. All right, so they're working together. Let's go take a look here. So we have the 100-day. Where's that 200-day moving average? Right here. So we are right here. I guess when I asked I question this every day.
Watching the yen very closely,
Question why I do this
160.31
every
is the
day.
current level, but it did weaken to its lowest level since 1986. That'd be 160.38.
All right, so you have support down here at 15 bucks.
Weekly advisory group CIO and CNBC contributor Peter, great to have you
All
with
right,
us.
on a daily
The
chart.
BOJ will meet next
It's at
week, next month, I should
15.99.
say, and at the end of July. They've got to be hawkish. What do you think happens?
I think they're laying the groundwork.
All right, so that's 15.99. 15 bucks is the 200 day. All right, let's pull this back. Let's pull this daily chart back, and let's really look at what we have going on here. So we can see 18 is a major support and resistance level. So I'm going to locate 18. Why is that? Well, I have support, resistance. Look, they're still talking about the yen on CNBC. And I think if we reject $18, that you have a very nice move, more than likely back into $16, which is probably what happened today. All right, $16, and maybe even that 200-day moving average. That 200-day moving average, you guys can see here, also an area of support and resistance. It feels like 1646, 16. Yeah, 1646 is like the weird algorithmic trend line level that you can see through the charts because it's been trading off of it. Alright, so I'm going to look for pops in the $18, and I'll look for that pullback off of 18 down into $15, $16. Alright, let's just say, what happens if we clear $18? I'm glad you asked. I'm glad, or six. Where are we at? 16? Hold up. I thought I had. Okay, so I do have a line. I do have a level there. Okay, I do have the 18 level. So 18 is the support and resistance level. If we clear 18, I gotta be honest with you, I don't think we do. But if we do, Halo, 20 bucks. Let me see a halo, halo. All right, 1950 to 20 bucks. That's what I'm gonna look for. All right, so just to keep it simple. All right, so let's go here. Let's go to a 5-minute even, or a 15-minute. All right, so if we do hold up this 200-day moving average and $16, we're well above the 200-day. We're above 50 and 100. I'm either doing one of two things. Maybe I scalp a long off the 200-day back into, which had already started to make that pivot high. Here's that pivot high, pull back, boom, pivot high, pull back, resistance. Now you made that whole area resistance as well. So question is, do we get a second opportunity up there? If you see us open up at the 200-day moving average, I think you get a quick scalp and a quick bounce into 1750, 1730. I think you get a quick test of that pre-market high, unless something crazy happens and this thing gets really going. I would look to be scalping. You could look for, again, one of two things: a scalp long up into that area. Okay, a scalp long off of 15 at the 200-day moving average. Really, this is your support level, 16. So you could look for a quick 16 to 18 long, 1750. I'm sorry, but you might wick into 18 and then kind of just do something like that throughout today. That's my guess. But if you break 18 and hold it, then you have $2 to go up to 20 bucks. All right. So this is going to be the dumbest looking 15-minute chart I've ever seen in my life, bro. So I'm going to try to get short bounces. I'm going to be honest with you. All right. Because I still don't think that this relates. It doesn't have to equate to sales right now. But it's going to have to here in the future. That's just what I'm going to do, guys. I'm looking for that pop into that area. And we'll look for the rejection. Now, if it breaks and holds, maybe you get a long to 20, but I don't think you do. I don't think we get to 20. We could. I just think anybody that was short and covered, they covered yesterday. Because institutions ain't going to play around and fuck around with you. Oh, I'll just wait till tomorrow. I'll just wait and cover that 4 or 5 million to the short side on this one position. I'll just wait and cover that tomorrow. No, they gonna cover it right when that news comes out. For the most part, I'm sure there's stops being hit, all that fun stuff, and then they turn long. Anyway, that's Rivian. Everybody got it? Any questions? Any tickers you guys want to cover? You guys want to let me know how you're doing today? The chat has nothing going on. I mean, I just want to know how everybody is today. How's everybody feeling? Is everybody confident? Feeling good? Ready to roll? All right. This is a comeback day for me today. All right. And then they leave. All right. Let's keep it moving. If you want a quick way to kick the chat out and kick the ones that are watching just for their own trading service that they run, just ask them how they're doing and they'll leave and run real quick. Oh, he knows we're watching. He knows we're watching. I gotta go. We just get that quick trade out of it, and then we'll tell our members that paid thousands of dollars for us to steal their data, and then we'll give them this trade idea and say that we made it up ourselves. So this is what I battle, right? This is the part that I battle. Is like, you know, I want to be able to help people make some money, right? That's my ultimate goal. I'm really good at what I do. Been doing what I've been doing for a while now, and you guys see it every day. What's up, Brandon? Be rad, my guy. How you doing today? It's good. I'm doing good today, man. I was a little upset with myself yesterday. You know, it's not really anything that like I can do about it because I've had ADHD my whole life, and it was just like a kick in the nuts when I'm watching like NVIDIA, and the minute I turn to like look at Tesla or ARM, it starts breaking out. Like I look back 30 seconds later and it's breaking out, and I'm like, I should have just taken my entry. So today I'm going to work on, I know this week's word was expectation, which I'm still going to keep. I'm going to just follow the book. Everything that I wrote down, I'm going to follow that and trust myself that I did the due diligence that needs to be done to have conviction in that, you know. But let's take a look at DJT. Let's go have a look at it. Listen, DJT today could get some help with that Rivian news. Just want to look at Carvana. Look at Carvana. Carvana's secretly been breaking out too. This is another one that's heavily shorted. Oh damn. Look at this thing, man. This thing's been breaking out while nobody's been talking about it. Look at that day yesterday. Holy shit. It's got some resistance up here at 134. Oh my gosh. Something told me. Now, I didn't bring it up to you guys, and I'm going to go back to DJT real quick. It's 8:45. I got to hurry up. I need three more ideas. I didn't tell y'all, but I have been weirdly in my mind thinking about Carvana, and I haven't even looked at it. That is the first time I looked at Carvana in a while. And my mind has been saying, yo, go look at Carvana. Yo, go look at Carvana. Because when you have DJT, Rivian, and you start having all these names start popping off, I mean, Carvana's the one that's just, you know, it feels like it's been taking its time for this very reason, for people to stop watching it, only for institutions to run it up. And they have their little secret trade here where nobody's at. right? Think about the market like an actual like farmers market, and you have these little groups of people. They're over here just getting that bread, just making buku bucks, while everybody else is like doing whatever it is that the crowd's doing, right? Crowd finds out about it. They're like, "Yo, hold up, keep it down, bro, keep it down. Let's just relax for a little bit. Let's cool things down." So the crowd leaves. The crowd leaves. They forget about it. They back to baking bread. So DJT running up. So DJT is here at 35. So we've been sitting here at $35, $36, right? It's right around where we've been sitting. I need to get. I want to look at Amazon too, guys. Okay, so you guys can see here we are trying to hold 34. So 34 is a level I'm going to watch for if it. So you can't see it if it breaks because it cracked it, tested this pivot low here. I'm still looking for that pullback to the 200-day moving average, which I think we get over the course of a couple days, and then maybe today's Wednesday, so tomorrow is the whatchamacallit, is the debate. So we could see this thing finally get down to the 200-day and bow, have a nice day tomorrow. That's what I'm looking for. That's kind of what I'm trying to get out of this and would like to. All right, so we'll see today if it just these are good. This is good. Consolidations and pullbacks are good. You don't want to sell off, right? This is not a sell off. A pullback is not a sell off. I'm just gonna keep it at that. That this is good. This is good. So, we'll look for. I still want to try to get to that 20-day moving average. We're at 35. Who was it? I missed that. I have to go back and look. 20-day moving average. So yeah, let's look for. We might today. I don't know about today. Maybe today. You might get that bounce into the 20-day moving average today because when we open up today, you should see that 20-day moving average there right around at $40 and see if that is what we need to bounce 240 to test the 20-day. And you could look for like a small short pullback and a long, kind of like taking both sides of the trade there. Long off of like 34, 35 to 40, and then short off of 40 back into like 36, 36.50 to try to get that extension back up to 42. 42 is your level, right? That is that support level right there, 42. Wow, just Carvana. Holy shit. I'm a little upset. Like, look at this for 1. Holy shit. So look, guys. So look at this. Boom. Holds. Wait, the 20-day is not there anymore. And I put that there. That's so crazy. We'll see if you can get a pullback into like 114, 115, but I don't think you do. Look at that breakout yesterday. I just can't get over it. I can't get over that. We have room to 150, guys. So what I'm going to do is, honestly, the real target isn't this double top 130. I would say it is 134. 134 to 134.50. That is the level. You have a closing and opening price there. If I show you right there, right here, this is your area right there, right there. So I don't look at this wick as a rejection point. I look at the close and or open. But so let's keep Carvana on our watch list, guys, because I still think you can get up here. I think you can get up here to 150. Support, resistance, support, resistance, support, breaks. So 100 to 150 is your area. Let's see if we can take it to 150. I want to see if we can take Carvana to 150. I want to buy pullbacks though. I want to buy pullbacks. This is a higher low or a higher high on. Oh shit! No, it ain't. Not even on a weekly either. Oh damn.
Company partnering with Amplify Bio to advance SBC 15 for PTSD and anxiety. That's Sandy and Daily Mahaster SIOO.
50 monthly moving average.
Kind of the standard projects that they know they can make money on, which would mean some of your greatest achievements.
Okay, so looks like pullbacks. Pullbacks on Carvana at 123.60 to 125 is where I'd look for entry points. 124. Let's see what we do there at 124, guys. I'm going to look to see if I can be a buyer at 124. We need a pullback though. So if we do get a pop on Carvana, I might actually look for a short today on this. Because I think it needs to pull back badly. Oh shit. Yeah, so here is my whatchamacallit. What time is it? It's 8:52. I'm gonna look for a bounce back into or like this pullback into 126. I'm gonna look for a bounce back into 127.50, 128, and I'm gonna look for that pullback. I'd like to get down here to 122. I'm going to try to target 122. I should target 120. But
Financial Times reporting YouTube seeks record label deals for new AI music tools. That's GOOGL.
wait, man, that's crazy. Hold up. Is that going to move it? That's big. That means spending more money. Does that sell off? So there was just news that Google's looking for something about deals for AI music. So I'm not sure what's going to happen there. All right, CBNA. All right, number 5. I need to know how you're doing today, or give me a like. I see you. I know who you are. I had that IP address. No, I'm just playing. It would. So yeah, that's Carvana. All right, that's Carvana. So I'm gonna do this. All right, so I'm gonna look for a 128, 127.9 rejection. Now listen, I am not one that thinks this stock should go back down. Like, I want this thing to go to 150, and I think it's going to go to 150, guys. I need you guys to understand the trade and like what it is that I'm doing. I'm looking for a pullback, okay? I'm looking for a pullback into this previous high down here, 124. Right? Boom, boom, double top, break through it on what? Hopefully an increase in volume. Say what? Which it was not. So I want to look for a pullback, 124, 120, 120. And then from there, see if we can get the trade line, 20-day. Maybe we need to consolidate for a little bit and then to break high, because I do and would like the long from 120 area to 150, but it may be some time before that happens, like earnings. You have earnings coming up, so Carvana does have earnings on the, I was going to say the 21st, 20th, 18th. They have earnings on the 18th. So I'm looking for a 128 rejection on Carvana. Yeah. Bounce backs, looking for a rejection of 128, 129, and seeing if I can target. I'd like to get to like 120. I want to try to get to 124, but 125 might be a psychological 125 level that people start taking that short off. So we'll see here. I don't know what the option chain looks like. Of course, they have nothing available from yesterday. All right, that's that. No. So bounce backs to 128, short, 124, and 120 target. All right, just trying to stay green, guys. I got some making up to do from yesterday. I wasn't wrong yesterday. I just did not execute. I just was sidetracked for whatever reason. Yeah, 120 looks like a good place. 125. Okay. And look, what are the expectations? So if we do get a bounce back up here, that is that's a 3.5% day, guys, roughly. Right? And if we're able to get 120, yo, that's a 7% short right there, gang. Expectations. AMZN. I know my voice is a little messed up in the morning. Listen, let me go fill up my coffee real quick. All right, I'm going to give you guys Amazon, Google, and a couple others or whatever you guys have. We still have a half hour, so I'd like for you guys to start throwing in some tickers or what you guys want to cover. All right, I have some of my trade ideas, NVIDIA, ARM. I'm kind of just going to take today and maybe trade the indexes or something, and like Carvana, obviously, but we have a lot coming up. We have a lot of data. There's a lot of things tomorrow going into Friday, so we'll see how the market tries to react. Tesla's another one. All right, so I'm gonna go fill my coffee cup up with some goodness, and if you guys have tickers in the chat, we will cover them. If you have questions, we can take them. If you guys want to go over news, whatever you guys want to do, let me know. We're going to have a great day today. We're going to make this money. You ever walk by a Lambo and be like, man, how the fuck do you guys get one of those? Let's go get it, bro. Stop saying I want this. Go get it. I'm so fucking serious. Go fucking get it. You can go get it. If you wanna make a few $1 million, even in 5 years, I'm telling you, you can do it if you go try. Most people don't try. They really don't. They don't try to. They really don't. So let me go fill my coffee.
Robotics?
Or be right back.
Easy. It is with Schwab.
Oh, that's why it's not. Okay, Apple.
New medical, new highs now $4.71.
New medical. Man, there's so much going on here.
Go deeper with Thinkorswim. Team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education,
all right, guys, give me
crafted
1
just
minute.
for traders. Also, you can
Six
trade
Flags,
brilliantly.
Cedar.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning
Well,
trading
NVIDIA's
platform.
going to take our trade away.
Bring your
guys.
trades into focus on Thinkorswim
already
Desktop
trying.
with robust charting and
Yeah, look at
analysis
that
tools,
125
including
bar.
over
Let's look at
400
that.
technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your
125,
unique needs
124.
with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Man, look at the SPY, guys. Look at that. Jesus Christ. I'm telling you guys, watch the yen trade. This is what I'm saying. Watch that yen trade. I'm telling y'all. Telling you.
Good morning and welcome to Morning Trade Live. I'm Oliver Rennick. We are here live from the Morningstar Investment Conference at Navy Pier in Chicago. We're going to be here over the next 48 hours talking with a lot of good guests, talking with analysts, talking with the CEO of Morningstar, and plenty more, including fund managers, as we assess a week that is going to get more busy here over the coming days with some economic data on the way. This morning still a little bit quiet, but a good bounce back yesterday after some weakness caused by NVIDIA. A little concern that maybe the big momentum trade is expiring, or maybe we could rotate into something else. I have my doubts about that possibility. Let's talk about it this morning throughout the day as we're assessing the macro and looking at some earnings too. We've got Micron coming out, so this is going to be a pretty interesting 24 hours. Got a couple pretty big moves from overnight. FedEx notably with a big rip. We'll talk a little bit more about that this morning. Futures right now are lower, but not a ton. Looking at about 0.5% for the Russell. Small caps continue to remain weak, such has been the case generally for some time here. Nothing terribly new in that regard. We're going to talk Nike with earnings coming up as well. David Schwartz will be joining us from Morningstar. And we've got a lot of conversation in the retail camp to fit in with that as well. So, thinking about the big movers this morning, Southwest is also in the mix. We'll talk about that stock getting hit as guidance comes in a little bit light. Airlines, quite a mixed bag. And if there's a little noise, it's because we're here early. This conference hasn't even started yet, so we're getting the early scoop. Let's take a look at some charts and the main stuff I'm watching here firstly. Given that yesterday we saw a bounce back, that's good for bulls to see NVIDIA powering up and the semiconductors rallying again. This really is a pretty simple conversation about markets right now. It's whether or not we're going to get the highly concentrated semiconductor trade continuing or if we'll get something else. What else might there be? There could be rotation. There could be also high correlation selling. Generally, the trend and the momentum has been for the high intensity, high concentrated semiconductor move higher. Of course, that's what bulls are rooting for, and right now I think that generally still is the do or die trade. When you look at the equal weight index next to semiconductors, that's a good way generally to think about where we are right now in the market, which is a very skewed asymmetric trade in favor of one group, which has been the semiconductors powering the AI story, and then everything else has been quite soft. Equal weight index has basically been stuck. So the charts don't really suggest that there's a lot of momentum for rotation, a lot of potential economically, neither, I don't think, given the data have been missing expectations. That's a key part of the story as well. So the equal weight has been stuck. The semiconductors just got a little bit of a pullback. That's not terrible. This could just be a blip in the overall trend higher. And I don't think anybody invested in indexes is complaining about that highly concentrated rally. I'm also watching Bitcoin very closely. Crypto markets are also giving a signal of a limited risk appetite.
They're already taking these trades. Just getting my stuff set up here. All right, so don't want to spill that. I don't want to spill that.
Cannabis sector contracts in the second quarter. That's Uniform California Oscar.
All right, so we're back underneath Monday's high. Trying to be, yeah. So you just turned that 479 resistance on the Qs. See, I usually watch the S&Ps, but let's go look at let's look at Tesla real quick. So the market's selling off and Tesla's still hanging out. Tesla is still hanging out up here. So we know yesterday we held 185. All right, let's go look at Tesla, and then we'll go into a few other names.
Apple Diagnostics for some service period now available in 32 European countries. That's the APL.
You've got Comptomate UPS selling a business at its trough. You have Rollins considering selling a freight business at its peak.
So today, if you want to know, like, if you want to say, all right, how can I have a road, a path to success today, and following markets, just watching video, semiconductors and ARM, because again, what matters now is the fact that NVIDIA is 23% of XLK. 20. Just logging in really quickly. Hold on one second. All right.
UGRO getting a pop here on that contract news.
All right, let's go look at GameStop. It had a pop yesterday, and Tesla. So there's news this morning. Apple. See, there's still a lot to cover. I got to come on even earlier. I just want to cover Tesla real quick. So we already know we're watching 186 to 185. All right, 186, 185. If we get a bounce into, let me pull up the daily, see where that 20-day is at. I want to thank you guys again. If you guys, you know, are willing to and can and help with the stream, you guys can always give back. Links in the description. Again, it goes to the stream and not myself. I'd like to be able to get a few other traders going here and get a studio going. I'm really trying to figure out how I can do that and work with some other companies. Whatever it takes, really. So we do appreciate you guys for that. If you guys want to give back and would like a one-on-one or some help getting consistently profitable and really live out your life in the best way possible, reach out. You can reach me at ivyleaguetrades@outlook.com, at Ivy League Trades on Twitter. You can message me there, all that fun stuff. All right, so it's, in my opinion, I think it's all going to come down to Tesla. We have the trade line down here at 182 today. All right, 182 on Tesla. All right, 182 on Tesla. 182, 182.50 is that prior double top. You have the daily trend line, daily trade line coming in up here. A nice wick off of it yesterday. We pulled into it. You pulled into it yesterday and the day before. It's held. So now we look for 185, 186. Can we get something like this? You know, and maybe it puts in like, well, tomorrow's going to be Thursday, so then you're going to try to break out. Can we get something like this? Boom. I want to try to get something like that. But I think we need one more pullback to the 20-day. Like, I think we need to waste like 3-4 more days, and then maybe next week we look for a breakout on Tesla. Okay? I want to try to. I want to see if that is what the chart's telling me. I mean, like, think about what you can do with that information. Like, for real. And be confident with it. You're like, shit, I'm going to make $1 million in no time. I could run this thing up to $10 million in no time. 100,000, 30 grand, 50 grand, 10 grand. No time. All right, so you can see here 4-hour chart. Let's look to see if this prior selling point at 186 to 185, if those sellers turn back into buyers.
That's Echo November Victor X-ray.
Really, 15? I mean, Tim Cook doesn't know that they're 15, for heaven's sake, CEO of Apple. So I like the piece. And one of the things that Tim told me that is driving me crazy, I said, do you think that...
All right, let's look for a bounce on this thing. It may not move that much today, but I'm going to tell you guys right now. All right, it's 9:09. I got to hurry up here. All right, so I'm looking at 186, 185. All right, 186 and 185 to be a buyer on Tesla. All right, I'm going to target 188, 189. Same thing. Nothing's changed. So we have here, of course, Abby wants to go out right now. Give me 1 second. She usually sleeps right next to me as I'm trading here. All right, so 187 looks like it just rejected pre-market. Okay, so let's look for where are we going to open up at. So this might be the trade I might look for. Look, it's quickly popping. I was going to say a pop. Where's yesterday's close? So yesterday's close is at 187.44. 187.44 was yesterday's close, and we are at 186. 87.44. 86.72. All right.
The NVX and OVIX shares right now are trading at.
I still like the downside. I gotta be honest, guys. I still like the downside as a possibility to. I wish there was a way I could measure this screen because I feel like the 15-minute.
I think he's going to reiterate it again. I think he's going to say that business is accelerating and the high band.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching this level here. See, my opinion is depending on where we open up, I would like to open up below, like come in with a small gap down, and look for a bounce into 187. Yesterday's close 188. Maybe even 189. You know, we're holding up fairly well compared to the overall market here. I want to see if we can take this here, right? 180, 187, and try to get a move down to like, see, that's not much either. 188, 189 into like 185. That's like a $4 or $5 move. But the thing is if we can break 185, then it's hello 184, 182.50. Honestly, it's hello 183. 183 is the level. That's your support level. So if we can, let's look for like a rejection off pre-market highs. Because the thing is we're going to pay less for it. Even if we're wrong, guys, even if we're wrong, we can take a little bit of risk and catch a 10-point move that if we do that 4 times out of 10, if we only get it right 4 times out of 10, we're still making a boatload of money. We don't even have to be 50%. I just want to see, from the chart, it's telling us 185 held, but I think 183 is the support level. And if the market is going to bounce here and then start to reject later in the day up at 480, so maybe we want to think about a pullback. I just feel like you see Tesla holding up pretty well. The market's pulling back. If the market starts to bounce, I would look for a pullback in Tesla. It just feels like that's what it does. It likes to pull back when the market goes up and then go higher when the market's down. Except for yesterday, obviously. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to save my screens real quick. And then we'll go over GME and some others. 185.10. I know we don't have much time here.
Where everything for every passenger could be just right. Introducing the all-new 3-row Infiniti QX80.
I can't believe you corporate types.
All right, so there we go. 185. Low 185. You got some wicks down there. Now, let me save this. Let me just save them real quick. Time access, keep time zoomed in. Apply, bada bing.
Okay, most of you are not rock stars.
Data-driven insights and large language models. Oh, that's so rock and roll.
It is.
I know I have a lot of...
I think ambition is not taking no for an answer and always asking how can we do better. When I first started Maven, the original question we were trying to answer was how do we make the healthcare system work better for women and families?
Okay, so look at 180. It's been turning it into support now. Now we got to start turning... Yeah, we got to start turning 185 into support, guys. So that's up to you. You guys do what you guys want. I mean, if this thing is going to do anything, it's got to turn 185 into support. Shit. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get my charts ready, and it's giving me a problem here. And I think it's not going to be until we get earnings. This is when Tesla's really going to work for us.
Our chefs offer an extensive selection of already prepared meal options,
CYCC Sickle announcing notice of intention to grant new European patent covering progress to
Gosh, come on.
pharmaceutical
I'm sorry, y'all.
that Charlie Yankee Charlie.
I can only save so much of this, and it not mess up. So
RELI Reliance Global announcing reverse stock split. Romeo Echo Lima India.
I can get 2 months out of it roughly. Okay. I'm just gonna save that. It just, I have a lot of lines here that probably don't need to be there, but all right. So that's that. Sorry, I do apologize. I had to go ahead and get that fixed real quick. It's price time zoomed in. All right, let's do this. All right, I know I wasted a bunch of time there. All right, so GameStop, and I did not write my Tesla stuff down, but I think I know what it is, right? 188. We're gonna look for pops back into like 188 rejection, 188, 189 rejection. It is holding up pretty well here. So if I, or 188 rejection. Or a 186 hold. This thing's holding up. I like how it's holding up. I'm going to be honest with you. I like how it's holding up, but today might be a slow day for Tesla. It's been in this range from 183 to 188 for the past 2 days. Can we start to break out of a range here and really get going? That's what I'm wondering. Sorry, I do not have the chat up. It's a nice support level there on the SPY. Let me throw the SPY up. So I will be looking for these levels if they hold or break. Okay, so there's that. I need to go back further, I guess, right? Yeah, 190. That would be nice, guys. If we get a rip up into 190, watch for this. Look for a rip into 190 and a pullback and hold of yesterday and Monday's high. Ba-boom! We could really get Tesla going by the end of the week. I think it wants to wait until earnings, but I'm just saying, be cautious. All right, just be cautious. Protect your neck, and just expect the unexpected. Okay. All right. So there's that. Do you guys have any questions? Any tickers you guys want to put his running shoes on? Yeah, she. I think I'm with you there with tomorrow and the presidential election. I think you have. I think you should have a nice move, as long as they don't do anything to mess it up. I think you could have a nice little run there. Let's go look at GameStop real quick. So I was short this Monday. I think I was long and short Monday. It was either Monday or Tuesday. No, it was Monday because yesterday was just a bad day for me. Let's look at this daily chart. So you had a nice pop, and I've been saying for the past couple weeks that I think GameStop has an upside move left in it. I still do. I think you might see this thing back up at $28. I think 28 is where it's trying to go to. So the level I'm going to watch today is 25. If we cannot get up through 25, then I'm probably going to go for the downside again.
CYCC Cyclus level of the highs now for that intention to grant a European patent. That's
all right, support, resistance. And then if you do break above and hold 25, I would look for 28 and that 20-day moving average. But I honestly think if you can pop right off the bell, I would look to get short GameStop right off the bell, like on that, like what I think I want to, like what I want to see is a pop, like immediate. Dude, come on! These charts are just pissing me off, man. Come on! Shit. So sorry, I didn't have the mic on. So I'm gonna look for a pop into 25, and then look for that rejection up there. That's what I would like to see. All right, guys, let's do it. Let's get our game faces on. Got a couple minutes here for this bell. For this bell rings. Maybe we get a pullback into.
It helps us see what could be beyond what is. It asks if what we do today.
Maybe you get a pullback into yesterday's high and look for a long at 24. And maybe we look for that 24 long into like 26. We could. That could be a thing there, but I don't think you get that right yet. I don't know if you get that right yet. I would really like this. I would really like this thing to pop, honestly, because I think we have a lot more room to the upside than we do the downside, and I think if we could really get some volume there, I think we have a nice move here. I think we have a nice move to be had. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I'm going to write GameStop here. Alright, let's look at Amazon and Google. Amazon and Google. Okay, so I talked about Amazon earlier in the week, and then once I looked at it Monday, I told you guys, I said, hold on, man. This thing just feels a bit overstretched and overdone. So I was a little reluctant to go long. Alright. So here's Amazon. It's pulled back. You have a nice little support level here. Watch 186. Amazon 186. If it holds or if it breaks. Alright, you're at 186.50 right now. And then you look for, you know, bounce backs into like 190, 189.50. Hold on one second. So I'm going to keep it with the things that I like today. So 186 we said, right? I said, right? 186. 186 long to 188. All right, so let's go to. So you guys can see it's holding this level right now. If it does break, I would much rather have a pop into 188, 187.50. Really, 187.50 rejection is what I would like to see. If for the downside move, like I wouldn't want to short it down here. Unless the market's really going to fall out of bed, but I don't see that necessarily happening. Let me make sure, because when the bell rings, I don't want you guys to, and myself. All right, yeah, let's look. I'm going to look for that, right? 187. So I'm looking, I have written down 186 long. 186 long. We have the trade line there too. All right, 20-day down there. What is that? 188. 188. 188. Yeah, 188, guys. 188 looks like that level. 2 down days. Let's see if we can make a recovery here. All right, so right now, you can see we're holding up here. Yeah, I would like to see if we can hold 186 and we see the markets bounce. Look for 188. Abby, please, baby love. You're okay. Look for a move back into 188. We'll see what type of volume we get today. That's what I'm gonna look for. I'm gonna look for a bounce into 188 off of 186. I'm gonna look for a bounce into 188. Abby, please, boo-boo. Please, baby. I know you're taking the bath, but you're pooling. All right, guys, good luck today. We have 3 minutes. We can cover. I did not look at any of the small caps yet. If you guys see any that you guys think are running, post them, spam the chat with them. You know. Hopefully, I don't give up. I'm trying not to give up, but hopefully we can make things happen where, you know, if you're a trader and you do this for a living, and you want to, you know, potentially create something, whether we work with companies or other individuals, and try to bring retail traders a free place to go to where they can get news, all that fun stuff. It's hard for me to just, you know, not making any excuses. Just I need to go over charts. It's kind of hard to have everything ready and then go over the news. It's just, you know, it's trying to fit in a lot. So, and then do the research, you know, myself, and then do it. So if you want to work together, reach out. All the links are in the description. If we help make you guys any money today, and you guys want to give any contributions and donations to the stream, again, it doesn't go to my pocket. It goes to the stream. Greatly appreciate you guys. It's what we're here for. We help you guys make some money. And go after what you want. So we'll see what happens here with Amazon. You want to make sure that you do get above 187, but I want to look for like a pullback into 186, which is already did, and see if we can't get it like a 188 long. All right, Tesla, we already talked about that. NVIDIA, let's see where NVIDIA pulled back. It took that trade away from us, and like we said, 125 longs. All right, 125 long. Watch out for 127.50, 128. We have 48 seconds here. Where do I want to be first? I forgot. So Carvana. Shit. Carvana's bouncing. Oh, we have airlines. What was the other one? I'm forgetting. Fuck. I don't know where I wanted to be now. This was a swing trade idea here. I don't know. Shit, I don't know where I want to be. Just gonna watch Amazon real quick. All right, look, they're already trying to take this thing, guys. Good luck today, guys. Let's go. If you guys see anything with relative strength, relative weakness, please throw them in the chat. Let us know. All right, let's keep our eyes out on.
Tempest receives FDA 510K clearance for Tempest ECGAF AI-based algorithm that identifies patients at risk.
Dude, come on!
That's Tango Echo Michael shares getting a pop on that. TEM.
Bro, these charts are fucked up. All right, there's NVIDIA Popping right back up to the upside. So look at ARM, guys. Look at ARM. Relative strength on ARM. Let's go. Spotted that one early. Be careful. Make sure the Qs can get up through 479. 479. I don't know if ARM has any news or not. There was one that was breaking out to highs that I thought like had... Oh my gosh, bro. Oh man, guys. I missed that one. I missed that one. Fucker. At least I spotted it. At least we spotted it early. Let's pull him back. Nope. It's going to extend. It's just extending. God damn it. That sucks, doesn't it? That really sucks. That blows. I don't think you get much further than that, though.
Speaking of some of that, Jim, oil hovering close to some 2-month highs, even though the API inventories were not bullish.
Watch for that level to hold there. Okay, what did we say? Look for that quick pop right into 189, 190. Watch Tesla. There goes Tesla, y'all. There goes fucking Tesla. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Give me a pullback right into 188, and I'm taking that fucking long, bro. Why is the volume such... Oh my god. Dude, Tesla's gone. Where is... Oh, no problem, Hosen. You too, buddy. It was good to see you today. Hope you have a great rest of your day, Hosen. If I'm pronouncing that correctly. Okay, so Tesla has a little bit of resistance there. I just think we might have a lot of volume here on Tesla. You have that gap fill there. You have actually a nice run from 190 to 195 there at Tesla. Oh shit, come on.
But I just think that General Mills, I was counting on them. They did raise the dividend. You're selling something with almost a 4% yield, but PET was bad. Yeah. And I was thinking that PET was bad.
Although now we're building a list of positive macro, negative micro.
I don't know. I gotta get better at this. I gotta figure out. It's all good. Like today should be an unwinding type of day for me because Tesla's breaking out. Tesla is breaking out. Let's go.
WHR Whirlpool shares up about 18% now after that earlier report of a potential offer from Robert Bosch. That's Whiskey Hotel Romeo WHR.
Listen, I know I'm taking like this. I don't even know what to do. I really don't. I really don't. Because the thing is freaking messing up on me. Like the hand goes to the arrow and I'm like, whoa, 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 hold up. Hold up. Okay, where are we breaking out to here? Let's have a look. Let's go to the daily chart. Okay. So we have room to 195, y'all. Let's collect on this pullback here on Tesla. See, you see what I'm saying? You see how I just dragged that across? Fucking dickhead, man. I fucking hate these charts. I really do. Sorry for my language. Like, this volume, it should not be there. It should be like, I should be able to see it clearly. Now the rain is gone. I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss it because I keep fucking with these charts. But I have to. Alright, so here we go, guys. Sorry for the cursing and all that stuff. Not Tesla, but the SPY 544. Watch 544 on the S&Ps. That was support. We got through it yesterday. Now, see if we start turning it into resistance today. Look, I just clicked. You guys see this? There it goes. Now it's back to the hand. So I was having some trouble there. And what was the stock that rallied up higher? Do you guys know the stock that gapped up? RIVN. That's what it was. That's the stock I couldn't think of that I was forgetting. RIVN. Anybody get the short? That was the stock. I couldn't think of it. I couldn't think of what stock it was. I told you guys. All right, so you got some support here. You have a little support. See if we get a bounce back into like 16. See if we can bounce back into 16. I'm not sure if she will. Oh my God. And we are getting stress tests today from the banks. Goldman Sachs should be the less riskier of the bunch. Okay, I forgot about that. I did announce that. JP Morgan at the 20-day. You can look for a bounce on banks. Bro, you got to be shitting me right now, bro. So that was it, RIVN. RIVN was the stock that I was talking about that I forgot. So you have her in the 1461. I'm not sure if it's halted or not. I don't think it is. No, it's not. I don't know. I'll look at it later. There's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. Let's see if Tesla breaks out here. Let me throw this up here. I want to watch Amazon as well. NVIDIA is back down at 125, you guys. The S&P is PSHQ and DJTR. Nice. Okay. So you got that rejection there at 544. Now you rejected 544. You want to look to see if the SPY can hold 543.54. You're there right now. So it just sliced through 543.50. You just sliced it. Why is that 2 minutes? I swear. 187. Right here. You wanted to see if you can hold this. There went Tesla. It just broke out. You gotta be fucking kidding me. So what I was trying to do was bring up Amazon, bro. I gotta fix this shit, man. There's ARM struggling right there. DJT trying to bounce. AMZN. Amazon broke out, right? Like we said, down there at that low 186. It's at 187.50. It's pulling back to pre-market highs. Can it hold? If it can hold, you can look for a long 187 to 188. God damn it, I swear to fucking God, bro. Sorry for the language, but this shit fucking pisses me the fuck off, bro. I'm sick and tired of having to deal with these fucking charts. I need to just move to a different charting software because I'm so tired of this. I really am. It doesn't want to work. It wants to work, and then it doesn't save where it's at, so you can't see the volume. And look at that. Like, look. Down. Like, it's just... It's a nice increase in volume on the breakout, so I'm going to look for a 195 long on Tesla. God damn it. I tried. I just got it up, so we'll see here. Let's see here. If I can get a little pullback, I will try to get long Tesla. I am going to try to get long Tesla. I think we have room. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, that's already up nearly, it's up 25%.
Jim, we spent a lot of time sort of wringing our hands about the labor market. The paychecks quarter was kind of in the middle of the range, yeah?
Dude, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Please. I'm just asking. They're not going to give it to you. Like, you still got to go long right now at highs. Tesla's gone. Tesla is gone, guys. Look at it. See what I'm saying? You see what I mean? It's already up 2.3%. It's not going to give you the pullbacks. You just got to buy it.
Interesting print. Your eyes, if you look at Chipotle today, your eyes do not deceive you. At 63.
I could just fucking cry right now, bro. I could.
Initially, people get excited. The stock was up 60 cents in pre-market, but the whole morning was up 60, 70 cents. But what I'm telling you is that when you get 50 shares, you're going to sell 10 of them. And that's okay. You have a churning process. Did we not have a churning process in NVIDIA? Some say that it overly churned. But I do, and NVIDIA should be down by now. Where do we see this? Yeah. Okay. That's what happens. Yeah. You can't have these giant moves.
Oh my God, it saved it. Holy shit, it worked. Holy shit. Alright, so I was looking for a 16. Possible 16 rejection. 16 rejection. Rejections, anyone? Rejections at 16.
Anybody who has even like a rash is going to sue these guys. That was horrible. As my lawyer, Bruce Birnbaum at Paul Weiss would say to me when you come in and say, Jim, bad set of facts. Yeah. Bad set.
Is anyone long Tesla?
Start writing checks.
Yeah. We thought it was bad before.
Oh, jeez. And yet we had an activist in there. Yeah. Alan Shaw came
Is anyone long Tesla?
pretty well, and I thought that East Palestine might be in the rearview mirror. But that was one of the most
I mean, unless, you know, I think some of you guys might just trade small, whatchamacallit, small caps, but
Jim, where exposure between long onlys and hedge funds 14-year high.
Yet at the same time, they talk about the concentration now. Most of 40% of the
dude, it's fucking 200. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I already want to punch my monitor. I already just want to smash everything, guys. I'm not going to, but like, like all I wanted was just a fucking little fucking pullback to VWAP something, but like, it's over with now. It just is what it is. It is what it is. You got to be long. You got to pay up for it. So there you go. There's 100% from when we called it out right here on this breakout candle. Okay. They were $1.40 to $1.50. They're now $2.50, $2.50. So there's 100% just on in 6 minutes. 195 target. Like, I knew it wasn't going to pull back. I knew it. I should have just bought it, and I was trying, but it fucking broke out, and I couldn't bring up the contracts in the amount that I wanted in time to be able to fucking get it. When I go bring it up, I look up, and it's already back at 190, 185. Like, this is the fucking week I'm having. I don't know. I hope you guys are doing better than I am, because I'm getting fucked over here. Really, I really am. Unbelievable. It's just the name of the game, man. All right, so Rivian, it's at $16. I'd like to try and get a pullback on $16. This does have a little bit of volume, and if Tesla continues, you're going to see it's going to be a little hard to get short Rivian and expect it to pull back if the entire sector, Ford, Tesla, all of them, are going to stay up at highs. Okay, so I keep an eye on the sector in and of itself. I'm not sure why its 1 week performance is like just barely positive. Like, the fuck is what is going on here? That's not true. It's not down. It's up this morning. What? I don't know what's wrong with this. I knew that's what it was. They had to give me an ad. Yeah, it's still messed up. All right, so there you go. 1580. You're starting to see some nibblers on the short side there. Try and, you know, get the pullback there on RIVN. So now you have to ask yourself, are you going to... Just give me a fucking pullback, you piece of shit. I swear to God, just give me a fucking pullback. And the minute you decide to go long, it fucking sells off for no damn reason. It's not going to give me that. I don't think I'm going to get 190. I'll sit and be patient, but... So, GameStop. Myrna's selling off too with some volume today. It just broke the 50-day moving average. You could see mRNA down here at 120.50. This could be a slightly decent move here. 125. It's not worth it. Keep an eye on Carvana. So you guys can see here at 128. 128 rejection. You could look for a pullback on Carvana possibly. The car sector's a little funky right now though, so I don't know why that. Look, ARM's still going. ARM is still going, guys. I mean, I guess it's going to 170. I don't know what to do.
64% at the highs now. Faraday future. Very heavy volume.
ARM 160 long. We said 162, 162.50. It's already up at 164. Wow. All right, so ARM's still going. Let's see if the SPY broke. It did. It held it. Still got a little bit of. You still have some. This 544 on the SPY. Again, the SPY is going to do what the overall market's going to do, and if ARM's breaking out, it's just frustrating, man. It's just really fucking frustrating every day. I gotta fix this. Gotta fix this. I gotta fix this. So there was some news with Apple, but I don't even give a shit about Apple. Alright, I may try RIVN. And what did I say this morning? We said if we break above 18. I didn't write down RIVN. I didn't write it down. Alright, so there goes UAL. We got into the gap. UAL is in the gap, guys. UAL is in the gap. So
easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love. Select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
alright, let's look to see what. So you're in the gap. You are in the gap.
Fresh food from the farmer's dog. Made by vets and delivered right to your door. Precisely portioned for your dog's needs.
Coming up in 10 minutes
Whose time has
at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. New home sales for May expecting 636,000.
Okay, so don't know how much volume. Let me look here. Let me look on mine. Abby, you're going to have to hold on. I know this week there's probably a lot of volume for it, but...
Sound familiar? It should. That electric vehicle IPO? Mizuho was there. That Hawaiian clean energy deal? We were there too. Anywhere you need a corporate and investment bank, we're there. Mizuho Americas.
Come on, 47.
20 seconds a week to lose 20% of your weight in a year with diet and exercise.
Sorry guys, give me 1 second. I'm just looking here.
Connect with a provider today at row.co/20.
Tomorrow on Squawk Box, ahead of the first 2024 presidential debate. Crucial insight for every investor. The economy, inflation, taxes. Stay ahead of the market. Squawk Box, tomorrow 6 a.m. Eastern, CNBC.
Take a look at Caterpillar in the red today, but Citi does initiate.
All right, RIVN.
Talks about some solid.
Okay, so there's a SPY breaking out. You have room to 544.50, and it's breaking out pretty nicely there. Look for room to 545 itself. All right, 545 in and of itself on the S&Ps. Okay, 545.
Citron research tweeting Geo should be trading over $20 today.
My restaurant, my tattoo shop, and I also have a nonprofit.
That's Golf Echo Oscar.
My network and my tech need to keep up. Thank you, Verizon Business.
Let's see. Let's see. What are you going to do, Rivian? You going to reject here? You going to reject that double top up there? This is so disheartening not being a part of Tesla right now. I could really fucking just... It's frustrating. It's frustrating. So, I'm going to tell you right now, I will not be long 195 calls. Why? Because as I'm bringing them up, again, they're already up a lot. They're up a lot. You guys got to think about that. And the minute you buy these, and this thing pulls the hell back, you're fucked. You're going to be red. And when it pulls back, and you're red, and then it goes to bounce, and you're still red, and you're like, damn, I'm back where I bought it. I'm back where I bought these options, bro, and I'm still red. Yeah, because you got to have an understanding of how it works. And you want to really try to tick the bottoms and do the best you can at that entry. Because, again, timing and direction is what you got to get right when you trade options. Got to get them both right. And the breakout.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now you can add the new Xfinity Stream Saver that includes Netflix, Peacock, and Apple TV+. That's Xfinity Stream Saver for just $15 a month.
Fuck, I should have bought that pullback. Dude, they're at 215? Whoa, that's a ripoff. No way. There's no way. They're so ridiculous. I'm not doing it. If you guys want to get long to 195, 200, go ahead. But I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm good. I'm good. I mean, I know it's $1. I know it's $2 with a move that could potentially be at 200 by Friday. But I'm good. I'm not doing it. I can't do it because it's just... I think with PCE, and you could have something happen at any minute where Tesla reverses and fails to break out to 200. You know, obviously 195 would be your target, but I gotta wait for a pullback. I gotta wait for a pullback into like 190. Okay, 190.60. Wait for that pullback. Dude, they keep talking about Ollie's. Ollie's is fucking garbage. At least they run around my way. It's just like, it's trash. Alright, let's look at RIVN real quick and see if we can't get a short downside here on RIVN. I just wanted to look to see where everything was at. Yeah, I think you gotta watch out for Tesla. I do. I think you need to think, I think you have to be aware that there is probably going to be a pullback coming that takes you all the way back to yesterday's high. I'm not trying to like predict a trend reversal on some volume like this, but I will say, if I'm not getting long, what makes you think others are going to do the same? Alright, and there's a lot of selling pressure there. I don't have time in sales up, or not time in sales, but level 2 up. But I think if Tesla is able to pull back to like 190, I think you could get a nice extension long there. Let's see. I don't know how many people are still short this thing, if any. And there she goes. Pull it back. Okay, let's go look at RIVN.
We do have some new home housing data coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
All right. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Man, that was a V bottom. That's what I don't like about trying to short this. Is that you pulled back into the 20-day and you bounced into the opening price. Doesn't look like much on the 3-minute, but it's enough. It's enough that if you get a pullback to like 1550, you could get a bounce and break through that level. And we said we would look for $18 if you're able to continue this. That's a nice tail right into the 200-day moving average. You could look for like an $18, $20 call. Well, I wouldn't go that far out of the money, but I just don't think this, and again, it doesn't matter what I think. Like, look, it's probably going to break out, but I think they'll wait for earnings to sell this thing off. You just be careful. Again, it has a nice V bottom here, so that means that it sold off and then it quickly got bought up away from the 200-day. It kind of tells you the direction there. I don't know how many times I... Okay, so there goes Tesla pulling back here. Okay, so let me make sure that I am in fact looking at everything that I need to look at. And I feel like I am, because 195 is the resistance zone. We should look for a pullback off of 195 into 190, longs at 190. Let's go to DJT. DJT still underneath $36, $36.20 or 36. CVNA. All right, Carvana is trying to pull back here, guys. Carvana is trying to pull back. This is probably the biggest upside move. The stock is up 20% in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. 6 days, and this thing is up 20 over. It was up 30%, the stock itself. So let's look for pullbacks here on Carvana. And look, it's going to extend right now. You fucking dickhead. Well, another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. That's going to be me. Another one bites the dust. Got my name written all over it. Got my name written all over it. Alright, come on. TSLA. Let's go. Charge. You gotta get to that level, Tessie. Come on. Come on, Tesla. You can do it. Another one bites the dust. Another one gone. And I am not long. I can't do it. If I can't get it for $1.80 to $1.50, I'm not doing it. Oh, new home sales negative 11 versus positive 2.5. 2.5. Wow. New home sales declined in a big way. Big way. Crazy. Have y'all bought a home this month? This year? I know Ty was used to hang out with us. I know he did, but yeah, let's go look at the dollar. Okay, so Tesla did fail to break out there. That's what I was afraid of. Here's the thing. Tesla does have volume, guys. Tesla does have some really nice volume today and consistently.
Mortgage rates were very high in April, and then they dropped off pretty sharply in May, and came down to around the 7% range, coming down from 7.
I don't like that rejection there. Let's see here. Can we hold this level? If we can hold. Nope, never mind. I'm not doing it. I gotta turn away from this. I'm not paying anything over $2, guys. You could look at it like there's 3 days left, but literally there's like 2. So unless this thing gets back down to a reasonable price, I'm not even fucking with it. So I'll go over to like ARM. Let's see what ARM is. It's still going. So ARM's pulling back. Okay.
That came down in the builder sentiment report. So they're seeing people out looking, but not signing on the dotted line. And as more and more of these reports come in, what we're seeing is that the housing market is really stalling this summer. Back to you, Leslie.
Yeah, housing affordability is certainly a key consideration.
All right, so we could look for a possible rejection there off of that level. Damn, it's cool to see that they are buying ARM up like this. So they are buying ARM like crazy right now. Ooh. Alright, so we're testing this level now. If ARM breaks 165, you have room to 170. I'm going to be the first to say it. It's got another $5 to go.
Only sends one, and it even expands out beyond that to numerous overlapping facilities. So as they go through that process, the company
All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on the overall indexes here, and I'm going to try to have my shit ready to go. Tesla broke out, guys. Tesla ended up breaking out.
So you think that could be a potential sale then? If so, to who? Or do you think a spin out would be a more likely scenario?
Well, it could be a
Amazon.
I think a merger might be difficult because FedEx Freight is actually the largest less than truckload carrier out there. They have $9 billion of annualized revenue. But a spin actually might be very favorable. I mean, we look at most LTL carriers trading, with 20 PEs, and FedEx today is sitting at 13 to 14 times. So definitely some financial upside there if they chose to spin the asset.
Yeah, the financial engineering math seems to work. We know spin-offs often are good investments once they're done because of the focus and the surfacing of the earnings stream. Is there a risk that FedEx is backing away from that business at a relative low for the industry? It seems as if they want to simplify the story. They want to simplify their business. They want to simplify how investors view FedEx Corp. So is there a concern about that at all?
Great question, but actually, I know freight transportation has been effectively in a recession now for, almost 2 years. But within the LTL sector, I'm sure you guys know, a unionized competitor, Yellow, went out of business last year. So the industry's down by about 9 points on capacity.
NVDA has their shareholder meeting that's coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern, at 12 noon Eastern time today.
Okay, shareholder meeting for NVIDIA, guys. Coming up at 12 a.m. 12 p.m.
And maybe what some investors are doing today as well, with the stock now up about 13% after having struggled over the last few months or so. Brandon, thank you.
Yep, thank you. By about 9 points on capacity, which means pricing and margins have been up. I mean, I think FedEx Freight just put in record profitability. We do see the market capitalization of LTL near all-time peaks right now. So actually, this is precisely what a lot of shareholders want, like buy low and sell high, and that appears to be what they're doing with their portfolio assessment here.
It may be what some investors are doing today as well, with the stock now up about 13% after having struggled over the last few months or so. Brandon, thank you.
Yep, thank you all.
Getting some breaking news out of the Supreme Court this morning. For that, we'll get to our Eamon Javers in D.C. Hey, Eamon.
Good morning, Carl. A win here for social media companies and the Biden administration in the Supreme Court in the case of Murthy versus Missouri. The Supreme Court here saying that the plaintiffs basically don't have standing to sue in this case. Remember, this one was all about the question of whether the Biden administration was somehow improperly influencing social media platforms in terms of COVID-19 and election disinformation and all the subjects that have been so hot on social media over the past several years. The states argued in this case that the Biden administration was improperly influencing the social media companies and should not be reaching out to them. The Biden administration instead argued, this is just normal course of business. We communicate with the media all the time. Here, the Supreme Court is saying that they're throwing out lower court rulings that did favor Louisiana, Missouri, and other parties. Ultimately, they're saying that's on standing grounds. So this one is now moot, and that's a win for social media companies, including Facebook, guys. Back over to you.
So Eamon, that means it's not necessarily a judgment on the merits of the argument. It's kind of saying they don't have the proper legal ability to bring this action.
Trade here.
Yeah, that's correct. And there's a whole lengthy write-up here from the Supreme Court in which they're talking about some of the weaknesses in the state's case. So they are specifically going after some of the arguments that were made by the states in here. And we're going to go through this ruling as we get a couple of minutes here. This is just hot off the presses. But they are addressing some of the substance here of the arguments, but ultimately saying that this one is simply moot because of the standing issue.
SCOTUS Watch is a big story in the next few days. Eamon, maybe again tomorrow. We'll talk soon. Eamon Javers. Let's turn to the broader markets once again. Citi's U.S. equity strategist Scott Cronert's with us here at Post 9. Recently raised his target for year-end, as you might know, from 5,100 to 5,600. Great to have you in, Scott.
Carl, great being here.
You do say the list of concerns is getting a little longer, yes?
The higher we go, the greater the list gets, right?
Well, name some of them.
Well, we got election coming up, and so the platforms for each candidate is going to be, visible, particularly beginning this week. I think what we're probably most focused on, apart from some fraying around the edges from an economic perspective, is that what's happened with implied growth expectations. Okay, so what we like to look at is not so much the valuation, but the growth that's implied in the valuation. As you've lifted the index higher, what you've done is begun to set a very, very high bar for what companies need to deliver, beginning with the Q2 reporting period. So essentially what all this sets up for, from our perspective, is that we have to be prepared for a pullback as we go through the summer months into the fall, and then set up, we think, for a better opportunity into the end of the year.
You think 9% is a reach on this Q2?
I think it's probably a reach on the Q2. I think, look at the way the numbers are setting up. We've got essentially three markets going on. We've got NVIDIA, we got the rest of the Mag 7, and the other 493. The 493 are kind of stuck around 6% earnings growth with some back half loading to it. That has to be proved out. Some of that's at risk of being pushed probably out into 2025. With the Mag 7 and with NVIDIA, we're expecting a continuation of a let's call it a beat and raise from that cohort. So you have a bit of a balancing act in terms of the way they all interplay into the index action.
Yeah, with NVIDIA on the fiscal year, it's a month after everything else, and it kind of comes in as the ringer,
right?
To essentially say, we put you over the edge of whatever we thought you could do. At least that's within the past few quarters. I guess I wonder, Scott, about how the market itself is trading in exactly those terms to an almost comical degree, right? I mean, the past couple of days, it's either an NVIDIA day or an anti-NVIDIA day. And whether that tells you, okay, people just want to stay exposed to the market, and they're going to
be careful. I'm not sure if anybody's watching Rivian or not, but Rivian could start to break out here. It could start to break out.
15% without really too much news flow, other than the rebalance of the ETFs into the week last week. I think all of this kind of sets up, it's very clearly a momentum tape, right? And where the market is getting very, very comfortable that cohort of companies is going to continue to deliver a beat and raise. We're not concerned so much with the next year or so for NVIDIA and the rest of the Mag 7. But what happens here, Mike, is that you begin to price in the current growth into perpetuity. That's where it gets a little bit unnerving, and so we just have to be prepared for volatility around that segment. And it can be triggered by any number of forces.
And crowdedness, too, is a factor here as well, given that it's now seen as the most crowded factor in the market, whereas value is the most underweight. And this has happened at a pretty exacerbated pace. Is that something that also concerns you, just kind of the groupthink surrounding this?
It does. The crowdedness, as it pertains to NVIDIA and the rest of the Mag 7, it's going to be a conversation for some time. And it's going to play out differently for different investors, right? So there has been this aspect that if you're not involved,
that's where you want to be short, is up there at 17. So I may have just entered this and not really thought out exactly what I don't know. We'll see what happens here.
These stocks are rallying. So lots of moving parts, but yeah, under the surface, the rest of the market has been acting in fits and starts. We saw industrials and financials kick in late last year, first part of this year. Energy kicked in mid Q1. Hey, utilities have been an outperformer in the Q2 time frame. So lots of moving elements around this new growth driver in town, courtesy of generative AI. We get that. We're a year into that, and we just have to be prepared that as that cycles through, yes, there's the fundamental momentum that comes with that we think is in good place. It's time frames that become relevant, right? How much is priced in versus what you can deliver short term versus the longer term setup, which we're still quite comfortable with.
What about this this added notion, really since Macron called for snap elections, that European headwinds are U.S. asset tailwinds, right? And you look at percent of global market cap, price to book differential, right. U.S. stocks looks great, right?
Well, that's a whole different discussion, Carl, because it wasn't that long ago when we were looking at Europe and we're saying, gosh, Europe's the easier setup here. It's less expensive. You got underlying economic growth improving.
There was a big order there, I think right around 16,000 shares, something like that. It's too far down the list now, but
back to the U.S., valuations aside, we just have to be attentive that what you're getting with the U.S. now versus the rest of the globe is this growth is defensive play as we work our way through the economic and political circumstances, where what you're getting from the Mag 7 and the mega cap growth cohort in general is still very supportive of why you want to be engaged in U.S. equities.
That's good stuff, Scott. We'll see what the next few weeks bring in earnings. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Scott Croner. As we go to break, let's get a roadmap for the rest of the hour. Rivian shares are a big story, soaring this morning after securing this multi-billion investment from Volkswagen. We'll talk to one analyst who just raised his target.
Plus, NVIDIA rebounding, the stock getting a price target raise as the chip giant gears up to meet shareholders later today. We'll speak with the analyst behind that call.
And banking on the financials. The Fed stress test results out later today will get you ready. A big show ahead. Squawk on the Street is back after this break. Don't go away. Welcome back. Southwest Airlines today, take a look at those shares, down about 1% after cutting its guidance. The carrier now expects revenue per available seat mile to fall between 4 and 4.5%, more than its previous guide of being down 1.5 to 3.5%. That said, Southwest still expects to set a quarterly record for operating revenue during the quarter.
And check out shares of Rivian soaring more than 30% this morning. The EV maker securing up to $5 billion from VW, starting with an initial investment of $1 billion with an additional $4 billion expected by 2026 through a joint venture. Joining us now is Truist analyst Jordan Levy, who just upped his price target on Rivian from $10 to $13. Jordan, great to have you with us. That price kind of blown through your target here on excitement over this news. Talk about what it means for Rivian relative to its ability to fund the existing strategy, and then what else this joint venture might be building toward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the key for Rivian, especially with this joint venture announcement, is going into this, the biggest question was, where is the capital going to come from? You know, we had projected, over $5 billion in capital needs for them to reach free cash flow kind of in the end of the decade sort of timeline. And so this really addresses kind of that, where's the capital going to come from question. And that's a huge positive for Rivian. It's also a big positive to be paired up with an incumbent OEM, one of the largest in the world with Volkswagen. Going forward, look, I don't think that we should expect to see kind of the fruits of the labor outside of a capital perspective come to fruition in the next year and a half, 2 years. But with the launch of R2 and the launch of Volkswagen's future platform, I think that's when we'll start to see it come through in the 2026, 2027 timeframe. And outside of that, CEO RJ Strinch talked yesterday on the call about the ability to kind of expand the revenue opportunities to other OEMs. Maybe once you get past that initial platform rollout in the 2026, 2027 timeframe. So I think there's a lot of room to run, but it's very early, having the agreement just announced.
So you have still Amazon as the largest shareholder of Rivian, with also that agreement for future deliveries, and now Volkswagen. Is it some kind of endorsement of the platform, or is it just kind of an opportunistic way of essentially latching into a player that's approaching some kind of scale?
Yeah, no, I would say one, certainly it's a validation of Rivian's technology. And look, Rivian has, since the company's inception, kind of talked to the investment that it's made in the software side of things and the electronic architecture side of things. And that's been a big talking point for Rivian. And so you're seeing some of that value come to fruition. But I also think it's somewhat of an admittance on Volkswagen's part that, look, this isn't easy to do. The legacy OEMs haven't historically been built to have this vertical integration that Tesla has been so successful with. In this case, it's specific to the software and the hardware of the electronics, but there's plenty of other ways that can go. But certainly Volkswagen, is seeing the value in what Rivian's built here, and I think that shows a lot about the difference between a pure play EV like Rivian and sort of an incumbent OEM.
To the degree that there is more partnership like this, Jordan, in the industry, what does it mean for the third party? And this reaction on Aptiv today, is that overdone?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say we haven't looked closely at that, but what I would say is there is, structural inefficiencies in the legacy OEM model, and as we've seen, it's difficult to realize profit on the EV segment. Especially if you're built kind of on an ICE powertrain sort of arrangement. And so as you switch this, I do think we'll see more sort of in-house full integration built out, the likes of which Tesla and Rivian have kind of started with. And so I think we'll see that more as we go forward for sure.
Yeah. Quite a move in Rivian shares. Worth remembering, it once hit 150 a share back in the excitement of late 2021 when it came on the scene. We'll see where it goes from here. Jordan Levy, thanks very much.
Thanks so much.
Still ahead this morning, cutting taxes and still raising revenue. We're going to break down what both sides of the aisle are planning ahead of tomorrow's presidential debate and what that means for your wallet in just a couple of minutes.
NKLA, Nicole is spiking to the highs now, $10.80. November Kilo Lima Alpha.
All right, I'm just watching this. Let's see here. Can we get a push here and get an extension? I want to see if we can get an extension through here. I'm going to take some off because we've been hanging out, but I want to see this right here. See if we can get an extension to the downside with some volume. Watch your level 2 in time and sales. Push it, sell it, go. Get rid of it. Let's break that 200-day moving average. All right, I'm gonna take that position off right there. I think we can get in at a better price. It's just not giving us. Look at the volume. The volume's really weak, guys. I can always get back in this. So there's a nice little trade there. All right, on Rivian. Again, if you guys want, I can send you guys these alerts. So I'd like to be able to get this stream where we want. So we got short here on this down move. And we're sitting here. I'm waiting to see. I think you get another pop. I want to start seeing us really break down. All right. Here's the other parts of this. The longer you sit here, all right, the longer you sit on the 200-day moving average, that trade line is going to continue to work its way up. It's going to just work its way up. And even you start getting a pop here, which I think you get. You start getting a pop, 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 pop. It'll bring it up. That's all. Then you just start getting a pop here, and you go start testing high a day. All right, every time you do get this pop, keep an eye out for the orders that you got some big boys in there stepping in and yanking it down on every pop. But they're not continuing. So what I think is that we get a gap down tomorrow.
Shares of Moderna down about 5%.
I think all the goodness happens tomorrow, and I don't want to sit through a bunch of theta all day long if we get a pop and then I'm down, and I can get this and I can pick this thing back up later on for, you know, a lot cheaper, and I'm not down 50%. So now I'm green. I'm going to see if we get some buyers to bring this thing up. I was hoping when they brought the CEO on that you know, he did start to mention, oh, we're not going to see anything. Like, I know this. I think the market knows this. But I think it's just a shot clock. So let's see here. I'm still watching it. I'm still watching this. If we can start getting a rejection here, we need some volume like now. It's 10:30. It's just not coming. It's not showing itself. So it's a nice liquid name. Like, look, if it pulls back here, we got to see that this thing has volume. It just hasn't had it. Is it going to now? It's not giving you those flushable moves. Like, I want that. In other news, like, look, it's holding up, man. It really is. NVIDIA. Oh, shit. NVIDIA pulled back. Is this a dip buy? Okay, so NVIDIA has their investor or shareholder day. Shareholder day. Let's pull shareholder day up. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Wait. Let's go here. NVIDIA shareholder day. Bro, come on. Oh my fucking god. How did I know that this was going to be a fucking nightmare to just fucking bring it up? I know, you just couldn't. Look, I'm sitting here typing, and it's not doing anything. Come on, man. I need something that works quick. Fucking NVIDIA's selling the fuck off. You got big tits with the Patek right there. CRM. Okay, so I don't know what's going on then if it's not live right now.
Crude futures
Well,
now
it's not live right
at
now.
$8.90.
Trading the Open live with Sami Absudami from T3 Live.
PPL and subsidiaries
Sabi Abu Dhabi.
issue expand
Sabi Abu Dhabi. Sabu Abu Dhabi. Alright, buying the dip. They're buying the dip, guys. Right there at, wait. You're getting the...
RPTX, Repair Therapeutics,
Shut the
announcing
fuck up.
initial data at ESMO GI for phase 1 Minotaur trial evaluating lunresertib in combination with FOLFIRI. Safety profile consistent with FOLFIRI alone. That's Romeo Pompey.
You know what I hate the most, guys? I hate frustrating weeks. What happened there? I want to know what happened. Rivian, what are you going to do, bro? Are you going to give us an extension or what? Like, look, the volume, the sell side volume just left. They left. It's kind of a mind screw when there's a lot of buy volume and it can't lift itself up. So this is just consolidating, and I think it bounces higher. I think this thing goes higher. I think they give up.
You know, technology can't answer those questions, but RIAs can. And when you're supported by someone who's faced them too, it's much easier.
What the heck happened with NVIDIA?
More than service. What matters is having a custodial
Unless it was it the overall markets?
and treats RIAs like
No.
they treat their clients. And that's
Bro, what the fuck? Wait, it was. But they're just recovering. That's so funny. Okay, what I would watch is this, see, you're above it now, though. 544. 544. And then, if you think we're going to sell off, I would look on the SPY 542.50. Would be where you want to look to get to, which would be yesterday's low a day. We're excited to do business with you.
We searched you online and maybe you could explain.
Nice little green trade for me today. Nothing crazy, just a base hit, keeping my expectations within range. All right here. So that was a lot of volume there. So I'm really curious what's going on. If we can get NVIDIA back to 122, that would be sick. If we can get some volume here and get NVIDIA back down to 122. Like, that would be a sick move, guys. Back down to 122. That would be nice. Nice.
I'm here with Joe Lagana, a friend on the racetrack and a fellow Hair Club member too. That's right, I might even be Hair Club Lowe's improved member. Alright dude, this isn't a competition. We're a racetrack member. Everything's a competition.
Hair Club provides a free consultation to anyone.
It's a nice rejection off the low of the day. Low a day. The initial morning low. That's a nice rejection.
Don't wait, call now.
I ended up just shaving my entire head to try to cover up my hair loss. It was bad.
Alright, I want to look for 122. It's a little bit above that area. Alright, which is the 20-day moving average. I've got to use the restroom. And I'll be right back. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get a rejection up here. See if that volume will continue. Just saying, it ain't safe, man. People love buying dips on these things, so keep that in mind. Yeah, see, they're gonna try and buy these dips here. Keep an eye on the daily chart. That's why I have it up. Alright. So we did not hold yesterday's close. So if we're bumping up into yesterday's close, which is right around here, really is right there. Look for a bounce up into yesterday's close. See if we can break, really if we can break this level. We gotta break this level and close below it. You can see that the volume isn't stepping in, and it should, sell side volume should start to step in here, and it's not. So doesn't mean that it can't in the next 5 minutes from now, but right this second they're not.
The journal called the charges and trial shameful and illegitimate. And WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange returned home to Australia overnight, a free man, after reaching a plea deal with the Department of Justice, ending a 14-year legal battle. Assange pleaded guilty to conspiracy to disseminate classified information in one of the largest breaches of classified material in U.S. military
Yeah,
history.
good. He should be free. Because he exposed Hillary, Obama, and all they asses. It's fucking ridiculous.
Modi's been tracking that action and joins us with more on what to expect after that barn burner of a day yesterday, Seema.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the first woman who is a vice president. Bitch, she a prosecutor, and you know you ain't doing it because she's a woman. It's because she don't like these motherfuckers. And she on your side with tightening up the reins and saying, nigga, sorry, this China. Motherfucker, this China. We tell you motherfuckers what to do. You didn't know? You a slave to us, bro. And we're going to use little phrases like women's rights, gay marriage. And we're going to throw all these little signs out there to paint the picture. But really, we ain't your friend. We ain't your friend. We don't trust you. Oh, man. I love it. I love the little, the little two-headed monster that they have. We need your votes more than ever. This one, this is the biggest election I think we've ever had. Yeah, for who? Maybe you. I don't know. Let me stop. Oh, you spent your career locking people up. Damn right I want you on my team. I think you and I are going to get along just fine. God bless our soldiers. You wouldn't have to God bless your soldiers if you didn't put them in harm's way from the jump. Stupid ass fuck. It's just, it speaks a lot when the men and women of the country don't want to sign up, and you have to go to the extent of making them, of going back to the ways of drafting. That's why it's important to get somebody in there that whether I like them, you like them, whether I don't like them and you don't like them, we still got to have somebody in there that people actually like and want to work for. You know, I think that's what they're forgetting, and they're starting to see that. It's like, man, these people really don't like us. It's because Hassan, you know, WikiLeaks pretty much exposed y'all from what we thought was true to be true. It's just they stepped too far. They just stepped too far. They do way more and make things more of a personal belief than anything else, and we can't do that. Whether I believe or don't believe in abortions, it doesn't mean that someone else should be able to or shouldn't be able to. It's just an example. Anyway, so NVIDIA has their shareholder meeting here in just a few minutes. I think in about a half hour here at like 11:30, I think, 12 o'clock. So we still have a half hour here. I don't know if, let's look at the SPY. Maybe there's some index move. Damn, look at that volume, guys. Holy cow. Holy shit. Okay, so we held VWAP this morning, and now it looks like we are unable to. Fuck, I missed it. So, 542. 542. Shit, there went NVIDIA too. Man, I really would like to try to get on NVIDIA, but I don't have the money to waste because of the loss from, not really the loss, but the missed opportunity yesterday. And the stuff that I did yesterday, I can't really, like, I really think we could get NVIDIA back down to 122. It's just, where do I take it? Where do I take that position?
success for all those companies.
And it might be like right there. That could be an area right here at 125. But I don't want to be short and like front run a pullback. Yeah, no. I need to do that at 128. I need 128. If I can't get 128, you can't get short at 128. I wouldn't be thinking about it at all.
Bloomberg reported McDonald's plant based burger test failed in San Francisco and Dallas. McDonald's stock is not the vending plant-based option.
Come on. I've clicked you 3 times now, and I know you guys heard it. All right, McDonald's. Yeah, he's late on that because he's lacking. It's fucking useless. Fucking useless. You should be ahead of the game. Ahead of the game, not behind the game. Look, you can see when the news came out. You can see when it came out.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, CJ. Really appreciate it.
Let's go take a look at Tesla. All right, Tesla's consolidating. This feels like one of those consolidation, like these type of moves where you sit here, you consolidate, and you do like a move to move. Let's see here. Let's see what happens. If this starts to pull back, that could really help Rivian out. Look, Rivian is below the 20-day. God damn. Alright, so I should be filled already. So I had the last little bit there at 76 cents. And I should be filled. I should have gotten filled. Yeah, I have no position. I'm out. I had a few contracts there at 76 for Rivian on the $15 puts. And look at it popping here. So that's cool. That's what's up. But the majority of that position, I sold that thing off. I sold it off for a nice little profit. And I had a limit order for about 10 shares. Or 10 contracts at 76. So that was a pretty nice move.
Survival kit featuring a guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling.
All right, what you gonna do, Tesla? Do you want to start popping here? Man, this could be a nice breakout point, guys. It could be. See, I've already.
To reach a comfortable retirement, and our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-53.
See, isn't that crazy? You see how it consolidates up here? It gets these contracts back down. I still would like to have 150 or so, but look, it's going to break out. Let's see if it starts to try to break out here. Might need a little more time. I wouldn't mind it. I wish people... I wish I could give people the opportunity to kind of like be able to see things like this.
Now that's better. Trade PMR didn't have a massive call
Like
center.
pop, there you go. Come on, you can do it.
Real people who know you by
Like
name
rate,
and are
like
empowered to help.
kind of like getting down the timing too and understanding what it is you're looking at.
How are you?
And being able to identify that. And like just that little trade, that swing trade. It's crazy, but that little candle could have got you 10%. It's pretty crazy. Let's look. Well, I have. It's not that I have no doubt, but I still think it needs to pull back. You know, this is just wasting time. It's not selling off. Like, this is still holding. Even though it's pulling back, this is still technically a hold. Because it's not this. Right? You're not selling off. You know? You're just... You're pulling back, you're getting bought. You're pulling back, getting bought. Pulling back, getting bought. As soon as you pull back here to, like, the 200... Like, you're not getting any buyers here. I'm not buying it. So you know, other people aren't going to buy it because, I mean, you do have some buyers that are here at 33, but we want the 200 day. We want this thing to pull back, or at least get close to the presidential debate, to try and take like this is a nice breakout, pullback, consolidation, boom, and get that jump right into 40 bucks. And I think that Thursday is the, maybe later today, but tomorrow should be the day we find out what DJT does, because there's going to be a lot of talks about this debate, and this might be the level right here, $34. This might be the get long and expect, you know, you get that bounce into 40. But I'm going to say this right now. I think, like, don't be surprised if we get a bounce to 40 in that 20 day, and if nobody takes profit, if for whatever reason, if people don't take profits into that 20 day, this could be a buy the rumor, sell the news. So right now we're still in the rumor phase. You know, maybe see, that's the part that I'm battling. Like Friday you could have a down day, and tomorrow you bounce into the 20 day, or from like 34 to 40, and then Friday is just a washout day where everybody just takes profit, kind of like this. This is a daily candle bottom right, like kind of like you break out Thursday, we come in with a gap down, and then you're just like, you flush it, you know, you pull it back. We'll see though. We'll see. We'll see. You know, I don't really know. You can see some of the sellers up there are coming in, and with some pressure, and there's just no buyers because nobody wants to buy it up here. They want to buy pullbacks. 33, 32, 31. That's where we want to buy. $30. So that's what I would like to look for. It's like, you know, this thing to hold. It is holding up nicely though. I wonder if I should try it, guys. I wonder if I should try, but it's not smart. Look. Looks like NVIDIA is going to go. Looks like it's going to go. Is it going to go? It is. See if it gets the flush. Look. See if it gets the flush. It's trying. I knew it. Look, here it goes. That's it. Bang. There's your bear flag. Right there. I gotta grab something to snack on. This sucks, man. This sucks so bad. I should have grabbed those. These things are going to pay. I was trying to wait for a bounce back.
Your business has grown 400% over the past few years. You say you're pleased with the performance of the business, yet you've been on file to go public. You've got an S1 out there for a few years now. What is still keeping you on the sidelines?
We are excited about going public in the right conditions. You know, the last few years, as you know, have been pretty challenging for the IPO market. So we're just waiting for the market conditions to become more favorable, and we're ready.
Finally, I wonder, you know, all this talk about robotaxi and mobility, that Waymo and Cruise continue to chip away at that picture. What do you think that does to the long-term model of just car ownership in general? Do you think Americans are going to always want to have their own ride, or can we envision one day where they simply don't?
You know, we believe very strongly that car ownership is here to stay. Obviously, all of these great technologies will be included.
This dude just said, we believe car ownership is here to stay.
With Tesla, with others that are bringing self-driving or some level of self-driving to their vehicles. But we think the love affair of Americans with cars is not going to be ending because there's autonomous vehicle technology that's going to be available.
Today, one day.
You know, we believe very strongly that car ownership is here to stay. Obviously, all of these great.
I don't know, man. Sometimes I'm just like, when you don't have something to talk about, it doesn't mean you gotta act stupid and ask stupid questions. Like, there's always something you can bring up, talk about, educate, learn, or teach other people or something. You don't have to go full out, you know. Look, that's a nice setup right there. Come on, get the extension, NVIDIA. It's not going to, man. I might look for a bounce back. I might look for a bounce back on NVIDIA. Just feels like the volume isn't coming in here when it should, and
You can control it. 3-day blinds. Find the light for your life. Visit 3dayblinds.com to get started.
This is my new predictive AI model for running my business. Will I have enough cash flow to run my business this month? Will I have enough money in my account? Wait, who can help me solve my bookkeeping and accounting needs? Ah, Zendu. Zendu.com.
They say, Lauren, what's the secret to a long, sustained relationship?
It's Blue Chew.
Blue Chew. Blue Chew? Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online subscription-based service that sends these affordable tablets directly to your home. No one even has to know.
The biggest show. The hardest test.
Let's see. I'm just looking. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go grab something to eat, but Are you fucking kidding me? What a joke.
Reignite your passion with custom anniversary bands from the Jewelry Exchange. 2-carat fancy lab bands, $14.90. 1-carat classic natural bands, $9.90. Half-carat natural, $4.99.
It's so funny.
Choices guaranteed to appraise for double.
She's like, yep, out of nowhere, I'm just gonna give you that extension. You gotta be fucking kidding me, you fucking piece of shit. I'll be right back.
We've been talking about this name all morning long. Aptiv is the worst performer in the S&P, down about 10% to a 52-week low.
Okay, right. But you just know what seats, how everybody was sitting in the car. All you know is Yak was driving. Yeah, I just know Yak. They said Yak was the driver. Again, talking about what Demikian. Because he said, if that's based on what Demikian told you, yeah. Little D, okay. Did they say that anybody else or just in y'all circle? He says, nah. Like, I told people, you did? Because I just wanted somebody to believe that I ain't do it. Yeah, I told Big Boo who did it. Like, shit, boy, goddamn, they did. You know what I mean? I never know what was going to happen. I was just like, don't say nothing. Him telling what he told Big Boo. Then continue on. But I think if y'all, and it's indiscernible, but I think he's saying that Shannon told New Baby. I know Shannon too much. I think Shannon told New Baby herself. You feel me? And New Baby's his girl? Yeah, New Baby. So you know what I mean? Because the story came out, though. 2 people said it. What? That Shannon and them killed him. You feel me? Like Bentley's girlfriend is Nut's sister. Uh-huh. Yes, his baby mom is Nut's sister. And you know what? You know what she told him? What? How could you be around him and he's supposed to kill my brother? And Bentley like said, if you feel like he killed your brother, just let me know. One call and it's on. That's why me and Bentley fell out. You know what I mean? So again, he's offering that comment to say this is why him and Bentley fell out. Then he says, you know what I mean? Like, you don't let nobody tell you no shit like that. Nigga, you know I ain't had nothing to do with that nigga getting killed. Detective Thorpe says, I'm gonna make a phone call. Detective Thorpe actually leaves the room. And then Kenneth Copeland continues to say, you feel me? So when I tell Bentley that, bro, you sitting around here telling this girl if she want me dead, just say it. And they going, you know what I mean? So I believe you when you saying it. They would have killed me to get it off of him. And then he goes and say, I told Thug that. And Thug was like, nah, he's just trying to throw her off. You know what I mean? Hell no, I ain't going for it. So, Your Honor, the hearsay portion that defense counsel is claiming is hearsay is not. It is the co-conspirator statement of Demekion Garlington when he told Mr. Copeland what happened the night of the murder. And we have laid the foundation to introduce that because we've asked Mr. Copeland here in court, what did you all talk about the murder when the three of you got in the car? And he says no. So this is a complete contradiction to that first assertion. So foundationally, it gets to come in as impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement. It is not hearsay because the court has already ruled that what Demekion told Mr. Copeland is a co-conspirator statement. And that really ends on page 489. Line 14, anything that Demekion told Copeland is from page 488 when Detective Thorpe is trying to clarify what Copeland said Demekion told him. And that goes all the way to page 489, line 12. And Thorpe confirms multiple times, this is based upon what Demekion told you. And he says, yeah. So again, this is the co-conspirator hearsay. After line 14, that's when he begins
what page now?
On page 489, that goes into who Copeland told about it. So Copeland is now saying, I told Big Boo about it. And he told Big Boo not to say anything.
Is that going from 480, line 14, page 489 to the end, 491 at line 10?
No, that's only from page 489, line 14 through page 489, line 24.
Okay.
Then when you flip onto page 490, this is Copeland telling the detectives that he thinks Shannon told New Baby. And he's saying that more people knew about the murder, so his thought is that maybe Shannon told New Baby. Now, that is speculation. The state has no objection to taking out that portion of it.
What part?
So that would be page 490, line 1 through 8.
All right.
And I would have to get the timestamps for that.
Short, you...
I mean, Mr. Adams is going to argue the irony of this,
But it's your client, so
Right,
that's what I wanted to ask you. Okay.
I want you guys to know that I am going to talk about NVIDIA, and I'm gonna have up the NVIDIA shareholder meeting, and I want you guys to remember the last earnings that they gave and what they said, which is what I'm going to talk about. Now, what I want to do is I want to see if that talk that they talked remains the same, right? So that's what I'm gonna wait for. And there it goes. I knew it. I should have just taken that fucking short on NVIDIA. Man, that motherfucker would have paid. Fuck.
Tomorrow on Squawk Box, ahead of the first 2024 presidential debate. Crucial insight for every investor. The economy, inflation, taxes. Stay ahead of the market. Squawk Box, tomorrow 6 a.m. Eastern. CNBC.
Not sure what's going on. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me one. There's not even anybody here.
Be up 8 to 9%, and for economic fuel costs per gallon to range between $2.70 and $2.80. They did highlight that overall they continue to see actually strong second quarter bookings and operational performance and minimal cancellations, but overall completion factor quarter to date has averaged approximately 99.5%, despite some of the changes and challenges they've seen in weather. But they're expecting their third quarter capacity to actually still increase in the low single digits, fourth quarter capacity to fall in the low to mid single digits. But all in all, we saw disappointing results from their first quarter. They're lowering expectations for their second quarter. I mean, this is sentiment that for a name like Southwest, it's just not exactly fueling any optimism. And we're in these peak summer travel months. You'd have to imagine this is a very strong time for Southwest, which they tried to definitely say in this release, but it's obviously not good news, and a company that's become almost accustomed to now this underperformance versus some of the strength we've seen in like Delta and United.
Got it. Thank you so much, Jenny Horn. Great to see you, markets correspondent. Appreciate it. Let's get some insights in the news shaping the markets. For that, we welcome in Christopher Versace, Chief Investment Officer, Thematic Strategist, and co-founder at Thematica Research. Thank you for being here.
Always happy to be here.
How are you feeling about the market? I read this morning how there's some tepidness in the back half. I mean, at the same time, we're bucking up against new highs. I mean, I was just looking at Amazon helping the tech group. That's a winner because Bank of America raised the price target to 220 from 210, and a buy rating, it's at 190. So, I mean, there's still some optimism, but what are you thinking here?
I think there is some selective optimism. I mean, we've had a phenomenal run the first half of the year. You take a look at where the NASDAQ is, you take a look at where the S&P 500 is, but then when you look at the equal weighted S&P 500, it kind of really reaffirms the notion that it's been a basket of stocks, AI, big tech, that have driven the market higher. So I think for the second half of the year, to see sustained gains in the market, it's going to come down to what companies say about the second half of the year for earnings. S&P 500 is already expected to be up, call it 11, 12% year over year. But the PE multiple is bumping up against the highs that we saw for 22, 23. So that earnings number needs to be higher.
Understood. And look, we're ending earnings season. We're going to begin earnings season again soon. You're actually looking at some of the bank stress tests. We have Micron today after the bell. What do you think we may hear? I mean, what are you watching for?
Well, with Micron, it's really the question about AI, of course, data center, kind of reconfirming what we've heard, but giving the outlook for the back half of the year. Remember when we had the March quarter earnings season, we heard about pronounced spending out of Meta, out of Google, out of Amazon, and others. Now we want to have that reaffirmed and kind of wrap our arms a little bit more around what that spending looks like for the back half of the year. But there's the other side of it too, because Micron also touches PCs. They
Right.
also touch the smartphone. So we want confirmation there that the much expected AI on device upgrade cycle is that much closer to happening.
Yeah, you're watching inflation closely. I mean, I was saying that, you know, some people are leaving Friday and they may not come in next week, but there's really a big setup Friday. I mean, you have PCE, we have the Russell reconstitution, we had a busy triple witch and rebalancing last Friday here at the stock exchange. I mean, very busy Friday afternoons. Tell me some thoughts on what you're looking for when it comes to the PCE print.
So I'm not exactly overly focused on this. I know folks pay attention to it because it's the Fed's,
Right.
one of their favorite metrics.
Sure.
I just want to see it confirm what we saw for the May CPI, PPI. But as you pointed out, Nicole, it's next week that really matters because we're going to get a swath of June data. Everything from manufacturing and service PMIs, the ADP employment change report, job cuts, and of course the employment report. That's going to give us a much more updated view on the
Right.
state of the economy and inflation.
Right. I mean, I'm looking forward to all of those, and I will be here. But I think there's a sense that people are leaving. I mean, because I heard from, like, you know, the TSA and the bookings from some of the airlines. I mean, they have record bookings that are lining up from June 28th to, you know, through July 8th, really. So there are a lot of people who are going to be traveling, but those in business news really definitely want to watch this. So what do you say to folks who want to put some money to work? What's the advice to them?
Well, a lot of folks are talking about the market highs, right?
Yeah.
I would say most people don't buy the markets, right? They like to buy individual stocks or select ETF strategies. So the simple thing is, look for stocks right now that have great fundamentals, great tailwinds behind them, but you know their RSI levels are maybe they're less than 50, right? Or maybe preferably they're oversold. And we did just that yesterday with the Street Pro portfolio, where we picked up more shares of Builders First Source, BLDR. We like it because we do expect the Fed to start cutting rates late this year, do more in 2025, bringing down mortgage rates, kind of spurring some action in the housing market. But we also note that home builders are giving away incentives. They're concerned about their margins.
Yeah.
We think that is going to help them embrace the value add products that Builders First Source is bringing
Right.
to market, driving its dollar content per home higher.
Yeah, look, those new home sales surprised people today. A real miss overall. And what's interesting is I thought they were doing better for the most part, right?
So
that was the bright spot.
If you look at what happened and you tie it back to the spike in the 30-year fixed mortgage rate during May, I think that's the case. We only started our position in Builder for the portfolio middle through June. Right? So we got past the Fed meeting, we got that favorable May CPI, PPI report, the good data that the Fed is starting to look forward to. So I would say you're right that the number missed for May new home sales,
Right.
but from our perspective, that's in the rear view.
Yeah, yeah. And look, I mean, new home sales has been the bright spot when it came to home sales. Existing people aren't moving out of their homes. They have good mortgage rates. They're too afraid to move out. For new home sales, the builders were sort of working with them on the mortgage. And
all right, just so you guys know, I am here. I'm just having a bowl of cereal. I was just a little hungry, so I just didn't want to chew in front of the mic and stuff. Just give me like 2-3 minutes.
you know, the Magnificent Seven. Any thoughts there? Are there any of those names, or any? Would you consider the group?
Well, we own most of them in the portfolio.
Yeah.
So, you know, do we own NVIDIA? Yes. Apple? Yes. Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon. So we're kind of entrenched there, and we like them all. I think the question is, at what spots do you want to, if you're a new person coming to the story, where do you want to be a buyer? And I think that's the harder question, because like I said, we've owned them for a bit. I think if we see a market pullback through the summer, that might bring some opportunities. Folks were asking.
I will say, man, I should have just went for it, but I wasn't sure if it was going to work. That 120, the 120 put that I gave out, just something small, high risk, high reward. You're up over 100%. Wow. Okay. All right. Bye. Never mind. Let me just stop. Let me just stop, bro. Let me just stop. You guys seeing this? Y'all seeing this, right?
You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Being a distance swimmer, it's really challenging because you're typically the first ones in the pool.
I want you guys to look at that.
I got pretty known for having a really fast last 50 where I kind of like to run my competitors down. They call it thinking someone. It's really just the mindset of I'm just trying to get the goal. Ambition is having big goals in mind, and if you are reaching those goals too easy, you weren't ambitious enough.
The Olympics from Paris starts July 26th on NBC and Peacock.
I'm gonna say it right now. I can almost guarantee, I will guarantee you, you are not getting these calls anywhere else. You're not. I guarantee it.
Looks like, well, effectively
video proof. Send it over. Send it over. This morning we talked about Amazon. We talked about being long Amazon. 188, 190. Home. I just brought up NVIDIA, 120 put. Tesla had some nice volume this morning. What else? Carvana, 128 rejection. Like, I don't know what it is that I'm doing wrong. I just need to be able to see it all, I guess. Okay, so that one you could have got paid this morning, but it just broke through it and is still going higher. So that one, I guess, was wrong. Holy fuck. That's crazy.
5-cent debit, just predicated on the idea that it is actually going to break through that 170 level in the next few weeks.
All right, let's see what Ben has to say about the chart. Ben?
Yeah, Don's right. We are seeing a little bit of a strength today, a little bit of a lift today, but longer-term weakness continues to be well-defined to the downside here. The bears seem to be in charge. Let's just begin with the first and foremost more granular chart. Look at the more intraday type price activity, and then we'll kind of work our way into the bigger picture here. You can see some selling and a little bit of a move higher that's come into play back above 177 here. But again, this still, from what I'm seeing, although we are testing the upper extreme of this range that we're in right now, we're still just in this bit of a range here, which has been forming around 175. So again, on the short term, weakness coming into play, possibly just providing another sell opportunity as we inch our way higher here, because on the more intermediate term, you're going to see where we start to establish a very bearish type pattern. It's not just that 5-minute candle chart here in the last couple days worth of price activity. Now we're going back to, well, when the stock was trading up around 193, that was back in the beginning of June. And you can see on the way down all the way to 176. Now, Don was talking about how we're kind of hanging on to this 170 level. And you can see how we've tested it a couple times. That establishes our lower extreme of this range that we're in. And we've got a well-defined upper extreme around 180. Again, currently balancing around this 176, 175 level. But in a balance, in forming value, no rejection of these lower levels. Simply put, it does look like the bears are still in charge here. Nicole, I pulled up this longer-term chart. You're going to love this. Remember the day? It was back in, what was it? It was February when my mom sent me a text, right? And she was like, hey, is now a good time to buy Boeing? And sorry, that's the imitation of my mom. And I was like, Mom, come on, we're seeing value move lower and lower. Let's wait till we take out something significant that was established on the way down. And here you can see well-defined trend lower since that December high of last year. Continued even since then. We were balancing around 210 at the time. Look, 190, 175 is where we're currently balancing. As long as we hold below 190, Don's right, we are trending lower.
Yeah, you know, it's fun when folks get involved and they want to try and pick. I remember one time somebody asking me about Beyond Meat, and it seemed so hot, right, in the trend. And then I said, I don't know, you know, I never give stock advice anyway. Yeah, and look what happened to Beyond Meat. So yeah, it's hard to see, it's hard to know. Any final thoughts, Don?
Yeah, Ben needs to teach mom about taking a short position right now, specific to Boeing.
All right. Okay, let's get to gold. Gold, 23.13 a troy ounce. You're looking at the gold ETF, GLD. Some thoughts there?
Yeah, one of the things that actually surprises me, and I know Ben looks at this a huge amount, is there's been incredible strength lately in the dollar, and gold has kind of held its own. Gold is still channeling back and forth. It's breaking down to some degree today, but it's still within that channel. And, you know, in light of actually seeing the strength in the dollar, gold kind of holding its own, I actually want to put on a bullish position because this week we're going to get obviously inflation data towards the end of the week. And the slightest sign of inflation, gold's going to rip back to the upside here. And just think it's opportunistic because gold is actually down specifically today. This trade, I'm going to go all the way out to the August 16th expiration. I'm doing that to just give myself some time. Look, I don't want to gamble purely on the PCE number that's coming out later this week. So I am going to give myself some time. I'm going to be buying a 220 call. Buying a 220 call, selling the 225 call. So I'm going to be buying a $5 wide spread. It's very slightly out of the money. This one's done for a $1.20 debit, looking for gold to rebound off of what are some of the recent lows, again, in the face of an incredibly strong dollar.
Yeah, understood. So, and you're waiting on that inflation data too. Ben, some of your thoughts on the GLD?
And I have been keeping an eye on that strength in gold relative to what we've seen in terms of the U.S. dollar. It's been hanging in there pretty well, right? Tied to some of the geopolitical tensions. Don mentioned unease about rates and where the Fed's headed next, especially after that CPI number out of Canada and out of Australia. Canada yesterday, Australia earlier this morning. But short-term weakness here, possibly setting up for a longer-term buy opportunity. Let's take a look. First and foremost, GLD coming off on, I've got a 5-minute candle chart here. And this is just the price activity since Friday of last week, 219 all the way down to 212. So we are under pressure here a bit with that dollar back above the 106 handle. And as I take a look here, we've got volume, which is moving lower. Now, possibly in the process of transitioning from that vertical phase where we're seeking value lower into, wait, let me just make sure I've got my arrow into this transitional phase where we go into a horizontal and establish value at this new lower level. But let's move away from a 5-minute candle chart. I always say that's very hard to trade consistently well, that short-term basis. But taking a look here at the longer term, this could be, as I mentioned, stacking up to be a buy opportunity in terms of some of that weakness, because we always say in a trend environment, which we're seeing here on the hourly candle chart going all the way back to when we were balancing around 200 back in March, you're looking for those long opportunities if you're trending higher and want to trade with the trend. You're not even thinking about shorts, right? The only time you're thinking about selling is to get out of some of or to flatten your position because, again, in a trend higher, you want to be favoring that long side if you're trying to trade with it. And so you look for the opportunities that come into play when the market tests the lower extreme and fails. Ultimately, you kind of get reassurance as you work your way through the middle of the range that you've been in. If we do get back above 218, what do I always say? You target the upper extreme of that range, so that would open up a door for a retest at 226. I got another chart here that's going to just really drive home that trend environment to the upside and what I'm talking about here in terms of favoring long-sided trades, because here you can see going all the way back to 2016, the bulls have been in charge here, and any pullback has provided just that, an opportunity to get involved with that longer-term trend, or maybe even, Nicole, to add to a position, right? Kind of trade around a core long position, embrace risk in a winner, as I like to say. I mean, this is a well-defined bottom left to top right here.
Yeah, and people look to gold as a safe haven. Very good chart there. Thank you so much. And there it is. And I like the comments on the left. Thank you for that. Next up, we'll have Netflix, which has been pushing close to $700, has seen subscriber growth. And let's see what Don Kaufman has to say about Netflix today.
Yeah, here's one where Ben and I may not get along so well on this particular trade. So what I'm looking for specifically inside of Netflix is the big bad double top. That 700 level could be formidable for Netflix to actually crack through. Obviously, earnings are coming up right around the corner. The trade I'm going to build is going to be bearish. I'm going to do it all the way out in September. Let me get exactly to that. As I said, we could be seeing a double top at 700. But fundamentally speaking, margins, okay, content, it's never been a more strenuous environment inside of content and margins inside of content right now. Not to mention the economy might now start to get strained with, well, higher for longer. So if we are going to see a pullback, it very well could be off of this upcoming earnings inside of Netflix. That being said, I am going to give myself some duration. As I said, Netflix, bearish position all the way out to the September 20th expiration. This is going to be buying the 630 puts, selling the 620 puts. The trade is done for a $2.15 debit. So I've given myself duration. I'm kind of far out of the money. I'm swinging for the fences in this particular trade that we come off that 700 hard and fast.
Yeah, I don't think Ben's going to get on this trade so fast. As you said, I mean, it certainly is a little swinging for the fences. I see that. Let's talk about this, Ben. Some of your thoughts?
Well, he said he's got duration, he's far out of the money, but he's also counter trend here. And picking a double top at this point, definitely the rejection that we just saw up around 699 and the sell-off actually as the show started, I was kind of like, did we just get some news? Not what the bulls wanted to see, but possibly just balancing here at this upper level. So let's break it down. First and foremost, a more granular time frame, then we'll work our way up into the bigger picture as always. Hey, bottom left, top right, even as we just start off on the 1 minute candle chart here. And again, yeah, we just sort of rejected the 680 level, 682, which is very similar to what we had seen. Hold on, let me just see if I do. I do have some areas of consolidation that I drew for this chart as well. You can see, it looks to me like we're bouncing around 679. We've got a pretty well-defined lower extreme. We'll call it 675, and you've got your upper extreme recent highs that we just came off of 682, 683. But again, on this 1 minute candle chart, bottom left, top right, looks to me like value's moving higher. So let's step back. Take a look at the hourly. Similar pattern. Bottom left, top right, where value's moving higher. Don's talking about potential for a double top to form in this area here up around the 700 level. But what I just see is balance and acceptance as of right now. I see a trend higher, and I like to say continuation more likely than change. Hey, as long as we hold above 635, the way I see it, the bulls are still in charge. And again, the tests that we've seen of the key areas that were established on the way up have held. So this is exactly what the bulls are looking for, right? Although that short-term weakness is not necessarily playing into the idea that they're having that they want to test those highs again, but working our way through 677 opens up a door for that. So one more step back shows that we're in a well-defined trend up off the 2022 low from around 160 this month, again to just shy of 700, up around 690. It does look like we're kind of starting to transition a little bit from a vertical to a horizontal. Sometimes, remember, they're a little bit more overlapping than they are kind of, you see that high conviction separation here that we saw back in the beginning of this year with the gap up. But again, sometimes they just overlap, but either way, no rejection as of yet. So could be something significant up here at 700, but I think time will tell.
All right. I'll give you the final thought here, Don.
Yeah, Ben, on trades like this, just getting ahead of the curve, because if earnings actually show any weakness whatsoever, it's going to be too late by that point. So in a trade like this, where I am actually swinging for the fences, where I have a very minimal risk of $2.15 to be able to make, as much as $10 on the spread, I actually like stepping up to the plate and swinging for the fences on a bearish position. As I said, looking for somewhere around that double top at the 700 level.
All right. Thank you both so much for the big three today. Ben Lichtenstein was great there on the charts, and Don Kaufman of Theo Trade taking a look at Boeing, the gold ETF, GLD, and Netflix. Thank you, Don and Ben. Coming up next, how about some trends for 2024 for your portfolio? Maybe there's some opportunity in this market that you want to check out. Our guest explains. We'll be right back.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I like that area. I think there is potential. Right now, as we speak, I think we are in absolutely a pullback on Bitcoin. I think you could see it to go to its support area, which is in the 60,000, and then possibly base there for a while. And then long term, still bullish, where it could go up to 70 some odd thousand, which is its resistance level. If it breaks through there, I think it can run. But again, only for money that you can afford to lose.
This week on Market Overtime, hear from Susie Orman, host of the Women and Money podcast. From escaping debt to her Bitcoin investing thesis, Susie Orman offers her unique market perspective. Investors closer to retirement and investors just getting started will gain valuable insights from a longtime market legend. Tune in all week long, 4:30 p.m., 8 p.m., right here on Schwab Network. Don't miss it. And welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time to spotlight finding opportunities in this stock market. And joining us now live from the Morningstar Investment Conference in Chicago is Dan Lefkowitz, strategist of Morningstar's Index.
I don't mean to interrupt Miss Nicole, because you know what I'm saying? I know y'all would much rather see and hear her than me, but remember what I said this morning. I mean, this is a big move from 46 up to 48. I said 48.50. 48 to 48.50 is where I'd like to, think about a pullback up here. Let's see what happens when we get up there. I haven't really looked at the chart on this part of it, but this is the 100-day, and what I would say is that as much as I would love it, look, support. Why is that there? Remove. I got freaking levels and moving averages that I forgot about from last year. This 100-day moving average, you can see here, resistance, right? Resistance, support, resistance, and then it just, look at it. It just hangs out on it. I mean, you can't make this up. Look at that. Look how relevant that 100-day is. Bang, right into it, and then look, we sit at it, pull back, boom, resistance, bang. So what that's telling me is
XL shares moving higher here on some volume.
I wonder if we're gonna get a pop off of it. So I'm neutral. I'm gonna be honest. I am neutral here on this. I'm not bullish yet. I'm not bullish, but I do want to see what happens up here at 48.50. 48.50. I'm gonna watch it, see how it reacts, and if we can, and it allows us to, I would like to take the short up there, but understanding that usually the 50-day is your support and resistance level, and if it reclaims it, chances are it's going to be support, and we need to look for a bounce back to $50.
Especially, we've got a lot of geopolitical risk out there. It's an election year. You need to be, have a portfolio that's robust to a range of outcomes. A lot of portfolios these days are really concentrated and heavy on what's done well, and I think you need to look beyond.
As you mentioned the presidential election, I mean, are there pieces of advice for portfolio holders as they are rebalancing or looking at what they should or shouldn't do?
Yeah, I think elections bring a lot of sort of behavioral risks for investors. If your candidate loses, you might think everything's going to hell in a handbasket, and you might, give up on your portfolio. That's not a good move. The initial reaction to an election is often fleeting. It doesn't persist. We saw that a few weeks ago. Markets fell in India, in Mexico, in South Africa after their election results. At least in India, there was a big rebound. Now, we actually did some research about what happened, how the markets reacted in the U.S. after Trump in 2016 and Biden in 2020. And, it's interesting. There were rallies in the small cap value section of the U.S. equity market after both the 2016 and 2020 elections on anticipation of economic growth and tax cuts in the case of Trump, regulatory rollbacks, infrastructure spending. That didn't really last. There was a rotation back to technology and large cap growth. So it's very hard to predict the results of an election.
Which I said.
It's very hard to predict how an election is going to, what the implications are going to be for investors. And like I said, that initial reaction is often fleeting.
Yeah. Let's switch to bonds and bond yields. There's opportunity in fixed income?
We definitely think so. If you look at our Morningstar U.S. Core Bond Index, the yield is over 5%. If you look at more niche areas within fixed income, leveraged loans, you can get yields of almost 10%. And historically, yield has been a pretty good predictor of future investment returns. So we're at a starting point now that's a lot more attractive than what we've seen, for some time now. So fixed income makes sense, both, from an income perspective as well as a total return perspective, as well as a diversification perspective. Obviously, in 2022, we saw a breakdown in that stock bond diversification, double-digit losses in both equities and fixed income. But in previous bear markets for equities, fixed income was a really good diversifier. It was a safe haven. Correlations are always dynamic. They're going to be moving around. We think it makes a lot of sense, perhaps now more than in the past, to have a fixed income allocation.
Yeah, we talked about what's working, what isn't. We talked about bond yields. Last but not least, the continuation of U.S. equities outperforming despite some high valuations. Some thoughts there on what investors need to know.
Yeah, so I'm co-moderating a panel tomorrow at the conference on this topic. It's called Should U.S. investors renew their passports? Year after year, we're told that valuations are better outside of the U.S. And there's opportunity year after year. U.S. stocks seem to outperform. This has been going on really for 15 years. But it's not always the case. If you look from 2000 to 2010, that was a lost decade for U.S. equities, and foreign stocks outperformed. Emerging markets were really hot during that time frame. I'm not sure what the future holds, but I do think it's very wise to diversify globally. There's a lot of great companies all over the world. If you look in Europe, there are a lot of great companies that get most of their revenue from outside of Europe. So even if you're worried about European elections and a European economy that's struggling to grow 1%, there's a lot of great global franchises domiciled in Europe that are trading at really attractive valuations.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Dan. Enjoy the conference. It looks really busy, and I know it's a couple of days, so we'll be getting some more from there. So thank you. Dan Lefkowitz, live at the conference, strategist with Morningstar's Index Group. And let's go next to the disruptors. George Sillis will tell us all about Shopify. Citi boosting the price target on shares. He'll give us the details and an example trade next here on Trading 360.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends?
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Look at developing stories this morning. We bring in Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here on Schwab Network. And we're taking a look at Apple. Rosenblatt with an upgrade, and this comes after the Worldwide Developers Conference. Some stuff about the EU antitrust, and that's there as well. But some thoughts of what's going on here with the Rosenblatt call.
Well, it's really AI that's behind this bullish rating. Rosenblatt upgraded shares to buy from neutral with a price target of $260. Previous price target was $196. So you can see Apple currently trading around $213.50. So this represents more than 20% upside from current levels. But the reason behind this upgrade had a lot to do with privacy surrounding AI. The analyst said strong privacy is by far the top feature consumers want in AI based on their recent U.S. survey, arguing for market share lift potential for Apple in AI based on the unique privacy focus of Apple Intelligence, to date unmatched by Android. That's according to the Rosenblatt analyst. Thinks that Apple AI will immunize it from cost pressures at hyperscalers, the work around AI, like Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, while enabling Apple to benefit from their investments. So he says Apple can have its cake, healthy margins, and eat it too, and said we see this tipping AI risk reward in favor of Apple. So Apple shares are up 2% today on this news. They're up 11% month to date, only up about, actually about 11% year to date as well. I will say, though, that 260, I mentioned, implies more than 20% upside. The highest on the street for price targets is 275, but the median is only 210. So Apple's currently trading 3 and change above the median price target, despite the fact that more than 70% of analysts still have a buy rating. So interesting to note there, but Rosenblatt sees it going quite a bit higher than here.
All right, Caroline Woods, thank you for that story. Developing story is Apple is up about 2.1% right now. Thank you, Caroline Woods. Let's turn our attention to the disruptors. Every day, George Silas is with us, senior markets correspondent here. Taking a look at Shopify, of course, we got the big news that it's partnering with Target. Now you have Citi raising the price target on the shares of Shopify. Some of your thoughts and details.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at some of the analysts that call on Shopify, they're becoming more constructive on the fact that Shopify is expected to become profitable on a GAAP basis in 2025. So there's quite a bit of momentum happening with the company. And, you know, the company essentially is really one-stop shopping for, you know, front and back end solutions for small and medium-sized merchants who want to bring their products on an e-commerce basis to the market. And they have affiliate programs with major e-commerce players like Amazon. Target now will bring retail products to some of their storefronts. And then the other thing, they have partnerships with Meta Platforms and Pinterest as well. So this is becoming, you know, a full-fledged e-commerce solutions company, because it's not just, you know, setting up a website and selling. They actually provide fulfillment, merchant services, and even capital finance and payment processing. So it's becoming sort of this all-encompassing e-commerce solutions player in a very competitive landscape. So you look at Citi, they actually raised their target just slightly to $96 from $95, and they actually see some improving revenue growth trends coming into the back half of 2024 and improving in 2025, with the other element that I mentioned just a moment ago, including they're expecting GAAP profitability in 2025. So this will be the first year that they actually have GAAP profits, and the unadjusted profits for the company also are expected to grow from 98 cents this year to $1.26 next year. So it does look rather compelling for the business. I think the Target partnership is also very compelling for Shopify. But I think one of the things that's holding back the stock is valuation, considering right now, even at that 2025 earnings number of $1.26, is trading around 51 times that year's earnings. So I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing some weakness in the stock. Year to date, it's down 17%, and it also fell quite a bit last time it reported earnings.
Yeah. All right. You know, there's a lot in the news here pertaining to Shopify, and I think it's interesting that they raised it $1. I mean, you know, 96, 95. It's like they just want to get the headline out there and the attention and eyes on Shopify, it seems, because when it's at $65, changing it from 95 to 96 seems, you know, not that big of a deal. But anyhow, so let's talk about the example trade.
Well, I think you bring up a good point, Nicole. I mean, they're not moving it very aggressively, so they're actually just anticipating some moderate growth based upon the previous estimates or guidance that they had. And I think if you look at the stock, to me, at the very least, this is going to be a quarter-to-quarter situation. So I don't expect much from the stock until they report their next quarter's earnings. So with that said, when we actually place, you know, bullish trades that are more aggressive, the stock at least has to be trading above its 20-week moving average. Now, that's not the case for Shopify, but I think it's starting to look rather constructive. So what we're going to do is harvest some yield between now and expiration in August with 51 days. And I'm going to sell the cash secured put at the $60 strike price. So effectively, you could sell this for about $3 a share in credit, or $300 a contract in credit, like I said. So ideally speaking, all the stock has to do is essentially stay above 60 between now and expiration, and you end up keeping that $3, which, you know, relative to the strike price of $60, it's about a 5% yield in the next 51 days. The other thing is, to keep that max profit, the stock could even fall over 7%. And then break even, if you do get assigned shares at 60, is all the way down to 57, which is about 12.5% lower than the current price. So this is sort of a trade where I think the stock may moderate lower, but I think it'll hold the $60 area. And the other thing just to keep in mind here is the reason I chose that strike is it actually has an implied probability of 70% that the stock will be above 60 between now and expiration in 51 days.
All right, George Silas, thank you every day. Our disruptor with George Silas and an example trade as well. Thank you. Coming up next, our 360 round, and we will dive into those earnings from FedEx, which is up 15%. We've seen this stock rallying. Let's find out more details next on Trading 360.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It's been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends? All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time for our 360 round. We want to bring in our panel to talk all about FedEx, which is up more than 15% today, a clear leader on cutting costs, a better quarter that they've seen. So some good news there, a potential spinoff of the freight division. These are some of the topics we'll discuss with our panel. Scott Schneeberger is with us, Managing Director of Business and Industrial Services Equity Research at Oppenheimer and Company. And Anthony DeRuyter is with us, Sector Analyst, Industrials, Materials, Energy coverage at Third Bridge. Thank you both so much for being with us. Anthony, some of your thoughts on what we heard from FedEx, and was any of it a surprise to you?
Yeah, look, so I think the flavor that FedEx has been sort of giving to the market, network consolidation, cost optimization, capital discipline really shone through with the Q4 result. I mean, we saw almost, I think just above a point of adjusted op margin expansion on, slightly higher revenue. So pretty strong result given a tepid market. And I think in terms of surprises, being able to retire a fifth of their Boeing 757 fleet, that's actually a pretty impressive thing to do, given how hard it is to pull out your I guess the key capex out of your air network. So, I mean, key risks facing their fiscal 25 we can talk about later, but thus far, pretty strong execution.
So as we look at FedEx here, and we're seeing a lot of price target hikes, and for example, Raymond James put a 335. Oppenheimer has maintains an outperforming equal weight from Wells Fargo. You have a market perform, Scott. No price target just this moment. It's at 292. Where do you think it could be headed?
Yeah, it's. I think the quarter was fine. It was pretty much in line. They had a good fiscal 24 on a lot of cost takeout, and it looks like that cost takeout will persist to next year. But the guide for fiscal 25 was that the midpoint was consistent with consensus. I think the excitement in the stock is predominantly on this announcement that they are pursuing strategic alternatives or exploring them, assessing them, I believe is the word, for their freight business, which is their North American less than truckload business. The pure plays in the industry trade at much higher multiples than FedEx. So if they choose to, it would be a very large sale. It would be a very large enterprise value if they try to sell it. But they could spin it out, and that would probably fetch a really nice multiple. It could be very accretive to FedEx overall. So I think that's where the excitement is, and we're going to have to see. The management they announced it, but then they didn't share a lot more about it. They asked just to let them have until the end of the calendar year to really do a deep dive assessment on it. So we're in a wait and see mode on that, but a very interesting development.
How likely do you think it is that they will do that when you look at that, Scott?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think that they've been getting a lot of investor feedback that it should be something they should consider. The one kind of flip side of this is, as Anthony mentioned, they've been consolidating the business, consolidating the operations and reporting of their express and their ground business. Freight has been on its own, but they also speak a lot to integrating the operations of freight, where they would use its network on the ground as they take more airplanes out of the air to move more on the ground, which would be less expensive. So it's been a part of their plans as they're consolidating their segments operationally. Okay. So a spin-off, they would have to structure it where they were still able to obviously have a significant amount of control over where those assets are.
Yeah, and Anthony, I mentioned that possible spinoff of the freight biz in the intro. How likely do you think that is? Do you think it's probably a good move for them to execute that? And where does UPS fit in this picture? I mean, we've seen a lot of cost cuts, and that's one of the reasons why FedEx did so well. You know, can we compare FedEx to UPS? Is that apples to apples right now?
So I'll attack the first point briefly. So it's a bit difficult to say as to whether or not it's, you know, a smart decision, yes or no. LTL has definitely been the shining bright spot of the transportation and logistics industry for quite some time, given the, I guess, generally better demand-supply dynamics there. One thing our experts are saying, though, is beware the potential for excess capacity entering the market. There's a lot of terminal and fleet capacity that has yet to sort of come back into the market from the Yellow bankruptcy proceedings and the auctions related to that. And there is the potential that we've seen a delay and time lag in, you know, some of the biggest purchasers in those auctions actually moving into the terminals and bringing that capacity into market. So that's the first point, you know, whether it's smart, yes or no, there's still risks. Secondly, is if we think about how UPS fits into this. So obviously a big thing that happened in, you know, the past couple of quarters is UPS winning the U.S. Postal Service contract. And, you know, a lot of the fear is that FedEx is going to get a big hit out of this. They identified a $500 million potential operating profit loss that they're planning for in the next fiscal year. And our experts say it could be higher at like $800 million in recurring operating profit loss to UPS. Now, one thing that we have to consider is that this is a pretty difficult contract to service. You know, there's a low timeline for implementation, and the service standards are pretty punitive. So actually, it could end up being something that hurts UPS and actually benefits FedEx, because it allows them to free those resources that they previously had to have trapped up in that, you know, difficult contract. And then generally speaking, just very quickly on the UPS FedEx thing, it really depends on sort of how FedEx executes on the rest of Drive and Network 2.0. If they can pull this off and they keep their contractor model, which by the way is a big if, then they will most likely come out being long-term the lower cost national carrier versus UPS, and that will benefit them. However, we could see service hits because of this network consolidation, and obviously if they get regulated by NLRA and, you know, move away from the contractor model, difficult to see how they can compete.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, FedEx hitting new highs today, as high as $294.75, and certainly has been a great performer year to date, up 15%. Scott Schneeberger and Anthony DeRuyter, great to see you both. Thanks, Scott and Anthony. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalides. I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the watch list. Join me then and download our free Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Fast Market is next.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 or $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
All right, now let's head down to the lot where Tom Brady is.
This year. As a reminder, the rules of conduct for the meeting are posted on our virtual meeting website. We ask that you follow them to help the meeting run smoothly. Other members of NVIDIA's management who are on the line with me today are Jensen Huang, President, Chief Executive Officer, and Director, Colette Kress, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, and Timothy Teeter, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. I would also like to introduce the outside members of our board who are in attendance. Rob Burgess, Tench Cox, John DeBeery, Persis Drell, Don Hudson, Harvey Jones, Melissa Laura, Steve Neal, Brooke Sewell, Artie Shaw, and Mark Stevens. Finally, I would like to introduce Sarah Beelard from PricewaterhouseCoopers, our independent registered public accounting firm. After the formal portion of the meeting and Jensen's business update, we will set aside some time for questions. I will now turn the meeting over to Tim.
Thanks, Simona. Good morning and welcome to our 2024 annual meeting, which will now officially come to order. Jensen will serve as chairman, and I will serve as the secretary and conduct the procedural portion of the meeting. First, a few housekeeping items. We have opened the online portal for stockholders to vote their shares, and I'll make an announcement when the polls are about to be closed. Stockholders may ask questions during the meeting. If you have a question, please enter it into the portal. As stated in our rules of conduct, the meeting is not to be used as a forum to present general, economic, political, or other views that are not directly related to our business, the business of the meeting, or for matters of individual concern. In fairness to all attendees, we will limit each stockholder to one question. We may provide a single response to multiple questions generally asking the same or similar things. After the conclusion of the meeting, we will publish the questions, if pertinent to NVIDIA's business or the business of the meeting, along with our responses on our investor relations website. During this meeting, we may make forward-looking statements based on current expectations. These forward-looking statements are subject to a number of significant risks and uncertainties, and our actual results may differ materially. For a discussion of factors that could affect our future financial results and business, please refer to the reports we may file from time to time with the Securities and Exchange Commission, including our annual report on Form 10-K and our quarterly report on Form 10-Q. All of our statements are made as of June 26, 2024, based on information available to us as of today, and except as required by law, we assume no obligation to update them. We will address the matters described in our proxy statement dated May 14, 2024. Following Jensen's business update, the polls will be closed. We'll announce preliminary voting results, and then the official portion of the meeting will be adjourned. I have a complete list of the stockholders of record of NVIDIA's common stock on the April 29, 2024 record date for this meeting. I also have an affidavit from Broadridge certifying that they commenced the mailing of proxy materials on May 14, 2024. I'm appointing Chris Woods of American Election Services, LLC, to act as the Inspector of Elections at this meeting. He will tally the final votes when balloting on all matters is completed. Chris has taken the customary oath of office, and we will file this oath with the records of the meeting. The presence, in person or by proxy, of a majority of the shares entitled to vote at the meeting will constitute a quorum. There were approximately 2.5 billion shares outstanding on a pre-stock split basis on the record date, and Chris has informed me that proxies have been received for approximately 1.9 billion shares, or approximately 79% of the shares outstanding, which constitutes a quorum for today's meeting. Each share of common stock is entitled to one vote. If you are eligible to vote and have not submitted your proxy, or if you want to change your vote, please vote online now. You do not need to vote if you have already sent in your signed proxy or voted online or by telephone. Your votes will be counted automatically. The time is 9:05 a.m. and the polls are currently open for voting. There are 4 items of business for this meeting. First, the election of Rob Burgess, Hench Cox, John DeBerry, Persis Drell, Jensen Huang, Don Hudson, Harvey Jones, Melissa Laura, Steve Neal, Brooke Sewell, Artie Shaw, and Mark Stevens to serve as directors until our 2025 annual meeting. Second, the approval of the compensation of our named executive officers for fiscal 2024 as disclosed in our proxy statement. Third, the ratification of PwC as our independent registered public accounting firm for fiscal 2025. And fourth, the approval of a stockholder proposal to replace the supermajority voting provisions in our charter and bylaws with a simple majority voting standard. At this time, we would like to introduce John Chevedden to present his proposal. Mr. Chevedden, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Hello, this this is John Chevedden. Proposal 4, simple majority vote. Shareholders request that the Board of Directors take the necessary steps so that each voting requirement in the Charter and bylaws that calls for a greater than simple majority vote be replaced by a requirement for a majority of the shares voted for and against such proposals, or a simple majority. This includes making the necessary changes in plain English. Shareholders are willing to pay a premium for shares of companies that have excellent corporate governance. Supermajority voting requirements have been found to be one of 6 entrenching mechanisms that are negatively related to company performance, according to What Matters in Corporate Governance by Lucian Bebchuk of the Harvard Law School. Supermajority requirements can be used to block initiatives supported by most shareholders but opposed by a status quo management. This proposal topic won from 74% to 88% support at Weyerhaeuser, Alcoa, Waste Management, Goldman Sachs, First Energy, and Macy's. These votes would have been higher than 74% to 88% if small shareholders had access to independent proxy voting advice. This proposal also received overwhelming 98% support at the 2023 annual meeting of American Airlines and the Carlyle Group. The Board of Directors is not opposed to this proposal, which should open the floodgates for shareholders to vote in favor. The Board of Directors has no good reason to have any reservation about supporting this proposal. According to the Board of Directors statement next to this proposal, the only reason to maintain the present 7-pronged 67% shareholder approval requirements is to avoid a situation that is highly unlikely to occur. That is, a large number of NVIDIA shareholders failing to vote at the annual meeting. Plus, the Board of Directors is already in a powerful position to make sure that such a highly unlikely situation, a large number of NVIDIA shareholders failing to vote at the annual meeting, will never occur, should there be the slightest hint that it might occur. Please vote yes. Simple majority vote, Proposal 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chevedden. As the company has not received notice from any of its stockholders of any other matter to be considered at today's meeting, no other proposals will be addressed. If you have not voted and intend to vote, or if you want to change your vote, please do so online now. Proxies, votes, or any changes or revocations submitted after the closing of the polls will not be accepted. I'll turn it over to Jensen for a business update, following which we will announce the preliminary results of the meeting and then answer stockholder questions.
Thanks, Tim. Accelerated computing and AI are the most consequential technologies of our time. Modern computing started 60 years ago with the IBM System 360. The basic principles of its general purpose computing architecture still govern today's computer industry. For nearly a decade, as the performance scaling of general purpose processing has slowed, while computing demand continued, an exponentially growing performance to demand deficit has built up. If unchecked, this computing energy and cost inflation will stifle every industry. NVIDIA's accelerated computing has stepped in to the breach to meet the exponentially growing computing deficit. After 2 decades of work to reinvent the entire computing stack, NVIDIA accelerated computing has created a path forward at just the right time. NVIDIA accelerated computing has been described as a time machine for scientists to see the future, an instrument of discovery for the Da Vinci's and Einsteins of our time. From NVIDIA accelerated computing emerged generative AI. The result of over a decade and billions of dollars of investment, NVIDIA has made possible for the first time the production of our most valuable resource, intelligence. Like the AC generation plants invented by Nikola Tesla, NVIDIA's supercomputers are AI generation plants, or AI factories. We've started a new industrial revolution to mass produce digital intelligence. To seize this generational opportunity, companies and countries around the world are building NVIDIA-powered AI factories to process, refine, and manufacture intelligence from data. Intelligence in the form of digital tokens is a new kind of commodity, a new product, and it will create new revenue opportunities for the world's $100 trillion of industries. For the computer industry, generative AI represents a fundamental shift. Every layer of the computing stack is being reinvented. Where we once wrote software programs to execute explicit instructions, now we prompt large language models with our intentions. Computers are now intention-driven rather than instruction-driven. Tell a computer what you want, and it will figure out how to accomplish this goal. A complete reinvention of our industry, from how computers are designed, to how software is developed, to what software can do, will expand the horizons of every industry. A new industrial revolution has begun. Soon, every industry will be transformed. The historic nature of this moment is evident in our numbers. For FY24, revenue was up 126% to a record $60.9 billion. GAAP diluted earnings per share pre-split was $11.93, up 586% from a year ago. Demand for Hopper architecture products remains strong, and Blackwell, its successor, has been broadly adopted by the industry. By customer demand, ecosystem adoption, and bookings, the Blackwell architecture platform will likely be the most successful product in our history, and even for the entire computer history. Full year gaming revenue rose 15% to $10.4 billion on strong demand for our GeForce RTX GPU. Full year revenue for professional visualization rose 1% to $1.6 billion. And automotive full year revenue rose 21% to $1.1 billion. NVIDIA accelerated computing has reached a tipping point and achieved a virtuous cycle. The significant CUDA installed base attracts developers and applications, which attract resellers reaching customers, which expands the installed base to attract more developers. CUDA, our parallel computing model, sits at the heart. It offers developers an unparalleled toolkit with over 300 libraries, 600 AI models, numerous SDKs, and supports 3,700 GPU accelerated applications. This has resulted in a rich ecosystem that spans more than 5 million developers and 40,000 companies and thousands of generative AI companies building on NVIDIA. Accelerated computing is incredibly fast, but not quick to adopt. It has taken NVIDIA over 20 years to reach the CUDA tipping point. Applications must be rewritten to suit the new architecture and complex algorithms embedded in our CUDA libraries. Here are some examples of the hundreds of CUDA libraries. cuDNN, our renowned deep learning library, provides optimized kernels that accelerates neural network computations. Ariel, our CUDA engine for 5G radio access networks, is paving the way for a software-defined and AI-driven telecom industry. cuLitho addresses the computational challenges in lithography, the critical stage of chip manufacturing. Accelerated computing is sweeping across healthcare as digital biology and generative AI revolutionize drug discovery, surgery, medical imaging, wearable devices to patient care. Our partners include Amgen, Genentech, Johnson & Johnson MedTech, Medtronic, and hundreds of startups transforming healthcare into one of the world's largest tech industries. Just one example, our Parabricks CUDA library streamlines gene sequencing alignment and variant calling, offering the highest throughput in gene sequencing. In climate science, NVIDIA CoreDiff powers Earth-2, a digital twin that emulates Earth's weather and climate systems. CoreDiff is NVIDIA's generative AI model that predicts weather patterns 12 times higher in resolution, from 25 kilometer to 2 kilometer, and 3,000 times more energy efficiently than traditional physical simulation methods. Accelerated computing is sustainable computing. Every application that can be accelerated should be going forward. CUDA libraries activate NVIDIA accelerated computing for new application domains and open new markets and growth opportunities for our partner ecosystem. The world's $1 trillion of data centers should be modernized with accelerated computing. This year, we launched some of the most important products in our history. This is Blackwell. It starts with the most advanced GPU, designed for trillion parameter scale generative AI, and our fifth generation NVLink, which connects up to 576 Blackwell GPUs into one super GPU, up from just 8 Hopper GPUs. And compared to previous generation Hopper, Blackwell can train large language models with only a quarter of the GPUs and a quarter of the energy, showcasing a 25 times reduction in cost of ownership and energy consumption when inferencing frontier large language models. NVIDIA's offering starts with the most advanced GPU, but an AI factory is much more, combining Blackwell GPUs, NVLink, Grace CPUs, Quantum and Spectrum-X switches, and a rich ecosystem of software, systems, and data center partners. The Blackwell platform will be adopted by every major cloud service provider, server maker, and leading AI companies, including Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, Tesla, and xAI. PC users have always been able to get the software they needed quickly and easily. Now, we're introducing a new way to distribute AI models. We call this new capability NVIDIA Inference Microservices, or NIMs. NIMs deliver enterprise-grade, optimized generative AI that runs on CUDA everywhere, from the cloud to on-prem data centers to RTX AI PCs, through our expansive network of ecosystem partners. NIMs integrate CUDA libraries, optimized inference engines, industry standard APIs, and AI model support into containers for straightforward deployment. These containerized pre-trained AI-in-a-box microservices enable enterprises across all industries to evolve into AI-driven companies. Adobe, Cadence, CrowdStrike, Getty Images, SAP, ServiceNow, Shutterstock, and others were among the first to access NIMs. More than 250 technology and platform providers are embedding NIMs into their services. And in healthcare, NIMs are already powering foundation models in drug discovery, medical imaging, and genomics. The next wave of AI is set to automate the $50 trillion in heavy industries. Soon, robotics factories will orchestrate robots that build products that are robotic. We developed Omniverse, a revolutionary virtual world simulation platform where the physical and digital world converge for developers to create robotic systems. Within Omniverse, industrial companies design, integrate, simulate, and operate digital twins of robotic systems, like factories, robots, and products. Omniverse is pioneering an open standard, open universal scene description format to seamlessly integrate industry-leading tools from design to manufacturing, allowing companies to create comprehensive digital twins that optimize the entire production life cycle. Self-driving cars are kind of a robot. The automotive industry has been an early adopter of NVIDIA Omniverse as it seeks to digitalize its entire workflow, from design to build, simulation and operation, and even experience its factories and cars virtually. The new era of manufacturing is coming. Thousands of new and established companies are building robots and robotic systems. These companies will have two factories, one to build the physical robots and another, an AI factory, to manufacture the intelligence that drives them. Generative AI and robotics are opening new growth opportunities, as well as drive a new level of productivity for the $50 trillion manufacturing industries. The next industrial revolution has begun. AI factories are producing a revolutionary commodity, tokens of digital intelligence. These AI factories are setting the stage for generative AI to become a multi-trillion-dollar industry and transform every industry. And the rise of sovereign AI in countries like Japan, Canada, and France, among many others, is a testament to the universal recognition of the importance of developing one's own AI capabilities, adapted for each nation's language and culture. Just 12 years after AlexNet, which was trained on two NVIDIA GTX 580 GPUs, stunned the computing world and ignited the Big Bang of modern AI. We are now beginning to realize the immense transformative potential before us. No one knew how far deep learning would take us. No one knew how far it would scale. I want to take this opportunity to thank the many researchers and scientists and developers, ecosystem partners, customers, and employees who dedicated themselves to explore what was a $0 billion market with us. We've reinvented NVIDIA, the computer industry, and very likely the world.
Thanks, Jensen. The time is 9:23 a.m., and the polls are now closed. The preliminary report of the Inspector of Elections covering the proposals presented at this meeting is as follows. First, each of the 12 director nominees on the ballot has been elected to serve until our 2025 annual meeting and until his or her successor is elected or appointed. Proposal 2, to approve the fiscal 2024 compensation of our named executive officers as disclosed in our proxy statement, has been approved. Proposal 3, to ratify PwC as NVIDIA's independent registered public accounting firm for fiscal 2025, has been approved. Proposal 4, to approve a stockholder proposal to replace the supermajority voting provisions in our charter and bylaws with a simple majority voting standard, has been approved. A full tally of the votes will be published in a Form 8-K, which we expect to file with the SEC within 4 business days. That concludes the formal portion of today's annual meeting, and I now declare the official portion of the meeting adjourned. I'll turn it over to Simona for stockholder questions.
Thanks, Tim. We'll now move to Q&A. We grouped together duplicative questions that we received to streamline the discussion. For our first question, Jensen, can you discuss NVIDIA's strategy for maintaining its competitive edge? What are your thoughts on the threat of other players in the industry developing competitive products?
Over a decade ago, we envisioned a new opportunity and dove into deep learning, systematically reinventing everything: the GPUs, interconnects, the systems, the networking, and of course, the software. We invested billions pushing into the unknown, extending the frontier of computing technology. Thousands of engineers have worked for a decade on deep learning, advancing and scaling without knowing how far we could take the technology. We transformed our company end to end to become a full stack data center scale AI systems and platform company. Today, we continue to push the frontiers of accelerated computing and AI. Our competitive advantage is our expertise, scale, and velocity to create the most advanced and end-to-end optimized AI computing systems, create new markets for them, and attract the world's developers while delivering extraordinary value to our customers. NVIDIA offers customers the lowest total cost of ownership through exceptional performance delivered by innovations at every layer of the stack, from chips to systems to software and algorithms. And the NVIDIA platform is broadly available through every major cloud provider and computer maker, creating a large and attractive install base for developers and customers, which makes our platform more valuable to our customers. NVIDIA has achieved a virtuous cycle.
For our next question, what are NVIDIA's plans for quantum computing development?
Practical quantum computing is still a couple of decades away, and when it arrives, computing algorithms will be a combination of accelerated and quantum approaches. NVIDIA CUDA Quantum is a platform for quantum computing and algorithm researchers to solve challenges on the road to useful quantum computing. We're partnering with the entire ecosystem, from the development of quantum algorithms, the design of higher fidelity qubits, the development of novel error correction techniques, to the calibration and optimal control of quantum device. NVIDIA's CUDA Quantum is an essential platform for the quantum computing community. Though no one knows which qubit technology will end up in useful quantum computers, NVIDIA's role in powering them is certain. NVIDIA is not building a quantum computer. We're building the platform essential for all quantum computers.
Thank you. Our next question is, what is the company's diversification strategy, particularly into the pharmaceutical industry?
NVIDIA is an accelerated computing platform company. We address multiple industries, from healthcare to automotive, manufacturing, financial services, energy, retail, gaming, and many others. Through a combination of our hardware systems and domain-specific software stacks, and a rich ecosystem of partners and developers. AI has sparked the next industrial revolution. It will transform every industry. Innovation in healthcare, drug discovery in particular, will be supercharged by generative AI. For the first time, we can represent and understand the meaning of the two things that describe drugs, biology and chemistry, in a computer. This is paving the way for rise of computer-aided drug discovery, which should help the pharmaceutical industry become more efficient and effective in finding drugs for specific diseases and even specific people someday. We have built many enabling components, including our BioNeMo generative AI platform for drug discovery and our Parabricks software for genomics to make computer-aided drug discovery possible. And we're working with leaders in the field from Amgen to Genentech to Recursion, all of whom are already making rapid progress on the NVIDIA platform. Healthcare, automotive, and digital manufacturing are among the largest vertical industries we serve, with the highest potential for the impact that we make and the size of the opportunity. But the NVIDIA computing platform can support all $100 trillion worth of vertical industries worldwide, and we expect that to lead to increased diversification in the types of workloads and customers we serve.
Next, could you talk about our strategy to address the current semiconductor supply chain challenges? How does NVIDIA ensure a stable supply of semiconductors for its customers?
NVIDIA has the expertise and scale to develop a resilient supply chain. We will continue pursuing flexibility and redundancy in our supply chain, evaluating and quantifying multiple suppliers for components and processes that we use to build our products. In addition, we have strong relationships with our suppliers, and we may enter into long-term agreements to ensure supply and prepay for manufacturing or other key capacities.
What is NVIDIA doing to ensure that artificial intelligence has proper guardrails?
NVIDIA is actively shaping AI safety and ethics. We are members of safety initiatives in the US, EU, and UK. We are at the forefront of standard-setting bodies like the IEEE and the Content Authenticity Initiative, crafting guidelines that will govern the AI landscape for generations to come. Our partnerships with state and federal agencies ensure that we together are thoughtfully and collaboratively addressing challenges like content safety, model risk mitigation, and data privacy protection. We have also developed and released trustworthy AI technologies, including NeMo Guardrails, an open source tool for language models that allow developers and companies to control or prohibit prompts and outputs. We lead the industry in research and development of active safety computing systems and digital twin simulation platforms to ensure the safe functioning of robotic systems.
Thank you. Can you talk about the company's approach to corporate sustainability matters, including diversity and climate change?
Diversity and inclusion enhance innovation and empower our workforce. We want to attract people who want to do their life's work at NVIDIA and tackle the world's toughest challenges, and are committed to enhancing diversity in our company. Attracting and developing employees with diverse backgrounds and experiences is key to unlocking our full potential in creating groundbreaking products. NVIDIA is at the forefront of energy-efficient accelerated computing. General-purpose computing performance scaling has slowed. Customers are turning to NVIDIA-pioneered accelerated computing as the path to sustainable and cost-effective innovation. NVIDIA is modernizing the world's trillion-dollar data center industry and enabling applications to create remarkable new efficiencies and save incredible amounts of energy in every industry. Accelerated computing is sustainable computing.
Thank you, Jensen. We have now reached the time limit for the 2024 annual meeting, and our program has now concluded. A copy of this webcast will be available online on our website through June 25th, 2025. We look forward to another great year at NVIDIA. Thank you for attending and for your continued support of NVIDIA. Our 2024 annual meeting is now closed.
The conference has now concluded. Thank you for attending today's presentation. You may now disconnect.
All right, what is going on, chat? Hopefully you guys enjoyed the conversation there with the NVIDIA annual earnings. I wanted to kind of quickly just come on and talk about the trades that we're taking if you guys are interested, and also a webinar that we have coming up tomorrow as well. Here's Amazon. I feel like everyone and their mother had been waiting for Amazon to kind of blast through this level of 191.45, and it finally went ahead and did. It tested it right back on the 15-minute as well, and it continued making new highs. So this is a nice little breakout that you're seeing on Amazon. FedEx is another one that we traded during our live trading show. This one was actually called out by Sammy when it kind of bounced back, held strong, and it went all the way up to the targets of 293 and then touched 295 as well. So the main reason I wanted to come on is say we've got a great webinar coming up tomorrow with earnings season that's happening in July. What is it? I think like second half of July is when we kind of officially kick off. You want to learn how to trade earnings seasons. You want to go ahead and join us for the webinar. I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat as well. You've got Sammy, who has such a great track record, over 5,000 trades taken and tracked and publicly disclosed as well. That's going to be happening tomorrow, 10 o'clock here on Benzinga's YouTube. You don't want to miss it. And if you do think you're going to miss it, you can sign up and put your email address there. and we can go ahead and share the recording with you as well. And of course, if you want, you can already go ahead and get a discounted promo code with T3 on the top that you're seeing there. What are my thoughts on NVIDIA? Well, let me just go to NVIDIA real quick. I think I've got some time before my next meeting. Let's go. Let's go to NVIDIA and check it out. Let's see what we've got going on there. So here's the thing. It kind of, if this cracks this 294.34 again, if this 15-minute candle, I'm actually going to go ahead and set an alert right there. If this goes ahead and cracks to the downside, I will go ahead and, short NVIDIA and have my stop loss be the prior bar high is what I'm going to be looking to do. But it's got to go ahead and crack below. It made a low of day, obviously, but it's made higher highs since then. I need it to go ahead and break. And if it kind of breaks this and retest it, I'd be interested in that as well. At the moment, it's below VWAP, which is a yellow line on mine. But taking a look at it, a little bit of a back picture, this might just be AI. Well, if it is just AI, then guess what? It is a damn good AI because I can just click on your link, have it pop up. You can also hear my voice and all that good stuff. Matter of fact, if you want knock jokes, I've got those for you as well.
Lost premise on what's going on with this company. The balance sheet has improved here remarkably. They did a small buyback, if I'm not correct, recently, and I think you could look for this company to actually begin to accelerate the buyback in future quarters.
All right, coming up, we're trading the banks. They've been on fire. They're the third best performing sector to start the year. Moment of truth could be coming today in overtime. When stress test results hit, we're going to break down what is at stake when we come back.
We're back on Halftime. I'm Bertha Coombs with your CNBC News update. The Biden administration announced today that it will lower costs for 64 prescription drugs through inflation penalties on drug makers under the Inflation Reduction Act, meaning some Medicare patients will pay a lower coinsurance rates on a number of cancer treatments during the third quarter from July to September. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services will then send drug makers invoices next year for rebates owed under the program. The Midwest starting recovery efforts from days of flooding that destroyed communities and public facilities. While in Minnesota, local officials continue to monitor the damaged Rapidan Dam for a possible total failure. But no relief yet for the area. More storms are set to hit this week. And the millennial worker sitting next to you at work is most likely in it for the money. ADP's People at Work report surveyed 35,000 workers and found that 56% of millennials prioritize their salary and career progression. The findings suggest millennials rather sacrifice happiness for financial security since experiencing major events such as the financial crisis. Although, at that millennial age, a lot of us are much more in tune with trying to make sure we can get ahead financially.
All right, Bertha, thanks so much. That's Bertha Coombs. Why you're in it for the money, right? You're not a millennial, but...
Scott, I'm whatever I want to be. It's all in the mind. Yeah.
All right. Just want to impart knowledge on our fine viewers.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to answer it that way. That helped you out.
Thank you. Less help next time.
No, you need more,
More
obviously.
me, less you.
All right, let's talk financials. Third best performing sector this year. The banks facing a very big test today in overtime. When stress test results hit, Leslie Picker following the Money Force and joins us at Post 9 with maybe who has the most to lose, who has the most to gain. What do you want to tell us?
So analysts, by and large, are pretty, in consensus in terms of what their loss expectations are from these stress tests. And those loss implications have a direct barometer for the amount of capital that these banks can return. And that's because the scenarios are pretty similar to what we saw last year. Now, what is different from last year is the potential rolling back of the Basel III endgame rules. These are the capital requirements that were proposed last year and were met with a fury of kind of lobbying efforts from the financial services community about what it would mean for lending and what it would mean for the health of the economy. In terms of the buyback assumptions for the specific banks, as you mentioned, Scott, I think we have a full screen that demonstrates this as well, but KBW kind of put into different categories who would have kind of the most positive buyback assumptions versus who would be the most negative. So you can see M&T is in the positive camp, Charles Schwab is in the positive camp, and B of A is in the positive camp relative to street expectations. On the negative side, Citi, US Bancorp, and Wells Fargo are some of the ones to watch there, although Wells Fargo has a tendency over the past few years to perform very well following these stress test results. And by and large, banks have performed very well in the one-day aftermath. I think we also have a nice graphic showing this, the day one price performing, gaining in the last 3 years, each of the last 3 years, and also outperforming the S&P on those respective days in the last 3 years. So while there is a lot kind of baked into these results tonight, it certainly does tend to have kind of a direct aftermath response from the equity market.
Do you have the feeling, just from covering the space and talking to many of the CEOs, as I know you do, that they're clamoring to buy back more stock, to increase their dividends because they know that capital return to shareholders in whatever manner they can do it is what they want?
It's a great question. It's mixed. And to your point, if Basel III endgame, if these capital rules are indeed watered down, you've got these banks that have been hoarding capital in advance of this. They've already started hoarding capital. So they do have a surplus that they could return to shareholders. Loan demand has been slower, maybe than expected, so that could be an alternative use case. That said, we were at JP Morgan's Investor Day meeting last month, I believe. Yeah, it was about a month ago, where Jamie Dimon, the CEO and chairman there, came up on stage and he basically said, well, yes, we are doing
I know
buybacks,
you're alluding to.
But buybacks are actually a gift to exiting shareholders. They are not a gift to our current shareholders. Therefore, he kind of poured cold water on the notion that
he also had a little bit of sticker shock, okay?
Yeah.
I remember he's like, well, we're not going to be buying back a lot of shares at these levels,
Two
right?
times
I
tangible
think
book
that's
value, exactly.
when their stock was at an all-time high, and it had been hitting a new high. So he's looking at it like many shareholders are and saying, wow, the stock's gone up a lot.
Exactly. I believe at the time it was, and it's still trading right around 2 times tangible book, but I believe then it was even over 2 times, which is double that of some of its peers.
What about you? You want buybacks? You want increased dividends? You don't a few of these things?
Well, I think a significant increase in buybacks maybe rescues some of the regional banks. I think that you're continuing to stay high up in quality with large money center banks, because that's where the performance has been year to date, whether that takes you to a JP Morgan, a Goldman Sachs, an American Express, a Citi, Wells. They've all had performance that's rivaling the S&P 500 year to date. So I don't need buybacks to motivate me for large money center banks. If I see buybacks, yeah, but if I see the regional banks maybe increase the buybacks, that piques my interest.
There's also kind of this catch-22 as well, whereby you have this excess capital, but you're kind of lobbying with the government right now to say, no, we need to preserve our capital because we need to lend it out and make sure that, you know, we're participants in the economy. So if you then go back and say, oh, all this capital that we hoarded, now we're just going to give it back to shareholders, that may not necessarily support your case as much for watering down the proposed rules.
Cue the politicians, cue the sirens. Leslie, thank you, as always. Leslie Picker. Still ahead, your best option. Bill Baruch joins us. He's making a big options bet on Micron ahead of the earnings tonight in overtime. He's going to walk us through the trade, and Mike Santoli is going to join us next as well.
Come and make it count.
Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli is here with his midday word. What's on your mind today as you watch these markets?
You know, both respecting the clockwork way the market is sort of remaining intact and keeping the index where it is, and also just wondering if it can possibly keep up this level of kind of ideal harmony that goes with NVIDIA doing what it's doing and then the slack getting picked up elsewhere. I just feel like there was such a fever in terms of short-term trading activity going into the peak in that segment of the market in NVIDIA and related stocks. It's hard for me to believe that kind of 1 week on the sidelines is enough to refresh it. On the other hand, there's not a lot of kind of macro complications entering the picture freshly just now. I do wonder if PCE is going to provide us a little bit of clarity one way or the other on Friday.
Yeah.
You definitely see some attention to yields perking up, 430 on the 10-year, dollar doing what it's doing. Do we have to start paying attention again, as opposed to just the market, in the hall of mirrors? What's the rotation going to do today?
Well, because after the string of hotter than expected inflation reports, then we had a string of lower than expected. Made us feel better, us, the market.
Yes.
Right? So if you have a reversal again, you're susceptible to a jump in yields and then a sell-off.
It's been
in
the story
stocks.
of the last couple of years. And so when you get really comfortable with one leg of the soft landing scenario, growth versus or inflation, you have a questioning period that comes after, because by definition it's going to not necessarily cooperate all along the way. I didn't never think we'd be talking about Canadian and Australian CPI mattering to the U.S. bond market, but apparently that did this morning. So I think it just shows you that we're not free and clear of those concerns, even if the market acquits itself pretty well.
All right, I'll see you at 3. I'll look forward to that, Mike Santoli. Up next, that trade alert on Micron as Bill Baruch makes an options trade ahead of the earnings. He's going to walk you through it next.
read the prospectus.
New money into it.
All right. Can we carry on now?
Sure, be my guest.
Thank you. All right, Micron reports today in overtime. Bill Baruch, we've said he has an options trade he wants to tell you about ahead of the report this evening, joins us now. Tell us about this best option that you found.
Well, we love the name. Micron sits in our top 5 of portfolios, but what I'm talking about today is something I'm doing personally, and it's an option trade. But first, think about Micron here. High bandwidth memory, and I've been talking about it on the show, is going to be a household name. It makes generative AI more efficient, less computing power, and you're starting to see this in the earnings power we've seen from Micron. They've had 4 earnings, the last beat and raise, double beats each of the last 4 earnings reports. And then this market, this stock broke out above $100, ripped higher, and it had a really nice consolidation. What's called an ascending wedge technical pattern, using support now out at the 130 area. So I think the setup is great with the fundamentals, with the beat and raise in the last earnings report. I think we'll see more of that. So that's what I'm basically betting here. This trade is not for the faint of heart. What I'm doing is I'm buying the 155 calls, and I spent $8.20 on those. And to make it cheaper, I sold the 170 calls. So essentially it's a call spread. I sold those for $3.80. The cost here, $4.80. The cost here is $3.40. Now, I've talked about it before on the show, where when I look at a value in an option play, take the width of the spread, it's 15 points here, and I divide the cost within that. I want to see that to be more than 4 points. So I think this is pretty good value going into this earnings play. But if they miss and they whiff here, make no mistake, I'm going to get hit pretty hard on this. My bet, though, is that we could be back up near 165, 170 in the coming weeks.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I appreciate you coming on, talking to us about that ahead of the report in overtime, which, of course, we'll be covering in real time. You have a thought? That's Bill Baruch. You have a thought on Micron?
I don't have a thought on Micron. We've stayed away from Micron, actually, the last several quarters.
Yeah?
I think it's
No
fine.
one likes it?
No, I think it's fine. I don't know it well enough to. It's
fine.
At the very least, you have a whole.
What about you, Bob Hope? You have a thought on it? You got a hope on every. You got a thought on everything.
At the very least, Pee Wee, you've got a long cycle of laptop replacements that are coming out with new AI products.
All right. I hope you join me 3 o'clock on Closing Bell. Take you through the final stretch right up to, of course, that report. We'll see what NVIDIA does, too. The shareholder meeting is, we're told it's over now, and we'll see what else emerges as it relates to that stock. Let's do some finals. Kick these markets around. What do you got?
Edwards Life Sciences. Again, I've got to focus on healthcare. It's one of the names. It's been one of the better performers for us, along with Regeneron and Intuitive Surgical. The intersection of technology and healthcare, I think that's going to be a dynamic for the next several years.
Carrie?
American Tower, AMT, this is a stock that has underperformed, but the need for all types of Wi-Fi and data is going up. It's the largest cell phone company, and they bought a large data center service company, and that should help on the AI front as well.
Joe, thank you for the portfolio review. My final trade is TransDigm. They announced that they're,
They have an investor day today, I think, right?
Yeah, and they reiterated they need to see a 20% IRR on any acquisitions they make. They typically get the IRR performing in excess of that and generating cash flow, EBITDA, above their targets. It's just a great private equity play in aerospace and defense.
I feel like we should expand a little bit more, too, on Amazon, which we told you about in the course of our hour. Topped $2 trillion for the first time ever in market cap. So you have the $3 trillion players like, the NVIDIAs, the Apples, the Microsofts. I think all are still above 3. I could be wrong. Maybe 1 is or 2 has dropped a smidge below that. But then you have the sort of the second tier of like the Amazons of the world, which gets above that milestone, is up, almost 3.5%.
And remember what I said before, cash from operations continues to increase. That's distinctly different than what we've known about this company's the last several years. I think it's up to about $62 billion. Look for them to increase the buyback. Their peers have done it and been rewarded.
All right, that's a good point. We're going to have a few weeks away from mega cap earnings, so that's going to be interesting to see that report. I'll see you on Closing Bell at 3 o'clock. I hope you will join me then. I'll send it to the exchange, which begins now.
And we'll pick it up. Thank you, Scott. Welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead on a very busy hour. NVIDIA's down again with the company's annual shareholder meeting wrapping up right now. We'll bring you the very latest. As you just heard, Micron is also on deck to report after the bell. We'll get the story, the action, and how our trader says to position into the print. Speaking of tech, it's one sector our market guest isn't buying for two reasons, and one of them is pretty contrarian. He'll tell us what those reasons are, what he's buying instead, and one opportunity he says hasn't been this cheap this long since the Great Recession. Plus, the last time the Howard Hughes CEO was on this show, he told us this year would be a golden age for home building, but it's not showing up in the stock, down 25% year to date. And today, another disappointing data point on housing. He's back with an update on what he's seeing on the ground. Let's start, though, with these markets, and Dom Chu with the very latest. Dom.
Still holding steady right now, and it's pretty much mixed, but marginally so. I'll tell you the reasons why here in a bit, but the Dow Industrial is just about flat on the session, only up about 32 points on a basis of 39,145 or thereabouts. So again, pretty much flat. The S&P 500 is at 54.66. It's down about 2 to 3 points, pretty much flat as well. I will just tell you that at the highs of the session, we were up a very modest 6 points and down about 18 points at the low. So again, well off the lows of the session, still though relatively mixed. And the Nasdaq Composite up 0.2%, up 34 points to 17,752. One place we are seeing a bit of market action, though, is what's happening with the transportation index. The Dow Jones Transportation ETF, ticker IYT, is up north of 1% right now, due in large part to the massive outperformance in FedEx shares on the heels of its earnings report from last night. Remember, FedEx is up roughly 14% or so, by far the best performing stock in the S&P. That's pushing this IYT ETF up against its 50-day moving average. The only reason why it's important I bring it up is because it's been about April. We've been contained by this blue line, so we'll see whether or not there's a breakout in play, possibly for this ETF, or if it gets rejected at that level yet again. So we'll keep an eye on the transportation ETF. And then one more place to watch, the stock of the day. For us right now, it's General Mills, one of the worst performers in the S&P 500, the opposite kind of story of FedEx here. Big brand company, Cheerios, Progresso Soup, Blue Buffalo Pet Products and Pet Food. That company is down 4.5%. It was a mixed report. Earnings were better than expected. Its revenue fell just shy of expectations. And some key metrics with regard to its full-year revenue growth forecast also fell shy of the mark as well. That's the reason why we're seeing the weakness in General Mills. Consumer-based company, perhaps another tea leaf. Kelly, in that long string of them about the health of the U.S. consumer. I'll send things back over to you.
Makes sense, Dom. Thank you very much, Dom Chu. NVIDIA is wrapping up its annual shareholder meeting, capping a volatile week for the stock, which is down 12% from its record intraday high last Thursday. Seema Modi is standing by with the latest headlines. Seema.
Kelly, this was CEO Jensen Huang's opportunity to lay out the company's longer-term vision and what he calls is a start of a new industrial revolution. He also provided an update on NVIDIA's Blackwell, the highly anticipated AI platform that is expected to come to market before the end of the year. He didn't really provide an update on the timeline, but Huang does have very, very high hopes.
The Blackwell architecture platform will likely be the most successful product in our history, and even for the entire computer, even of the entire computer history.
Now, Huang went on to outline the role that NVIDIA's Gen AI products are playing across different industries, from healthcare, where it's working with Johnson & Johnson, Medtronic, Amgen on gene sequencing and drug discovery, the cloud players, Meta, Microsoft, Google, among others. Huang also added that NVIDIA is taking a collaborative approach on privacy and regulation, working with state and federal agencies to address these issues. At the start of the meeting, the stock was trading at $124 a share. You'll see it's trading now at $123 and change, Kelly.
Right, Seema, we appreciate it. Stick around because we're going to talk some Micron as well. They're the next big chip stock on deck to report, which brings us to today's earnings exchange. CNBC contributors Tim Seymour is here for the trades on all of these, two consumer names in particular as well. Tim, welcome to you. Before we dive into your trade on Micron, Seema, what can you tell us about the expectations after the bell?
So, Kelly, Micron is getting some love from Citi analysts, naming it its top pick ahead of Micron's earnings report, where all eyes will be on the company's memory chips and its expansion into the AI universe. Their price target is $175. They upped it from $150. Investors, though, will want an update from CEO Sanjay Mehrotra on its dealings with NVIDIA, the production of HBM3E, which is the high bandwidth memory to advance artificial intelligence. The stock has climbed over 60% this year, which has put its valuation into question, although it has sold off in recent days, along with the broader chip sector. So that will be key, Kelly.
All right, Seema, we appreciate it. Tim, with only 2 sell ratings, the street seems pretty bullish on Micron, but you're not a fan.
I'll add a sell rating. I get the AI adjacency. I get the dynamic with HBM, and they certainly have a product. And in terms of the revenue growth, off of some cyclical lows in 23, part of this is a company that was the ultimate cyclical semiconductor, and in a commoditized DRAM and NAND environment. So 23 to 24, either way, was getting better. Inventory levels are a lot better, but the excitement around HBM is part of where, I get it, but I also understand where I don't think they're going to stand alone like NVIDIA does on the AI chip side. I think in memory, there is competition. I think this move in the stock, it's 65 to 70% year to date. It's 225% off of the beginning of 23 when you couldn't get arrested with this stock. So to me, if there is any kind of euphoria or hyperbolic move in AI and AI adjacency, this is the top of the list. So they're going to have to crush it, and they're going to have to really guide. And I understand that the company, look, they're marketing HBM as the complement to AI, a must-have, dynamic. I don't think they're the only ones in the space.
All right. Micron CEO Sanjay Mehrotra, by the way, will sit down with Jim Cramer tomorrow for an exclusive post-earnings interview. That will be at 6 p.m. Eastern, and you won't want to miss it. Tim, as we move on from chips, I want to just hit a couple of other reports on deck, like Levi. And by the way, those shares are up 40% this year because denim's made a comeback among Gen Z. We have Stifel raising its price target on the stock, citing strong consumer action, category relevance. And there's others bullish as well. According to facts that the street doesn't have a single sell rating on Levi's. It's kind of the next Abercrombie, isn't it?
I think they should have some sells on this thing. Again, this is a company that the street's saying is going to go from $1 to $2 in earnings. In other words, they're going to double their earnings profile. They've made certainly some investments into DTC and some digital dynamics that I think are very margin friendly. But again, AI play or yesterday's jeans. I mean, I get that denim is happening. We see the impact that apparently denim trends have had on Lululemon, low rise, wide leg, whatever we're talking about. It's not enough to take this stock to a multiple that just makes no sense. I think consumer discretionary is under pressure. I think the move this stock has had, again, compare this to a pre-COVID world. I don't think their business has been innovated much in the same way other places have. So, no, I'd be a seller of this. This is a move that has gone too far in a street that's saying they're going to double earnings by the end of next year.
Leaning against it. I like it. Levi's CEO Michelle Goss will talk everything from earnings to denim trends tonight with Jim Cramer, 6 p.m. Eastern, Mad Money. It's going to be a fun lineup he's got the next couple days. Finally, Tim McCormick. Those shares are down 7% over the past month as they're struggling last quarter with that private label competition. This is the story across all of consumers. They lifted prices to combat rising input costs. Consumers are pushing back. They're trading down. Citi upgraded the stock earlier this month, citing improving trends in the segment. But do you think that's actually the case?
I think the valuation's now at a place where it's kind of interesting. I mean, the Spice Girls are back, but the Spice trade was like a COVID thing that I don't think it was a once-in-a-generation story. So I think you have a case on multiple. 24 times is 4 turns below the 5-year average. I think the volume growth focus is going to be margin heavy, but I think the street has priced this one in. I think the market is giving you an opportunity.
You would be a buyer here?
Let's put it this way. Of all the stocks we've mentioned today, this is the one that at least has a fundamental story that matches a valuation. I understand the cyclical secular trends that are at work in a couple of the other plays, although I don't know if it's in jeans. But yeah, I can own Spices at 24 times. I also look at that chart. I look at where it's traded. It's a company that gave a pretty good guide at Investor Day in terms of how they're targeting volume growth, and it makes sense to me.
All right, you surprised me. Always full of surprises, Tim. Thank you very much.
That's what I do.
Always appreciate it, Tim Seymour. And McCormick CEO Brendan Foley will be on Power Lunch tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. Now, we've got some other results coming after the bell today, and it's findings from the Fed's bank stress test. We should get them at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, and it comes as the KRE Regional Bank ETF and Bank Index have only posted one positive week in the past 6. And, of course, Moody's recently put those 6 regional banks on downgrade watch due to their CRE exposure. But our next guest says regional banks could fare best under potential new bank capital regulations. Joining me now is Jarrett Seaberg. He's at TD Cowen, along with our very own Leslie Picker. Great to have you both here. Leslie, just kick things off for us. We haven't talked stress tests in quite some time. How significant are these?
Yeah, it's a once-a-year annual test that these banks undergo. This year, as you mentioned, the regional banks, we do see kind of a wider list of 32 banks because the kind of bigger regionals are on an every other year cadence with the stress test. So we will get results from some of those as well after the bell today. And why is this test important, Kelly? Well, it's because it sets a level by which the banks need to kind of hold a certain buffer of capital before they can return any of that capital to shareholders in the form of buybacks and dividends. And so the test basically assesses losses under a severe economic adverse scenario in which the Fed kind of changes every year. And from there, based on the losses that each bank has, they set what's called the stress capital buffer, which essentially determines how much excess capital a bank needs to hold before engaging in any of that capital return. So it's important for shareholders because of the capital return dynamic, and it also is just kind of a good gut check on the health of the banking system as well.
Jarrett, do you think this is going to give bank investors a sigh of relief and an opportunity to enter these stocks again, or could it play out exactly the opposite?
Well, I think this is going to be a good news announcement. I mean, really, it's been a good news announcement for the last decade. The banks do extraordinarily well on this. They understand the test at this point. Even with the curveballs that the Fed is trying to throw with the 4 new exploratory scenarios here, it's hard to see how this isn't going to be, if not a home run, at least a triple for the banks.
So would you say then there's no event risk? In other words, this kind of, and why do you think the regional banks in particular could actually be coming out the best of the bunch?
Yeah, so the regional banks are in a fascinating space right now. I think most of the real focus at the Federal Reserve is on the G-SIBs, and the G-SIBs are those giant banks, the JP Morgans of the world, the names we all know. That's where their real focus is. 2 of the exploratory scenarios only look at the G-SIBs. In addition, a lot of the changes in these new capital rules that the regulators are rushing to get done before the election, they really impact those biggest banks the most and have the least impact on the regionals.
Leslie, let's talk for a second about these exploratory scenarios. It basically means we're going to get more detail on hypothetical problems the banks could face. Do you think that would spook people to kind of look at it in more detail?
Well, the reason they're called exploratory scenarios is because they don't factor into capital levels. So it's basically an additional test for exploratory purposes, but it doesn't have a bearing on how much capital could be returned in the form of buybacks and dividends. So it's kind of just like a test for maybe extra credit. It would be the analogy we could use. But in terms of the day one price performance after these tests, Jarrett is right in that oftentimes they do tend to create kind of an upside surprise, especially ever since they got rid of the pass-fail dynamic a few years ago and replaced it with that stress capital buffer figure that I mentioned earlier. We have a full screen that shows actually the day one price performance relative to the S&P, and each time in 2021, 2022, and 2023, there were gains in the KBW Bank Index and gains that superseded those in the S&P 500. So we'll see if 2024 is kind of more of the same on that front. But the tests have become pretty predictable to model in certain ways. And so it's something that people are assessing well in advance of today's results.
Jarrett, what do you think is a bigger deal? Sure, go ahead.
I just want to add something on the exploratory scenarios. I certainly agree for the regional banks. I do think it could be a bigger deal for the G-SIBs, particularly the 2 looking at essentially stagflation. The G-SIBs hold the vast majority of the industry's assets. So even though we're going to get aggregate results, I do think the market's going to look at those aggregate results and really say, okay, are the examiners now going to come in for some of these biggest banks and say, you need to build capital even beyond what the stress capital buffer says?
Even though Leslie was saying that these are more just fanciful and not really for capital purposes, but do you think they'll still be taken as a way that makes people say, okay, we need to have more on hand?
Correct. So it's part of the discretionary part. When the examiners come in and they meet with management, that's how those results are going to be used. So they won't create the formal capital requirement, But, so much of banking is informal when it comes to supervision, and this will be an important part of that informal oversight.
Then I guess the last question on this, in conjunction with any new capital rules, what do you think is really likely to happen? It's always that's kind of the boogeyman for bank investors, this idea that you might suddenly need a much bigger buffer and have way less earnings power. How likely is that?
Well, Kelly, I mean, who's going to win the election, right? I mean, unfortunately, that's really what it comes down to. If Donald Trump gets a second term, the path forward on capital is going to be a lot better than if Joe Biden gets a second term. And so, things are very election dependent.
Well, maybe it'll come up at the debate tomorrow night, and maybe it won't. There's a few other things to talk about as well, but it's an important one. Thank you both for your time. We appreciate it. Our Leslie Picker and Jarrett Seaberg. Coming up, new home sales, big drop in May, 6-month low. And with prices hitting all-time highs, what will it take to get more buying going? We'll get a C-suite view on the state of the housing market from the head of Howard Hughes next. Plus, Figma's CEO was speaking out for the first time since the collapse of its $20 billion deal with Adobe in December. Regulatory scrutiny played a major role in the breakup. So what's the path forward now? We'll ask him exclusively later on in the show. And as we head to break, here's a look at markets with the Dow near session highs up only 50 points today. The Nasdaq up by 44 for a second straight day despite NVIDIA's decline. S&P fractionally lower. We're back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
So we can help you with a plan that's right for him. Let our expertise round out yours.
Want to speak like a professional? CNBC Make It's brand new online course will teach you how to become an effective communicator and master public speaking. Special offer ends July 10th. Get it now at cnbcmakeit.com/public speaking.
Invest with an advantage with CNBC Pro.
CNBC Pro is for all those investors out there who are following news and trends and want to figure out what to do next.
Become a CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now. The Delaware Skills Center. Get rapid training and certifications in electrical and the hands-on training to become an apprentice of carpentry and welding. Start a career in HVAC as a technician or enter our new plumbing program. Classes designed to get the certifications and hands-on experience you need to qualify for in-demand, life-changing careers. Most classes are 12 weeks or less and free to those who qualify. Career counselors, job placement, and the best instructors.
What are you waiting for? DSC works. Make it happen.
C's baking the house special. Marissa's styling a new look. And Steve's filling his biggest order ever. With the first ever Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. These business owners get 5 years of value on gig speed internet and advanced security. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. So now they can focus on doing what they do best for the next 5 years.
That's a lot of bread.
You got this. The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Switch today for a limited time.
Welcome back to The Exchange. More disappointing housing data. New home sales in May posted the steepest monthly decline since September of 2022 and fell to the lowest level since last November. This, of course, after mortgage rates hit a 2024 high earlier in the month. This data weighing on the builders, with the ITB and XHB both lower over the past week. The XHB down nearly 4%, and with supply also taking high.
You got this.
Welcome back to The Exchange. More disappointing housing data. New home sales in May posted the steepest monthly decline since September of 2022 and fell to the lowest level since last November. This, of course, after mortgage rates hit a 2024 high earlier in the month. This data weighing on the builders, with the ITB and XHB both lower over the past week. The XHB down nearly 4%, and with supply also ticking higher, could this be the start of the cool down some buyers have been waiting for? Joining us is David O'Reilly. He's CEO of Howard Hughes Holdings, which builds and develops communities across the country. David, it's great to have you back. Welcome.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
What's going on? Why did new home sales suddenly stall out?
Oh, I don't think they've stalled out at all. And to be honest, I'm not reading too much into today's report of May's home sales. What I did pay a lot closer attention to was the revision for April. It was up from 634 to 698 that you just showed in that graphic. That's a 10% higher revision. And that's 3 months in a row that we've seen a meaningful higher revision on the following month's report. In our communities, in our largest communities, Summerlin and Bridgeland, which have been ranked 4 and 5 nationally in 2020 or 2023 rather, we're up on home sales, new home sales year to date. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised that if we're sitting here in a month from now and we see that May revision meaningfully higher than what was reported today.
That's a great point. Are you guys among the builders offering buy downs?
So we're selling land to home builders, and we're selling across dozens of different home builders, both regional and national. And almost all of the builders that we're selling land to are offering buy downs, and they're trying to address that affordability with lower mortgage rates going in.
Right, that has been said to be one of the edges that builders can have on kind of the existing home inventory. But, you know, if you step back and think about it, home prices are up 45% since 2020, basically since the pandemic happened, up 45%, and mortgage rates are probably double what they were back then. I mean, how much longer can this all keep going? Is it a permanently higher plateau?
No, look, affordability is incredibly stretched right now. We see that across not just single family for sale, but multifamily as well. What we did see this past quarter by all the builders that reported were average sale prices, ASPs, coming down slightly. And most of the builders reported that that was a product mix. That's consumers buying smaller homes, focused on a lower mortgage payment, getting back into affordability. If you look over the past 20-ish years, have commanded a price premium to existing inventory of about 16%. Over the past several months, that came down to 7%. And then today's results said that that's actually flipped on its head. That new home sales are actually less expensive on a median home price than resales. And I think that shows the consumer adjusting to a smaller home, taking less space, and trying to get back into that range of affordability. Between the smaller home and the rate buy down, I think that things are a little bit better than what the headlines may report.
You know, that's a great point. One of the things that we've heard anecdotally is the Sun Belt has been starting to
All right,
slow
I'm
a little bit.
watching
You guys
ARM
obviously
here,
have big
guys. I
exposure.
didn't
I
know
think
the
it's in
mic
Arizona
was
and
on.
Texas, if I'm not mistaken. Is there now
Let's see, you're
post-COVID, as
starting to
people
get this
return to the office, where
wedge.
the big
Or
kind
you
of
had this
shift
wedge
has already
now.
taken place?
It looks
Are
like you're
these
starting to
markets
get a
resetting little bit?
rejection. Just keep your eyes on
We haven't seen
NVIDIA.
it. We haven't seen it in Arizona. We haven't seen it
Tesla's
in Nevada, and we have not seen it in Texas. Our communities, we're selling homes at a higher price.
I did go after a 120.
And we're selling more homes this year than last year.
I did mention a 120 put here on NVIDIA.
Some of the headline numbers are.
So we rally, we're pulling back. I think this is a really nice pullback. We could look to actually be a buyer here. Let's see if this is a failed breakdown on ARM. I will say that there's some.
On its headline, it could look like doom and gloom, but when you
feel
peel
like
back the onion a little bit and you realize that 9.3 months
I
is
think
made up
number
of
one, it's
lots
too
that have been
early.
sold, new homes under construction, and then standing
I
inventory, which
just-
is the bad news. The standing inventory is less than 20%.
I just have to look at the chart and see.
But
But I'm here. If you guys have any questions, you can post them below.
Lots that have been sold and homes under
Or
construction.
if you guys
that
have
are
any
in all
tickers you guys want
likelihood
to cover,
under contract to be
or
sold.
really
And I
anything,
think that's further
I'm turning
validated
CNBC
by
back
the
on for you.
numbers that we saw in May of new homes available for sale. That's only an increase of 1,000 homes from April.
Yeah.
So I think that further solidifies that the uptick in months of supply is driven by sales.
So, you know, I sit here in New Jersey where there's really not a lot of property that
there
you
hasn't
could build
really
and
been
develop
any
the
news.
kinds of things that you have.
There hasn't really been any news other than Tesla, or I'm sorry, Elon talking to Mark Benioff from CRM.
Absolutely, and I'm sitting here today in our Phoenix office outside of our property at Terra Vallis, which is in the West Valley, and I know there's been a lot of headlines around running out of water.
It's pretty crazy here. This could be a really nice breakout point here for Tesla to run the 200. Let's see. This would be a move to move, if you would consider that the breakout point. And that's right at 200, So you guys know this morning I did not buy the 195 calls because I tried, and then by the time I had the opportunity, I was not paying $2. I was not paying $2 for what we had for the opportunity. You know, I can't do it. You just have to let it go. I just will let it go. The 195s are now 250. I still don't carry it. Even just getting them at like 180, I don't care. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to me because who's to say something would have happened and then, you know, so sometimes you just gotta let them go. I'm gonna watch semiconductors here like ARM and NVIDIA. See if see if we can get a breakout. I'll let you guys know what I do. Rivian. Okay, so Rivian is still breaking down. I took those $15 puts. I don't have that on right now because it really wasn't giving me what I want. It wasn't selling off like I was hoping it would, but these things are up pretty nicely. Not that much, but so I got in these around 65, 63 cents roughly. Can't remember what my exact price was. Like 63, 64, 65. For the 15 puts, I was in those and I got out of those. I think the last one I sold was, I had a limit order. They're around 80 cents. So nice. It's just a small green trade for me today, but it ended up, just had to be patient. I did notice that, okay, so it's a commercial. So I did notice that every pop was getting sold on Rivian. So watch for that. Watch level 2 and your time in sales. It's still up 20%. I should have really. See, the thing is I was hoping that we were going to get a bounce back to like $16, $17, and we never did. Alright, I'm going to keep my focus on semiconductors and pretty much Tesla. Just another frustrating day today. I mean, not too frustrating. It's not like, you know, yesterday was frustrating for a few reasons, but come on, Tesla, what are you doing, man? Tesla should be starting to have an increase in volume, not a decrease here. Like, if this is a real strength type of day, you should start to have volume, like, starting to creep up here, right, into the end of the day. Kind of like a U shape in the volume. Not just dying off and getting lower as it goes. It does explain, though, that this might be the top for a little bit. This was a nice push. We got back above this level. It is some progress that's made. But where... Wait. I was going to say, what just happened there? I'm going to step outside really quickly. I know it. What a breakout day.
I think they can. So the positive news about the Fed on hold is we continue to have pretty interesting.
It's all good. You can't win them all. I don't know why the chat is not popping up.
On a broad-based municipal bond high-grade index, it's about 3.7%. If you tax adjust that,
So weird.
those in the highest income tax bracket, you can get taxable equivalent yields of north of 6%. I think that's awfully compelling. So whether the Fed cuts this year,
BLK, U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit reaffirms ruling that certain closed-end funds.
The yield on a broad-based municipal bond high-grade index, it's about 3.7%.
Why did that pop up again and I didn't... Okay, there it is. For 2024 mid-year outlooks, coverage, topics, U.S. global market, stocks, Schwab Center for Financial Research 2024.
Yeah, it's a good question. I would caveat it, just sort of the comments on the sector by saying
13.15.
within that sector. So the muni market
That's when the
is
message
known
was
for having
sent.
tremendous issuer diversity. I would say that's also prominent in the senior living sector. But there's a couple of factors I think that are sort of pressuring that sector broadly speaking. Costs have gone up a lot in that part of the market. So
Yeah, it's a good question. I would caveat it, just sort of the comments on the sector by saying there's a lot of different issuers within that sector. So the muni market is known for having tremendous issuer diversity. I would say that's also prominent in the senior living sector. But there's a couple of factors I think that are sort of pressuring that sector broadly speaking. Costs have gone up a lot in that part of the market. So the cost to provide services has increased, and so you're seeing a little bit of margin pressure. Again, issuer dependent, but sort of sector wide.
No, it's interesting. It mirrors what's going on more broadly, where things get so expensive at some point, people blanch. What about with higher ed? Is that a similar story, or is it more of a population issue?
Notice that tail that went right off of that level, guys. Let's see here. So you should have a nice run right here off of 194.30 right into like that 200 area.
Demand. So demographics are shifting across the pressure, but issuer dependent.
Where do you see the most exciting opportunity right now?
I'm not sure if you heard
this may
me,
not sound
but
all that exciting, but I think it's pretty interesting value in AAA housing paper. So you can buy bonds around a 4% tax exempt yield, which again, if you think about the benefit of tax exemption, that gets you over to 6.5% taxable equivalent yield. For AAA 5-year duration bonds that can do well in all sorts of environments. So I think that's a pretty interesting opportunity in today's market.
All right, Courtney, thanks so much. Appreciate it today.
Pleasure to be with you.
With Capital Group. Let's get to Tyler Matheson now for the CNBC News Update. Tyler?
Kelly, thank you very much. An Illinois man accused of killing 7 and injuring dozens more at a 2022 Independence Day parade in suburban Chicago rejected a deal to plead guilty to 7 murder charges today. It was a stunning reversal in the courtroom just days before the second anniversary of the attack. Prosecutors said the shooter admitted to the attack, firing from a rooftop along the parade route. Former GOP Congressman Adam Kinzinger endorsed President Biden ahead of Thursday's debate. The ex-Illinois lawmaker said Trump was a threat to every American value. Frequent critic of the former president, Kinzinger was one of 2 Republicans who joined the January 6th committee along with Liz Cheney. He also voted to impeach Trump for inciting the insurrection. And U.S. national soccer team veteran Alex Morgan was left off the roster for this summer's Olympics in Paris. In today's announcement, the 3-time Olympian was the most notable absence, having been named to the squad for several friendlies against South Korea earlier this month. It is the youngest roster, by the way, for the U.S. since 2008. Kelly, back.
Watch if ARM starts to try to break out to the upside here, but I would keep an eye on NVIDIA to kind of see what's going on there.
What he's buying instead. And as we head to break, check out Amazon hitting new all-time highs today, enough to join the $2 trillion club. Doesn't have quite the ring it used to. We're back after this.
It's a beautiful hold there, man. I'm thinking about it. All right, the SPY's holding on, trying to. There's a bit of weakness underneath the SPY, though. You can feel it. I can feel it. Let's see if we can get us a little rally going into the end of the day, but I would be careful, guys, because at any minute this thing can just pull itself back and just start cranking to the downside. All right, so this is after hours. Let's see. And look, we're still underneath Wednesday, Tuesday, Friday, Thursday, so we're still underneath of that, and we are, so we're still down near the dip if we're gonna head higher.
fast small business loan. Go to ondeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Go for the whirls and the twirls. Go for the walks and the rides. Go for the savory and the sweets. Go to celebrate and rejuvenate. Go for the win.
The Fortune Off Backyard Store 4th of July sale is finally here, where you'll save an additional 10% off any dining or seating set, or better yet, 20% off 2 or more sets. Celebrate the 4th in style with the Eastchester Solid Teak Dining now 19.
You know what I really hate?
Sarah getting a pop here. San Diego Romeo Alpha, SCRA.
Oh, come on, man. We can do this.
$5.75.
We can do this.
Small volume now. Up about 1%. Zero prognostics.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to all investors, sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing bell overtime, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
Welcome back. Markets are still keeping a slight hope.
Let's see if it pulls back here. Let's see.
How persistent inflation has proven, he wouldn't be surprised to get a hike before any cut. And because of that, in part at least, he's avoiding tech and playing a bit of defense. Joining us is Philip Palumbo. He's CEO of Palumbo Wealth Management. Going out on a limb here.
CNBC.
Welcome back. Markets are still keeping a slight hope of a July cut on the table ahead of Friday's PCE number. You see that little 10% probability there on the left of your screen. But my next guest says, given how persistent inflation has proven, he wouldn't be surprised to get a hike before any cut. And because of that, in part at least, he's avoiding tech and playing a bit of defense.
I'm watching a lot of things. I'm still watching RIVN. I'm still watching whatchamacallit. I have 2 NVIDIAs here. I'm watching RIVN, DJT. I'm watching the recent. Wait, hold up. Yeah, I'm still watching it. Yeah, I'm still watching it. Okay, so Carvana pulled back off of a double top. This one I'm upset about. Remember when I said I wanted to look at Amazon and we looked at it right before the open market opened? Look at that. That's a fucking move. Look at that, man. Unbelievable. I said I was calling for the 186 to 188. You know, nice pop there to 188, and look at this thing. Like, you guys see why I get frustrated with myself? We were there. We talked about this in the morning. It's unreal.
Opportunities where you got fair market value and what's trading below fair market value. And that's something that I'm looking at on a continuous basis. So if you look at the tech sector, which is great and it's done well, and those are phenomenal businesses that will continue to do well over time, it's just that they're overpriced for what we're looking for. And I think for any investor, it's like buying real estate at a 1 cap or a 2 cap. Nobody would do that. And that's kind of where we're at with technology. But if there are other areas of the market that looks attractive.
I mean, I know some people who will buy it at a 1 cap or a 2 cap and just think, well, prices never come down. I forget what happened last time. Okay, so you're looking at REITs, you're looking at utilities, some specific stocks like Entergy and also Nike. So do you think the stock selection and specific stock holdings is the way to go here? Are you trying to sort of sector time and ride this out?
Yeah, so we have, like we've all been talking about, right? So we have a very narrow market in terms of performance, and I do think that can broaden out. And if it broadens out, if you take a look at utilities right now, that whole sector is trading as cheap as it did back in 08, 09. It's down because of the pressure of rising interest rates. But when you think about that sector, as we think about technology, there's going to be an increase in electricity demand that could rise 2 to 3 times over the next 5 years. And Entergy in the southeast area over there is one particular business that could really thrive. Now, if you look into energy, they're working with companies like Amazon, who's building a $10 billion data center down there, Google and Meta. They have some of the lowest electricity rates there. They're putting together a $33 billion capital investment over the next 5 years. And it's trading right now at a 15% discount to fair market value, dividend of 4.2%, just got an increase of 6% most recently of their dividend. So For me, I just think the risk reward makes more sense in that space than in technology.
I'll just point out the irony that you don't like technology because of rate hikes, but you do like REITs and utilities, which traditionally do the poorest in that situation. But I think it comes back to what you said earlier, which is it's really all about valuation. So it almost makes me wonder, is this even about the Fed at all, or are you really just looking at valuations in the market and sticking with what you think is undervalued?
Yeah, Kelly, the best advice I can give your audience really is that the timing of interest rates, the timing of the economy and markets is really a waste of time. You know, the best thing you can do as an investor, just like I mentioned before, looking at real estate with caps, market caps, or cap rates that make sense at 6%, 7%, and same thing with investments in businesses, right? You're investing in a business that you do the work on intrinsic value, what's it trading at, if it's trading below intrinsic value, high returns on invested capital, lots of free cash flow. And you're patient, which is the edge that we all have as an investor. You know, that's what's going to make the difference over a 3 and 5 year period. And that's just how we look at it here.
All right. Philip, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Kelly.
Philip Palumbo Wealth Management. Take a quick break. After that, Bank of America sticking with its bullish outlook on Rivian, reiterating their $21 price target and a buy. That was 75% upside before today's move, which is on news that EV maker is partnering with Volkswagen. B of A also noting the deal has some positive read-through for Lucid, whose shares are up 4% in sympathy. We will dig into all those details next. Welcome back. Shares of Rivian surging as much as 30% today, up 20% after paring those gains somewhat. All this after announcing a partnership with Volkswagen. Let's get to Phil LeBeau with the details. Big excitement around this, Phil.
CEO RJ Scaringe yesterday. He called this a win-win for Rivian and a win for Volkswagen. So let's break down the deal, and I'll tell you why some are saying, Volkswagen, I'm not sure this is a win for you. The Volkswagen Group will invest up to $5 billion in Rivian. They're also going to form a joint venture that'll focus on software, specifically software for electric vehicles, which is what Volkswagen needs. And then you have Rivian gaining capital, much needed capital, so that it can make it all the way to the beginning of production for its R2 models. Those are going to be smaller, mid-size SUVs at a lower price point. But that production is not expected to begin until 2025. They unveiled this earlier this year, a couple of R2 models that they believe will allow them to tap more into the mainstream market as opposed to where they are with their R1 models right now. But again, that doesn't come until 2025. They're still planning to build a plant in Georgia where production for the R2 will ultimately be moved to. So between now and then, Rivian, when you look at their annual sales, annual deliveries, they're in a bit of a strange spot. They have grown deliveries, but production is going to be capped at 57,000 this year. So that bar right there on the right, it's not going to grow a whole lot. And then you get into 25, and its growth will maybe limited there. So as you take a look at shares of Rivian, keep in mind that they lost $1.4 billion, more than $39,000 per vehicle in the first quarter. So they've still got to pare their losses, and that'll be a focus, no doubt, of the Investor Day tomorrow that Rivian will be hosting. As for Volkswagen, their EV sales were down 3.3% in the first quarter. They have made it a goal to dramatically increase their EV sales worldwide. But they have struggled on the software side. They've struck a similar deal to what they have announced with Rivian, with XPeng out of China. And this is all about getting more efficiency much quicker when it comes to software. And the reason, Kelly, why shares of Volkswagen are not moving higher on this deal is that in the world of autos, joint ventures or partnerships like this between a couple of automakers where one says we're bringing this expertise and another says we're putting in some capital, they don't always work out. Now, this may be the case where it does work out, and Volkswagen does gain software expertise that can help them move much quicker when it comes to electric vehicles. But the history of these types of deals within the auto industry is one where lots of fanfare when they're announced, and then you look back maybe 5 years later and you say, did that really work out? Did it really produce the gains that everybody expect? We'll have to wait and see on Rivian and Volkswagen.
I don't know if you'd say this is a fair comment, Phil. Is it almost fair to say these types of joint ventures rarely work out instead of sometimes don't?
They work out best when it comes to manufacturing efficiencies. In other words, you have a couple of automakers who are saying, look, we're going to be working on drivetrain units together, which you used to see more of that in the 80s and the 90s when everybody was saying, why are we all doing the same thing when we're just trying to get greater efficiency out of, let's say, our engines? That's where you saw the real growth in terms of these deals working. When it comes to deals where one is supposed to bring a certain level of expertise and another is bringing, let's say, capital or their different level of expertise, sometimes it works, but there's no guarantee of that. You've got two companies, you got to see if the cultures get along, et cetera.
I still think of the Ford Rivian example from just recently. Phil, thank you so much. We appreciate it today. Phil Izzo. Hi to Phil Izzo as well. Coming up, European regulators are blocking Adobe's takeover of Figma. They put the kibosh on what would have been one of the biggest acquisitions of a software startup ever. After a $12.5 billion tender offer last month, we'll talk to Figma CEO Dylan Field in his first interview since that Adobe deal fell through. That's next on The Exchange.
BTCTSLA.com.
Welcome back. The fast-growing design startup Figma is hosting its annual conference today in San Francisco, just 6 months after EU regulators pushed back on Adobe's planned $20 billion acquisition of the company. Deirdre Bosa joins us for today's Tech Check with an exclusive with Figma CEO Dylan Field in his first CNBC interview since that deal termination. Deirdre?
Kelly, thank you so much. And we're going to get to some of those reflections on that deal. But let's start with today. We're at Config, some 10,000 people here at Moscone Center in San Francisco. You just stepped off your keynote where you announced a bunch of different artificial intelligence features. When we talk about it on kind of a high level for creatives, it's both a threat and an opportunity. How will generative AI help your design users and programming users?
Yeah, it's a great question. And first of all, thank you for having me and thank you for coming to Config. So yeah, we just got done with our keynote. We announced the AI features, some of the AI features you mentioned, just to illustrate what we announced. It was things like prompt to design, but also all sorts of features that help designers move past roadblocks and speed bumps in their creative process. I think that if you zoom out, the trend that we're on for software is exponential. There's more and more software getting created every year as the world is digitally transforming. And I believe that that trend is actually just that we're just at the start of that exponential curve. And in a world of AI, more software is going to be created than ever before. And so I think the important question that we need to ask is, how do designers make it so that they're able to be even more creative? And in a world where craft is the differentiator, how do we enable their craft? And so that's what we're trying to do with our AI features, is make it so that designers are able to have even more craft and express that through their designs.
Right, kind of supercharge those
Exactly.
powers they already have, which is a common thing that we hear in creative and Gen AI. Which models are powering your AI features?
Yeah, so we're using OpenAI for our LMs, and we're also using a diffusion model hosted by Amazon Titan.
Why those two?
They were the ones that were working well for our use cases. But I mean, the reality is you build all this in a modular way where you can swap out models because the only constant right now is change, and things are rapidly improving and changing.
Are they becoming commoditized? I mean, can you kind of interchange one for another? Do you expect to bring on more?
Yeah, I think it does take work to change out things for other models. I think that we're in a period of just rapid development for this field. I mean, anyone can see that as not only models are getting faster, but prices are decreasing. And I think that, I suspect that we'll start to see some of these model companies specializing more over time. But right now, it definitely feels like a race to me. And so it's been a very interesting time to be an observer and a customer in the space.
Let's talk about pricing, because there's still sort of this unclear path to monetization for generative AI tools and products. Figma AI is going to be in beta mode at first, and you're making that free. What is that going to cost you, and how are you thinking about pricing for an eventual broader rollout?
Yeah, so the way I addressed this today on the stage was I just tried to be as honest as I possibly could with our customers, which is to say that, hey, we're going to eat the cost for 2024 because we don't know how people are going to use these features yet. We don't know what usage looks like. We don't know how many of you will care.
How
we don't
can
know
you
how
predict
good
those
they
costs then?
Well, you can watch how the usage is in the beta. You can see what the costs are, and you can go from there in terms of figuring out what pricing should be. And we just have to be very honest. That's where we're at. And we'll figure out the costs, and we'll clearly communicate those in 2025.
Right. Do you think that the subscription model works that we've seen from some of these other chatbots? Is that how you're thinking about it, as a subscription or per usage basis?
I think we'll definitely have to figure that out over time. We've seen both models work in the space. But I think that the chatbot approach is very different from a product approach.
Right.
And for us, what we care about is making sure that we're not just sprinkling, AI fairy dust on top, but rather really bake in AI functionality deep into the product in order to make a designer's life better. And so that's what you're seeing us do across our product with AI.
There's been some news in the Gen AI world this week regarding Stability AI. This was once a darling that is now trying to revive itself with new funding, a new CEO, involvement from Sean Parker, a figure well known in tech circles. What makes a successful AI company in design? As a CEO of Figma that has this wide distribution reach, what are you looking for?
I think, so a successful AI company in general right now, I think it's hard to know. Just as I think my honest reflection, especially for the foundational tooling. it's a period where I think we'll look back at this period likely the same way we look back at the 2000 period. That's not to say that it's just a bubble and there's a crash, but I mean, there was Amazon, there was Google.
Yeah.
Who are the Amazons and the Googles that we're going to look back on from this era? There will be important companies built. I think that who those companies are, I mean, that's why we're seeing so many dollars flood into space.
Right. Just last question. It's been about 6 months since that deal fell through with Adobe. It was scuttled by regulators. What's your takeaway? And I wonder, would you be willing to go through with another, maybe the right deal if a different set of regulators were in place?
Well, I think that we're very fortunate because looking back at the entire period of the acquisition, we kept our foot on the gas. And that's why we're able to, 6 months afterwards, after it's broken off, have an event like this and announce a ton of stuff on stage at Config, not just our AI features, but tons of improvements to our core Figma Design Editor and also a whole new slides product. And the reason that we're able to do that is because we kept our foot on the gas.
Yeah.
We kept accelerating through that acquisition process.
Right, and I know you've increased your headcount, and you even had a $1 billion breakup fee. I wonder, is an IPO then the eventual goal? Has that changed?
I mean, look, there's two paths in tech when you take VC funding, as you know, right? So either it's M&A or IPO, and we tried one of those. So you can probably guess as to what the other one is that will be in our future.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that right now it's all about, as an independent company, how do we build for our audience, which is people building products, and what can we do to make this as good as possible.
A great indication that you guys haven't taken your foot off the gas. Look forward to seeing what you guys do next. Dylan, thank you so much. Kelly, I'm going to hand it back over to you in the studio.
Deirdre, thank you for that interview. Dylan Field hinting at an IPO for Figma. That's it for The Exchange. I'll see you next on Power Lunch. Don't go anywhere.
There she goes. There she goes.
And I'm gonna see if my 599 starts. Now, the last time I drove this car, the power steering was basically ruined. Mike and Tim replaced the power steering with a new pump that apparently works much better. Okay, let's see here. Key.
TLN Cons, Home Good Retailer Cons, Tax Advisors for Debt and Merger Help. That's Charlie Askin, November, TLNN.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Power Lunch. Alongside Kelly Evans, I'm Tyler Mathis. Glad you could join us. NVIDIA holding its shareholder meeting this afternoon. We'll break down everything we hear from Jensen Huang and company and look forward to Micron earnings after the bell as chips remain a key sector of the market.
Plus, trouble at home. New home sales down more than 11% in May, a day after a big drop in housing-related stocks like Lowe's and Home Depot. We'll talk to an analyst who's upgrading Home Depot today about the weakness in this space. But first, let's get a check on the markets, where you see the Dow hanging on to a gain of 29 points, a little off session highs. S&P negative by 2. NASDAQ positive despite NVIDIA being lower. And shares of Rivian are soaring after reaching a deal with Volkswagen. Although despite today's gain, it's still down 38% this year, while Amazon is hitting a new all-time high and crossing the $2 trillion market cap level for the first time. It's the 5th company to ever do so, following Apple, Microsoft, Google, and NVIDIA. And joining us for the entire hour today is Sarat Sethi, DCLA's managing partner and a CNBC contributor. Sarat, it's great to have you on board. Welcome. Let's start this hour with what we've heard from NVIDIA just this afternoon at their meeting. Seema Modi covering that for us. Seema.
Kelly, there's been plenty of news from NVIDIA over the past 3 months. So at today's shareholder meeting, CEO Jensen Huang really recapped all the different initiatives NVIDIA is working on and drummed up excitement around Blackwell platform, saying it will, quote, likely be the most successful product in our history. Huang also reiterated the role its generative AI products are playing in different industries, from pharmaceuticals, telecom, and the automotive sector, which he says has been in the early innings.
The Blackwell platform will be adopted by every major cloud service provider, server maker, and leading AI companies, including Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, Tesla, and xAI. PC users have always been able to get the software they needed quickly and easily.
All right, so just sort of spanning the different companies in his universe, NVIDIA will continue to invest in AI, quantum computing, and keep in mind the company is expected to generate around $270 billion in cash over the course of the next 3 years. That's according to Melius, and analysts there say there's only so much NVIDIA can spend on research and development and acquisitions due to regulatory headwinds, and therefore a good amount will likely come back to shareholders. That's why they're raising their price target to $160. The stock, we've been watching it today, trading at around $123 and change, still down about 9.5% from its recent high. And it's been interesting to see the number of Wall Street analysts over the last couple of days coming out to defend their bullish targets. Both Cantor Fitzgerald and Citi upping their price targets today. Cantor writing that NVIDIA has created a flywheel effect with developers and customers, naturally creating a challenge for competitors to break into, which has been a part, Tyler, of the bull thesis.
All right, Seema, thanks very much. And our next guest says a brief sell-off in NVIDIA's shares does not derail the company's growth trajectory. It is still and will remain the undisputed leader in the GPU space, a market that he only sees growing from here. He's Daniel Newman, CEO of the Futurum Group. Daniel, welcome. Good to have you with us. Is there anything intrinsically worrisome about a company that basically triples its market value at such a high scale to begin with, from $1 trillion to $3 trillion in such a short period of time? What does it suggest, if anything, about the future trajectory of the stock?
Yeah, you have to look at the trajectory of AI as a whole. When the stock was trading at about 1/10 the value, I said, this is the company to look out for. It had this secular tailwinds that AI is going to deliver to the market. And it was not just selling GPUs, but it's selling the full compute and software stack. And that's so important for people to understand how when you gain a market advantage, and now they have 96, 97% of this GPU space. You heard Jensen on that soundbite talking about having Google and having Amazon and having, every major OEM using its hardware, that this entire trend line, and it's going to flow out to Salesforce, it's going to flow to Microsoft and all its software, and then eventually to the industries. That's what Jensen is saying. That's what investors are betting on. And it's going to be hard for competition. There is no native predator in the wild right now. There's companies trying, but no one can really compete right now with what NVIDIA is doing.
That's the obvious question. When you have 96, 97% of a market area as important and as fundamental to what seems to be happening in the world of computing, let alone commuting, you start to ask, well, where's the competition going to come from? You just don't see it mounting anytime soon.
Yeah, there is competition, and I've said this for some time. You see companies like AWS, Microsoft, they're building their own silicon. AMD, Lisa Su, has shown a compelling forecast and been able to deliver several $1 billion in GPU sales of their MI series. But NVIDIA has such a distinct advantage out of the gate early. You've heard Jensen's been on basically the stage of every major OEM, every major software provider over the last year plus, and they're all building around. Just last week at HPE, they're building their whole AI solution around NVIDIA. So when you look at how this is going to proliferate, I think if you're looking for the risk, it's all about that second network effect. It's, do people start consuming this? Are people going to pay more for their ServiceNow subscriptions and Salesforce? Are the Google users that are getting search going to depend on an NVIDIA trained model, or will they prefer something trained by Google? If any of these other companies can show the same capabilities as NVIDIA, there might be an opportunity for some competition. But I think the market grows, competition comes into play, but not at a big cost to NVIDIA. That's why I see the growth continuing.
What about one of the risks of double ordering? Because everybody's trying to get a chip, and we've seen this in the past when it's happened to other semiconductor companies, and hey, everything is great. Now, all of a sudden, we get a little bit of a slowdown in the economy. Google's advertising revenues come down, or Apple, et cetera, and then all of a sudden, hey, we stop. So where is that kind of in your projections?
Yeah, the sell-in and sell-out are interesting data points to look at. You know, we see TSMC's 3 nanometer and their CoWoS sold out for over the next year, almost 2 years now. So that demand is very clear. You see the HBM memory from Micron, which I'm sure you're going to be talking about on this show, growing. And that's all an effect of the amount of demand that these hyperscalers and, of course, these largest enterprises have for NVIDIA hardware. I, like you, have this one concern, and this one concern is that consumption layer. Who is buying and using and getting productivity and value out of all of this AI? Where are these enterprise use cases that Jensen talked about? And can we start to talk about them at scale and how they're delivering value to pharmaceutical companies, to retailers, home builders? Because I think we're seeing the sell into the hyperscalers, and there's not a lot of risk there. But the sell out into the market, the consumption layer, is where I'm watching very closely.
That's very interesting, because it seems like what you're saying is that here is a product, these GPU chips. Here is a product that has immense potential. But the question is, do the consumers of the product really know how to use it, and more importantly, how to monetize it, either through efficiencies or growth? Am I understanding correctly?
Yeah, I'm looking at use cases both in the enterprise and the consumer. So this killer app that we've had is the LLMs. We're using Perplexity or Google or OpenAI. And then, of course, you see enterprises. I've mentioned ServiceNow, or I've mentioned Salesforce. And how are you helping sell more to your customers because generative AI helps you speed up your communications? I've heard from companies like IBM Consulting that talk about how they are deploying AI to these enterprises and getting solid proof of concepts. Accenture, the same thing. But are these proof of concepts turning into big productivity gains that we believe AI can generate? Because that's going to create the constant upgrade cycle. Jensen wants you to upgrade every year to the next architecture. That's how they keep these numbers growing. That's how they grow into this valuation. It's still very early. Proof of concepts need to be massive deployments across enterprises.
Daniel, thank you very much for your insights today. We appreciate it. We'll have you back soon. Daniel Newman, we thank you. What do you think here, Sarat? I know we've talked NVIDIA. I can't remember whether you still have it or you got rid of it or what.
No, it's our largest holding, and I've been cutting it back for 2 years.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Was you've been trimming, but you can't stay ahead of it.
I mean, you can't stay ahead of it. And I mean, some of these fears are really founded. Some of the issues that we kind of think about internally is to say, what if the usage is not there, right? And if it is, do you need the fastest computing chip from NVIDIA? You know, it's back to the PC, right? Do you need the fastest chip on your PC, or can you just use what was a year old or 2 years old? Who needs the cutting edge? Do you need the fastest chip when you're doing customer service, or maybe you just, use something different? And when that comes up, and maybe AMD comes with a chip, or Google, or somebody else, right? Because right now, it's kind of go back to the Qualcomm story. Remember years ago, everybody was like, wow, we got to pay Qualcomm a royalty. And then all of a sudden, it was kind of like, hey, we've got other chips coming out there. So at some point, this party will slow down, and then what happens to the momentum investors in here? Because it's not just everybody's kind of the long-term investor. You've got the retail investors, you've got momentum investors, you've got index investors. I mean, the thing is 6% of the S&P now. So you put $1 in the S&P, you're buying 6% NVIDIA, you're buying 6% Apple, you're buying 6% or 7% now of Microsoft. So Own it, but be careful as to your size position, because this thing, as you know, 2 days ago or 3 days ago was down 10%. And
When will you've mentioned trimming, but for those who might similarly be, hey, I'm in the stock, when do I know that I want to jump out?
so I look at it as position size. So if it's for us, anything's over 5%, we take it back, we make it down. It's just a diversification. It's our way of saying, look, too good of something, then it kind of comes back. You could have 50 other really good stocks, but if one stock is driving the up and down, it doesn't really matter whether you own anything else. So you just have to be careful. Now, that's the risk as a fiduciary that I'm trying to manage. There are individuals and other people out there say, hey, I don't mind riding the roller coaster because, you know, I'm going to get to the same place in 3 years, but maybe or maybe not.
It's just enforcing a sell discipline, which says if we get above 5%, that's a place where we get a little uncomfortable from portfolio concentration point of view.
For that, volatility, and also there, you know, there are other opportunities in the market too, right? It's kind of like a garden.
There are?
There are plenty of other opportunities. It's just that we focus on 5 or 6 stocks continually, but I still think there is.
Well, we'll get to some of those other opportunities a little bit later. Sarat, thank you. Cal?
As we head to break, let's get a quick power check on the positive side today. FedEx, the shipping logistics company that topped revenue and earnings estimates, and said they're reviewing the operations of the freight business. The shares are rising nearly 15% today. Aptiv is our downside today. The auto parts supplier downgraded to underweight from neutral at Piper Sandler after news of the Rivian Volkswagen partnership. That's your power check. We're back right after this.
Alright guys, girls, anybody that's here, it's 2:14. I'm gonna go make some coffee. I know I said I was, but I didn't get a chance to. Let's see here. It's a nice break. Yeah, watch that 37.50 up there. Keep an eye on that. See if the sellers... You know, this was a low volume break, so just be careful. You start making progress, you know, you're going to start to see a lot more volume step in here. But, yeah, give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Hopefully ARM doesn't decide to break down. I don't think it will, because I think semiconductors are waiting for Micron to report. So if you don't know, Micron has earnings later on, so... I feel like semiconductors are probably going to relax for a little bit, and that could slow down the overall market. I mean, Amazon, that is a frustrating... I got to start just putting these trades on, man. I need your guys' help. So, yo, just put the trade on. Give yourself time, because we could be in Amazon. We could be in that today. We talked about it, Rick. We talked about it before the bell opened. And she finally did the thing, so that and Google. I've been wanting to watch Google. Google's breaking out nicely. Had a really nice day yesterday. Broke out yesterday. Day 2 continuation today. So, but it looks like you're gonna have to buy the dip, guys. That was your dip for now. You know, for now, right? Apple breaking back out to the upside. Microsoft, I haven't really looked at, but Microsoft just hanging out up at highs, like, can't be bearish, too bearish.
Welcome back to Power Lunch.
Until there's a real reason to, you know, that's why I didn't want to get too comfortable with this rotation that everybody kept talking about, because they didn't see it It's been doing it for the past 2 weeks. All right, so give me just a couple minutes. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go throw on a pot of coffee, and we'll see what we can get into going into the bell. We have Micron earnings, and we'll talk more about that and NVIDIA Investor Day.
Right, the average is 17% or something like that. And as I was saying earlier, you know, we're on the Autobahn. We've got the green light. The problem is we have a 5 or 6 month brick wall in front of us called the election, and no one knows, including the market, how this is going to play out. And as a result, you know, there's lots of negative outcomes that could happen. And what's puzzling to us is why that isn't getting discounted a bit. Right?
Is it not? Do you see any signs that Wall Street is not discounting a Trump win here or a Biden win?
It's not much. There's, you know, there's some.
We may know more tomorrow.
There's some stock. Yeah, right. Wow. There's some stock baskets that you can track and follow, and you know, you can also argue that the rest of the market actually isn't as up as much as the technology names. Right.
Because to your point, if you look at equal weighted indexes, they haven't performed, especially in the last 6 weeks. Right. I mean, the equal weighted is 500-600 behind now, just in a matter of weeks. So the market's still focused on the momentum plays, but are we now discounting some of that?
Yeah.
Because if you look below, you know, where are we going to go? And then the other question, to your point, is, you know, where does the House and Senate go to, right? So that politically, and one of the things we always say, and I'd love to get your view on this, is we're always like, look, earnings drive the stock market, the economy, right? But you're getting to a point now, things could change a little bit. At least you get the bump of the Autobahn.
I would argue that earnings drive the long-term nature and arc of the stock market, but emotions drive the shorter-term stuff. And what's odd about this is that you have this big, hairy thing coming at us so fast, and yet the market's sailing along like nothing's wrong. And then, of course, you have 2025. We took a look at inauguration years.
Yeah, what happens then? What happens after?
With an incumbent in an inauguration year, you get sort of middling, but a really wide outcome. Right, there's some really positive years. Think of right after the crash in 08 and 09, right? Same thing after COVID. You had a big year because of that. So there's some outliers that have changed. So it's not as much of a pattern inauguration years, but average is about 6 or 7%. So much lower on the long term. But again, with a wide sort of.
2017 was a pretty good year for stocks. 2021 was a pretty good year for stocks, followed by a bad year in 22.
Correct. Right. So the point is that it's again, investors are just, you know, super optimistic. If you look at all the sentiment indicators, right, they're super optimistic, and yet we've got this really big, unknowable thing coming down the road at us very quickly.
So what does that cause you to do as a money manager?
I think we hedge, right? We hedge a little bit. So, you know, some of the names we talk about in a few minutes are really about smaller and value. Right. One of the things that happened in 2016 when Trump won is one of the great memes of all time, in my opinion, was the baseball cap that said right after Trump won and value stocks started running, it said, you know, Trump, make value great again. Right. And it was terrific. And it was, you know, 3 or 4 months of really strong value stocks. And I think we might see that again because the tariffs might hurt the bigger guys, but help the smaller companies. Rotation. So that's what we're doing. We're actively looking for that kind of name.
What you know, you and I share this value bias, and of course, you know, people come at us.
Says the guy who's NVIDIA is his biggest.
Well, it was a value stock.
It was a value stock.
No, so you know when we bought it in 2016 when it was a gaming stock.
Yeah.
And it was trading in single-digit multiples. If it would not fall into our screen at this point. So, but
right, sectors probably things like finance and energy, because those are the antithesis of all things AI, and they've done so poorly. So we'll see. I mean, you know, but finance, particularly when you're dealing with the small cap index, when you're thinking about small cap value, it's dominated by the financials. So clearly, you want to have some of that because they've done so poorly. Again, it's really talking about ballast. If we get a significant rotation, it's likely to be violent given the incredible move in the tech space.
Let me just quickly mention a couple of the names that are, these are certainly off, well, IBM's not off the radar, but Cord Energy Group, a new energy company, you're saying, pure play in the Bakken. Farmer Mac, which we talk about Freddie, we talk about Fannie, Ginny, Sally. Farmer Mac, Federal Agriculture, another idea there. So you're looking at some really idiosyncratic plays.
We are, but they're not so idiosyncratic. They just NVIDIA and Microsoft and all the rest, right? AGM is planet, and they to create credit agricultural market.
But is it growing 84%?
No, but
that's what an want.
Oh, right. It's only growing its
14%.
for the last 5 years. It's grown its dividend 94% or something like that, right? And the stock trades at 10 times earnings, and it's a money machine, right? You're not going to get rich tomorrow. You're not, and it's not going to triple or quadruple like NVIDIA has, or some of these, Qualcomm doubling in the last 4 months
Congress
or whatever.
is not going to pull out the rug on farmers.
It's not exactly right.
That's an implicit guarantee.
Politically, it's a good thing to have happen. So anyway, we like the name. We've been accumulating. It's small, right? It's not a big name. Cord is an interesting name, just from a Bakken shale perspective. It's getting bigger, and as a result, bigger energy names get bigger multiples. It's involved in the M&A business, right? A very interesting strategy there. And we like IBM as sort of the counterbalance in the large cap tech name. You're getting slight earnings and revenue acceleration, which is important. IBM's been a dog for decades, and we think there's a little bit of movement up in their organic revenue business. Red Hat's doing some good things for them. Watson X gives you sort of optionality in the AI stuff. It's only 15 or 16 times earnings. It's a nice way to counterbalance some of that risk that you're seeing.
For your retirees. But the irony is your retirees are in NVIDIA. They don't even want the IBM. They don't want Farmer
it's too
Mac.
boring.
Touching NVIDIA for IBM, right? Try selling that.
Try selling that, right? Exactly right.
Mike, thanks very much. We appreciate it. Mike Vogel saying, Sarat, please stick around. We'll see more of you this hour.
And further ahead, nuclear energy securing a quiet, albeit impactful victory in Congress, one that could lead to fast approvals, lower fees, and more incentives. Power Lunch will be right back. We'll talk nukes after this.
All right, guys, I am back. Let's see what the SPY ends up doing going into the rest of the afternoon. I'm not sure if we're going to get it tested at pre-market high. We might. But that's up there at 546. So if we do get a break up here and start to regain 545, I may go ahead and trade the SPY here. I might. What's up, Mike? Well, today I was our watch list today was short Rivian, Tesla long, Amazon long, UAL Airlines. We're keeping them on watch. Thank you for bringing that up. As far as buying, okay, so look, United Airlines did go up there and reject 48. So we were waiting for this 48.50 rejection, and we finally got that. So now here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that the airlines may be a bit overdone, even with that bad news. Like, I don't know how much more bad news you can put into the airliners. As far as the stocks are down on their lows, and Delta's really the only one that's hanging out like decently. Like if you go look at American Airlines, like it's at its lows. Love at its lows. Southwest Airlines at its lows. Delta DAL is actually pretty good too. And these are good stocks to trade. Like Delta, so Delta's at its highs. Not at highs. I don't know if it's at highs or not, but it's not like the others where they are really struggling here. Yeah, see, and then if you go to like AAL, like, yeah, like look at American Airlines. It's down at the lows. So I think with that news from Southwest this morning, LUV, that's about it, man. Like, I don't think you can get any more bad news out of these names. Actually, Love's hanging out okay. So, long story short, I'm going to keep my eye on these airlines. Give me 1 second. I have a little snack here. I'm going to eat real quick. We have what's his name talking right now. So let's listen to this real quick. And this, because we had an auction today.
From the low,
a small one.
For any session. Close. The dollar index breakdown, the number one currency that affects it to the tune of 57.6%.
I don't know why it disconnects, man.
Is the euro.
This right AirPod really pisses me off.
At 13.6%. And here's why I brought
Sorry
that
about
up.
that.
Look at the chart of the dollar yen. It is
Give me 1
screaming
second.
against the dollar to the downside, meaning the dollar is moving higher, the yen is moving lower. And if you look at where it's trading today, let's open the chart up. Believe it or not, this is going to be the first time.
There goes DJT again. You're getting that extension move there on DJT. Look for that 20-day moving average at 40 bucks. It's on.
One time, April 28th, just recently, where it traded up and then came down with rumors of an intervention. Don't see any interventions today, and this really is something to pay close attention to, especially with the yen at weak levels and the Japanese, of course, an export economy getting ready to potentially raise interest rates. Tyler, back to you.
Very interesting developments there, Rick Santelli, as you point out. Thanks very much, Rick Santelli. Let's go now to Contessa Brewer, CNBC News Update. Contessa.
Hello, Tyler. The Supreme Court may be ready to grant abortions in Idaho for medical emergencies, according to Bloomberg Law, which reported the opinion was posted in error.
That's ridiculous. Like, yes, the government shouldn't say that you can or can't, but, like, come on. It's just crazy. And again, this isn't personal belief, because, you know, they do believe in it. Incest, rape, health.
The former president of Honduras sentenced today in a New York federal court to 45 years in prison. Juan Orlando Hernandez was convicted in March on charges he let drug traffickers use the military and national police force to get tons of cocaine into the United States. And more than 21 million Miniverse toy sets from MGA Entertainment are being recalled because of potentially hazardous resins. The Consumer Product Safety Commission.
I don't even think people do cocaine really anymore. Already covering it down. Could be a buy. Yes, it did. Well, it did recover, kinda. Like you gotta understand, like, when you get a bounce back like this, like, I know you guys know what you're doing, but, see, the thing is that you're coming in with a gap, right? There's a gap. Comes in with the gap down, so naturally, what happened here? So, yeah, you get that bounce, you fill the gap. Now the question is, like, UAL. This is the level that I'm watching. Do you regain 48.60? All right. Yesterday's low. Now we have the 100-day. So this could be a nice support level here. But look at that volume that came in this morning. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. You know, if you guys want to buy it, I think. You know, I don't know. Here's the thing. It's like. It might be I'm not going to say safe because nothing's safe, but, like, I don't know how much of it, if there is a dividend, how much, you know, I just don't see where airliners, like, I don't know, like, you just have to keep your expectations within an, you know, with about how much you're going to make, you know. We'll see here. Like this could be. Let's see, because the 50 days up here. Let's see. Here's why I was looking at United Airlines. Let's talk about that first. So the reason I chose United okay, is because if you look to the left, you have this previous pivot high, this major level right here, this support level at $48. All right, right here, right there. Goes right here. You see that pivot low, and then what happens is, right? We broke 50. You wicked up there at that $50. That wick went from like 50 to 48, 50 to 48. All right, an area. You come in with the gap down. You break that daily support level, and look at this head and shoulders. That is a clear head and shoulders there, right? There's your left shoulder. There's your head. There's your right shoulder. There's your right shoulder. And then, what happens? Your neckline. There's your neckline right there. And what'd you do? We turn that neckline into resistance. So, naturally, you want to be short up there at $50. Right? $50. We have a structured pattern that's telling us to be short-minded, right? Support at the 50-day, support at the 50-day. The 50-day broke. Then we have news on top of it, okay? And I also mentioned this too. I also said this morning. Like, I am neutral. You have that head and shoulders there. We turned $50 into resistance, and now we filled the gap. So now what am I looking for? This is the gap that I was talking about. You came down. Where did you wick at? You wicked right there, 46.65 at that gap. If we reject this double top, triple top high here at the neckline, right there, right there, right there, these three wicks, right here, right? You see you rejected it, which was the neckline. If we reject this from this gap down, this close from yesterday, and the 100-day, then I would look to break this gap, and I would look for United Airlines. Now, let me finish real quick, though. I would look for United Airlines because, for a couple reasons, you have a gap fill down here at 41. Call it 42. It's like 41.50. The gap fill is at $45. And what do you have at $45? You have the 200-day moving average right there. So what I'm watching for is yesterday's close. I'm watching 48.50. If we keep rejecting 48.50, I will look for the 100-day to break, and I will look for a move, a swing trade for a couple weeks to take us back down into this area, which is 45, 44.50 to meet that 200-day moving average. All right. The other part that I seen that was bullish, so I just pointed out 1, 2, 3, 4, like almost 6 setups to be bearish. The only one pattern that I have to be bullish is that the 100-day moving average is your support and resistance, like to a T. To a T. So it's just letting us know, is it going to be support or is it going to be resistance? And look at the volume today. So we're going to find out if this 100-day moving average is going to break or not. And it's going to come down to like $48, 47, like 47.80. So let's watch and see if we close below the 100-day moving average today. If we do, tomorrow in the Friday, I'm going to look for the 100-day to not be support anymore. I'm going to look for it to be resistance. And I will swing trade this down into the mid 40s, back down to the 200-day. And the 200-day has been an area of support, resistance. We're above it. So I think it's time, feels like it's about time we start revisiting this. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens here. Again, that's a news catalyst that, you know, again, I don't try to predict things. I just, let's see what happens. So be careful. You know, if you are going to be a buyer, that is a good opportunity to be a buyer there at the 100-day moving average.
1.05 million homes a year, and on a year-over-year change basis, it's a couple 100,000 more or less this year versus last year. But the home price appreciation. Do an upgrade project or something along those lines, and possibly get it ready for sale, or even.
This is, if you want to be long, this is where you would be a buyer. This is where you would want to be a buyer. Literally. Like, this is a buy trigger. No, I did not mean to do that. Shit.
You know, you're sort of swimming upstream in that case. Now, in Canada, we have seen over the last few years, Lowe's has actually been a better stock than Home Depot, and part of that is. We have seen over the last few years, Lowe's has actually been a better stock than Home Depot, and part of that is company specific, as Lowe's has closed the margin gap versus Home Depot. But we think that has largely played out. You may or may not recall, we downgraded Lowe's earlier this year after outperforming Home Depot for 6+ years. Now we think it's Home Depot's turn to take leadership again, particularly in a lower rate environment. It's easier for these names when rates come down, and we think if rates do start to come down, the stocks will move higher even before the fundamentals really turn, as investors will anticipate that.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. Michael Baker, we appreciate it. D.A. Davidson. Sarat, you are a Lowe's owner, right?
We are.
They downgraded Lowe's.
Right. I think Lowe's has better room for margin expansion. It trades at 17 times earnings. I'm not a believer in owning, my.
Keep an eye on NVIDIA here at the 20-day moving average too. That might also be a buy. You might be able to. Again, remember, Micron has earnings today, so there is a catalyst in the semiconductor space that could cause for some movement, whether that's to the upside or downside. Let's look here. So, and look, you know what? United Airlines is also up pretty good on the year too. Let's see. So this year, I wonder if they trim. So that it was up 35%. Right now it's 15%. So that is half of where it moved. Yeah, NVIDIA. Keep an eye on this. And this is a good area. Let's see. I want to see if United Airlines holds or not. It could. But beware, because, you know, look at the selling pressure that's been stepping in for the past week. Look at that. You have hardly any buying up there. Just big sell triggers. Right? You had a few back here. Feels like they're all unloading their position is what it feels like. Feels like somebody's taking some of their profits from the year. It's up 36% on the stock alone, so, and that's outside of dividends and stuff, so maybe it is time to start to buy it, but we'll see. Just gotta, we either hold the 100-day moving average or we don't, and we know where we're going. We know where the upside is, and if we want to be a buyer, we got to be a buyer here, and if we want to be a seller or a short seller, you want to be short up there at 48.60 or like, what is that, 48.50. Okay, dude, come, not you guys, but this thing. Wait.
And you get 50 years out of it. I mean, more with wood, you get probably 1 year.
The thing about it, it doesn't look like plastic. From a design perspective, it's beautiful. So for our family, and maybe for yours, there's just so many reasons to have a TimberTech deck. I made a promise to my daughter that I would get my
Nothing is saving on my computer right now. That might be because I ended up it's just weird. Look, there goes NVIDIA. Let's see here. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What you going to do, Vid? Come on. I will say that I'm not sure if it does break right yet because, again, we have Micron earnings, so there is a catalyst. And I don't think NVIDIA is really going to be worried about Micron's earnings like so much as like ARM, Intel, AMD, maybe Qualcomm, Taiwan Semi. You know, Tesla or NVIDIA is its own market share. Like it is the shark in the sea. Or the whale. It's like a whale shark. It's both. It doesn't have to worry about the sharks or the whales or the fish. So let's see here. If you do like, you know, like I said, Amazon, Google, Apple, the overall market, you know, unless we start getting something crazy like unemployment rising, you know, which we'll get that data tomorrow. Like, you know, do we buy this dip? You know, if we're supposed to be buying the dip, we're there right now. We're at the 20-day moving average. That's a nice rally. We pulled back. We've retraced probably just under half of the move, just short of half of the move, maybe. No, that's half. Yeah, that's half. So, which doesn't really matter, but it's kind of telling you like this is the inflection point here. It's like, is yesterday move going to stand, or was yesterday move just a bounce back? It didn't have that much volume. There's still a decent amount of sellers. I think it'll take a little time. Like even if we pull back to 118 or so, even the low hundreds. You just got to think, and like I talked about this morning, is like, you know, I feel like there's going to be a lot more people wanting to buy the dip than there are people consistently selling, because it's going to get to a point where that selling pressure kind of stops, right? Because there's always, like, for the most part, again, without news and like something to set this off, there's always like a number, right? They're wanting to take profits, whether it's 25%. Nobody's going to want to get rid of their whole NVIDIA position, because I'm going to tell you right now, we own it way back in the other hundreds, 200s ago, right? Because there was a stock split in 2020, 2021. All right, we still own it from then, so.
And because they can sell it out to the grid at whatever price there is. The regulated utilities have to keep on going back with the rate case.
Right.
So that's on and kind of saying, why do I want this? Now, we like some of the utilities too. We like AES and Edison. What you're getting there is 6 to 7% earnings growth and a 3 to 4% dividend yield. I will take 10 to 11% earnings growth at a cheaper valuation than the market, because you get.
Which one's that, Mike? What airline are you talking about?
Things in your portfolio.
That's why I'm surprised, Pippa, that the valuations, because our guest last hour also likes energies and notes they're kind of undervalued, historically speaking. And I am a little surprised at that. With all of the hype around AI, that hasn't translated in the utility sector, trading at least above or at historical averages.
Yeah, but I mean, they were under pressure. As Sarat said, there was a rotation out of the group, and in both 2022 and 2023, they underperformed, and they were in the negative, and that was the first time in more than 2 decades when both had negative returns. And so I think there has been so much enthusiasm recently, but it also also petered out in about mid-May or so. We've seen I think an 8% decline
Sorry
since
about
then.
that.
And I think that there's just, I mean, the reason why we've seen such mixed performance across the space, why Constellation and Vistra are up so much more is because they are IPPs. So as Sarat said, their upside is limitless versus a regulated utility where they have to operate within the regulator and they have to bring their rate cases in order to get higher returns.
Very quickly, how much capital spending do these companies have to do?
I mean, it's to the sky,
A lot.
basically. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah, to keep up, well, there's the way it works is transmission lines, distribution lines, so it gets a little complicated in there. But they go back to the regulators for that. So just like you would think they could raise, they can't raise as much as they think they can. But then they can't really, if demand was low, if you remember a couple of years ago during COVID, and all the industries weren't producing.
I wouldn't buy. I mean, me personally, I'd have to do my work. In order for me to be a buyer of any of them, really, like if you guys want me to be honest, I don't own any airlines. I told you guys I would buy Boeing if I got the right price, but in order for me to buy airliners, I need like some horrible bad news. Not horrible, where a plane crashes or anything, but like job losses ramp up and the airliners say, man, we're kind of like, we're stumped. You know, we are going back, not necessarily COVID levels, but like, you know, I need them on the low. Like, if you think about it again, right now, like just what I showed you there, it was either Delta, United Airlines. They were up 36% just this year. Just in 6 months, they were up 36%. I think with this pullback, it was 15. In order for me to buy any of them, I need a pullback. That's the kind of buyer that I am, though, guys. And I can't change it. Like, at least until we get something else in the future. I'm not buying anything for a while. The last thing I bought was Starbucks. Right? And why was that? Because bad news bears. Right? And we all got a part of that. At least I told you guys I was buying it, and we went long. Right? Huge gap down. This is when I want to be a buyer. I can take profits, and I can take I don't do this in my long term, but, you know, there's different ways that you can, you know, I wouldn't buy I'm not buying airliners yet. You know, unless we get, like, United Airlines, Delta. Look, they are starting to pop right now. Let's see if we can't trade them. So Delta's also at the 100-day. Right? Delta's also at the 100-day. Getting some volume there. Let me just say this. The one that, like, looking at the chart, it looks like Delta, and I may be wrong. I think it was either Delta or United Airlines. Are holding up the best. Let me look at this. Hold on.
One of the ways that I think we can combat anti-gay sentiment is first to understand what it means to be gay. For me, at least, it has been a transformative.
I mean, these could be good buys. It's hard to say, man. I just don't see the environment, and maybe they're pricing it in beforehand and they start rallying into the recession. That's usually the case. But I would just trade these and maybe, you know, I don't see a problem with love, but in order for me to buy it, I'm going to be taking profits from somewhere else and putting it in here, and I'm not going to worry about it. And I'm not going to expect to make a whole bunch of money either. So maybe this is good to own for the next 5-10 years. I mean, like, look at this consolidation, right? This is 1998. You get that rally. Pulls back from 1998. And it lasted all the way. So that was a 10-year consolidation. I hope to God you're giving me a decent dividend for 10 years of my life to own it. And then not only that, right? So think about this as an owner. You sat and didn't make any money for 10 years. Then you had to go through, then you were down money 11, 12, 13, 14. And it wasn't until the 15th, 16th year, 15, 16 years, you were break even. Now, I don't know if there's any splits and this, that, and the third or dividend increases, right? Then you had to, like, be not emotional that you wasted half of your life, a quarter of your life on this name to get that rally. So the only way I own them is if it's free. You know what I'm saying? If it's free and something I need. This is why, in my opinion, I want to buy these things on the low. Like, bad news, shit's bad, I need to own it. Yeah. It's hard to say, man. It's hard to say. I mean, it is below its 200-day moving average. So is this all that this has? When did this thing become a name? I like American Airlines. But you know, again, expectations, right? That was the word of the week. You know, you got to set your expectations accordingly. These could be nice for a nice 15-20% gain. You just have to be able to. Here's what I'm getting at, right? I'm talking about my long-term retirement account. I don't like to, like, make money in it and then sell. I want to be able to sit in it. And I feel like if I'm going to be buying any of these airliners, I'm buying it down here and I'm selling it up there. I'm practically trading it. And they are good trading vehicles. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm collecting my 20-30% the minute I get it. You know what I mean? This does look good, right? It does look good, but I want to start seeing it put in some lower highs. I think this is also good to build a position for somebody that doesn't have a lot of money, that like wants to buy like a couple shares every week. What is this, 12, 13 bucks? Like somebody that wants to spend like 100, 200 bucks every week, 100 bucks a week, 200 bucks a month, I don't know. And they have time to just build it, right? And then you get that upside and that can really, you know, so it does have its uses, but I will look at this, but this is, I'm glad, you know, I always look at airlines. I look at them to trade them, though. Again, I just explaining to you guys what I just went through with, like, love, sitting on something for 10, 15 years, not making any money, and then losing money on it, only have to wait 3-4 years later, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for your break-even price, and then you get the rally. So it's tough, man. It's tough. It's a tough business. I'm gonna say that. Humans weren't meant to be 20,000 feet in the air. So, but these stocks do look good, and I think this could be what's going on. Is that I wonder if this is about to rally because we are finally today. You got the Q2 revenue, the guidance, lowered guidance, that, you know, things are coming in. Things aren't as good as people say they are. Like, people are getting yelled at for saying things are bad or things aren't good, and other people are like, oh, they're great. Well, I think airlines are seeing it now, and that's when you have, you know, that forward pricing mechanism where, okay, the bad news is pretty much around the corner. Let's start pricing in the fix of that. I'm not saying that happens now or within the next month, but let's see what happens going into the end of the year, into like next summer, where these airlines are. Like from this June to next June, let's see where they are. See if we can't start to see these things over maybe over the course of like 3 to 4. See, the thing is like a recession's obviously going to take longer. let's see, Mike. I'm kind of there with you. I would like to see if these things are going to start going, but time will tell here, because they haven't recovered like every other stock, right? And this is like you would think people are going to be like, it's going to be a mind fuck when people are like, oh, recession, people are working, people are fine. They go to look at airlines and they start going up, and they're coming off of their lows into the recession, right? Markets rally in recessions. The market rallies for the most part, but we'll see. Remember, we do have earnings tonight. All right, we have Micron earnings, so that could give us this move that we're looking for. I want to pay attention to the overall markets and see if we can't find something here. We did not break above this level on the SPY. So far, you know what? I might end up looking at 544.52 right here for a possible entry if we can hold VWAP for a long, to see if we can't rally into the end of the day. I'm going to see if we can get something like that. I'm going to go grab my cup of coffee and let's get right to it, guys. Let's finish the day off strong.
At the same time, you've got Tesla, you've got the Chinese EVs and the hybrids, and you've got GM and Ford. That space is getting so competitive. It's just, I don't know, the return of capital is going to be even harder.
The Rivian trucks look like trucks. Have you seen the Tesla trucks?
The Tesla trucks.
I have footage.
A couple around my town.
Yeah. You're slowly starting to come out, and you see them.
They look military to me.
Yeah, they look like a spaceship coming out.
Yeah.
Real quickly on the Volkswagen side of this, which I find fascinating, that company is really struggling. They have to figure out how to do this at scale. They keep trying and trying. Remember, they're the ones who hosted Elon Musk for a big, talk, many years ago. Those shares are down, I forget the number, 20% over the past year or something. Is this the right move for them?
I think this is just trying to buy technology, or I wouldn't even say buy it, to partner with somebody who's ahead, but maybe get the scale. I just see the profitability now, given where we are, it's going to be really tough.
They used to say made.
Right, and the production issues that Rivian had. So what is the JV going to have on both sides is going to be interesting, but it's going to be more kind of, hey, we're pushing the.
Let's quickly mention the Biden administration wanting to lower costs for 64 drugs through inflation penalties on drug makers. This law would require drug makers to pay rebates to Medicare if they raise the price of the drug faster, literally, than the inflation rate.
I mean, we're just talking about politics right now, right? I mean,
totally.
Look at the timing of this, given where we are on a Wednesday. What do we have tomorrow?
Yep.
It's already the administration. Again, I'm not being political here, but if you think about what's happening with the PBMs and what's happening with United Health and CVS, so the administration is making a statement, and a stronger statement, that, hey, we are trying to get costs down for healthcare.
Fascinating story in the Times on Sunday about the PBMs. Very, it's a recommended read, folks. All right, Tesla recalling 11,000 of those Cybertrucks we just mentioned over trunk and wiper issues. Tesla told the NHTSA that a trim attached to the trunk bed of certain 2024 Cybertrucks could fall off, creating a road hazard. Also, the motor for the front windshield wiper could fail, and reduce visibility. Well, yes, if the windshield wiper fails, it does reduce visibility.
Indeed, it does. And there's a cottage industry of people following the Cybertrucks around. I've got some footage myself of one on the road. It's not doing anything that exciting as having pieces fall off. It's mostly just sitting in it because I wanted to be at a red light to take the video. This is me, Intrepid.
This is you.
Intrepid. Yeah. They look, and my favorite part of watching these go around town now is when other Tesla drivers go by, they always honk the horn and wave. They do look sci-fi. The key question, though, Sarat, will be if they can literally stay intact enough to
well, if something
together.
Doesn't fall off and the droid comes out, or just, watch what's in there.
They wanted to get rid of some of the side mirrors in order to increase the ability, even more range and so on and so forth. Couldn't get approval to do so.
Sarat, thank you very much for being with us. Always good to have you.
Thank you for having me.
You add a
This
lot
was
every
great.
time.
No, it's
really
a lot of fun.
Really enjoy it.
And thank you all for being here as well. Thanks for watching Power Lunch.
Closing bell starts right now.
All right, Kel, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This mega cap tech name reaching a new milestone today, and it's not NVIDIA. Strike up the band. It's Amazon topping $2 trillion in market cap for the first time ever. We will talk about the stock's supercharged comeback with a shareholder who is buying more today, and we'll do that in just a little bit. In the meantime, take a look at the scorecard with 60 minutes to go in regulation. Get the feeling from looking at the major averages that there's a pretty big wait and see ahead of Friday morning's PCE inflation report. No big bets being put on the table today as a result. Yields, though, have been creeping up, and that's something we're going to keep our eye on over this final stretch as well. There's the 10-year at 431. I did mention NVIDIA earlier. Yes, it is in the news, and it is important today. The company holding its shareholder meeting and talking up its next generation of AI chips as well. We'll have a report on what CEO Jensen Huang told his investors this afternoon. We'll do that in a little bit. It does take us to our talk of the tape, the Amazon resurgence, how it's happened, and where the stock goes from here. Let's bring in CNBC's Kate Rooney, who covers the company, along with Amazon shareholder Stephanie Link of Hightower, also a CNBC contributor. It's good to have you both with us. Steph, I begin with you because you're the person I'm talking about who bought more stock today in this company. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been involved in this name for a while, Scott, as you know, but I was underweight relative to the benchmark, and I wanted to go overweight after I've done a ton of channel checks, which really shows that their momentum is continuing on top line, on margins, on bottom line. So if you step back, North America margins have now beaten for 5 consecutive quarters, and I think they're going to go from something like 4.2% last year to mid-single digits. That's the guidance. But when I look at the components of that, retail is seeing a lot of momentum, and retail margins.
I will say, I love Stephanie Link. Stephanie Link, if you're out there, if you ever hear this, you are the best. I know you're a mother. I'm going to keep it respectful, but I would love to do an interview with you.
Economy remains strong. Advertising certainly is a tailwind, at least the trends that they will see. AWS, they have about a 35% market share, growing upper teens. Only 10% of the workloads are on the cloud, so I think the momentum continues, and they've gotten their groove back for sure, because that really had been the issue that they were struggling with it for a couple of years. And then finally, Scott, the logistics business is seeing amazing efficiencies. So they went to this regionalized strategy, and now they're seeing 45 cents per unit cost reduction as a result of this strategy. And of course, we know last year they delivered $5.9 billion deliveries, packages, and they now have a 27% market share. They're actually growing, and they have a higher market share than FedEx and UPS. They're getting close to the U.S. Postal Office as well. So I like all this stuff. I look at the valuation, one last thing. It's trading at, not cheap, but 13.9 times EBITDA. The last 5 years, it's traded at 17.8 times EBITDA. So I wanted to make it bigger.
Why does everybody do that? They just got to go out the EBITDA. Like they got to say, just say EBITDA. Just say EBITDA. It's okay. Like, is it a New York thing? Like, come on, we know what you mean.
Look, you can call this run in the stock stealth if you want. Maybe the last leg of it has been stealthy just because, NVIDIA sucked all the oxygen out of the room for everybody else. But look at that move then. That's a 3-year chart we're showing you. You lose something and then you gain it back. And how has this happened?
I would say the takeaway, the headline, it's Andy Jassy.
I'm going to make a short and just have a talk with everybody in the row and say, listen, let's stop trying so hard with this EBITDA. EBITDA. Just let it roll off the tongue. You don't have to enforce the TD, like the TDA. I know it can really, you really try to pack it in there, but we know what you mean. Okay? I want to solve this problem.
AWS and AI this year, which is still sort of an open question for Amazon. I think they're seen as a laggard behind the other hyperscalers. But when you look under the hood at e-commerce and the margin structure there, that's really what the sell side has gotten excited about. JP Morgan last week writing about how they're going to be bigger than Walmart this year. Bank of America talking about shipping and logistics really being part of the upside. So it's one of these.
I don't mean to keep stopping it. I just want to let you guys know I'm going through the scanners and stuff right now. I'm kind of just going through right now and seeing what we have here. Top gainers, top losers, all that fun stuff.
The discretionary part of the business, mature no doubt, but nonetheless still obviously an important part of that business. But then you have the AI play, partnerships they've done with Anthropic that, though a laggard, as you said, relative to some of its competitors, has made it more competitive in the AI arms race as well.
I would point out, Scott, to a big leadership change at AWS. So Matt Garman took over for Adam Selipsky, and he is seen as the leader, really a technical sort of engineering type who's been a long-time Amazonian, as they call it. He's been around for a long time, has the respect of executives you talk to at Amazon, and is seen as sort of the person who's going to lead them into this next era of AI, where they've seen it so far as sort of behind, not having one of those leading large language models and just relying on Anthropic, sort of these third-party investments. I would say there's a lot of excitement around what the potential is for Amazon when it comes to artificial intelligence. You know, they've said from a revenue perspective, it's already a multi-billion-dollar run rate opportunity, and they're already seeing it pay off. So I think that's another thing to point to with AWS. I mean, he just took over in the last month or so, but they're seen as more upside there and more opportunity, although they have to be quite careful. You've heard Andy Jassy talk about them not being able to do any sort of M&A, the iRobot deal falling through. And actually, we should also mention Rivian, by the way. Morgan Stanley, or excuse me, Goldman had a note out earlier pointing out
government.
Amazon's massive stake in Rivian. They've got about 150.
A lot of those workers would still have their jobs right now if it wasn't for the government. That government overreach, that is Biden.
Today, not a bad thing at all for Amazon.
Steph, you feel like this momentum has legitimate legs, you know, as we're going to be talking about AI every day. We already are, and we're talking about NVIDIA every day, and we're going to probably be doing that for the foreseeable future. And we're going to be looking at stocks like Meta, which you've been into, which has, you know, had good performance in its own right as well. Is there enough momentum to keep this stock climbing?
I think so. And I think it's not just a top line story anymore, which is what it had been in the past prior to the new CEO, right? Or fairly new CEO. Now you have the margin story. That's why it's so incredibly important. We talk about margins and operating leverage and the power of that. And when you have the two, when you have revenue growth in the double digits and you have operating margins expanding, that leads to massive bottom line numbers, growth. And I think it's just underappreciated what more they can do. That's why I highlighted, I mean, North America retail, North America margins, those are going higher, driven by a lot of things, not only retail and advertising, but also lower shipping costs, better inventory management, automation. So that piece is really set to go higher. And then, of course, yeah, AWS certainly benefiting. And I love that they have gotten back to the industry leader. And upper teens growth is huge for this company. They're massive. So I think those two pieces, along with all these other efficiencies that they're seeing, because they had a massive logistics investment cycle, and now they're starting to see the benefits of that. So you think you have a couple of different ways you can win here.
Still looking up at the NVIDIAs, the Apples, the Microsofts in terms of market cap, but this is a significant day and milestone. Kate, thanks so much. Kate Rooney putting everything into perspective for us. Steph, you're going to stay with us. Let's bring in Brian Levitt of Invesco and Max Kettner of HSBC Global Research. They're going to join the conversation now. It's good to have you here, Brian, here with me on set.
Stay right here.
You look at what Amazon's a good representation of go where the money is, right? I mean, the money has been flowing into these kinds of stocks. Is that how it's going to be as we make the turn into the second half?
I think that's how it's going to be. I mean, ultimately, in order for the market to broaden, you would need a type of catalyst. And what you have in the U.S. actually an economy that's slowing a bit. And so the weight is now.
I don't think we have enough to like. I think the market is going to wait until we get Micron earnings. You know, I'm just trying to find something here. I'm just looking at airlines again, seeing if there's something I don't see to kind of give me conviction. Again, I mean, you're not getting any buying. Here's the second part. Man, I'm just gonna play this, and I'll let you guys know later on.
Huge rally in small caps and.
But if I get short this or if I get long, I'll let you guys know what I do.
pricing out the rate cuts, the leadership has gone back to the mega caps. So right now we're in this environment where the market is sort of aligned with the Fed, and what you'll need likely is greater expectation coming into this market that the inflation story is really behind us, that the Fed can lower rates and the soft landing happens.
Max, how's this market look to you as we're about to head into the second half?
Yeah, it's still risk on for us, really, right? It's still an environment where we still want to be overweight equities. We're actually still maximum overweight in high yield credit because things are generally still looking pretty good. I do note, however, I think one of the risks for the second half of the year is really on the inflation side still. I know it's pretty boring and we keep talking about the same thing over and over again. And you guys just mentioned at the start of the year we had 6-7 rate cuts. We're now at like close to 2 rate cuts by the end of the year. And the problem that I see is when we look at short-term inflation expectations at the start of the year, if you look at 2-year break-evens, for example, 2-year market-based inflation expectation, we started at 2%. So the market decided really at the end of last year, okay, inflation is done. We've had the downside surprises. We're pretty much done. The Fed needs to cut very, very aggressively. And then obviously we had this January, February story around residual seasonality, and we had this merely 8 basis point upside surprise in headline inflation in March, and that made the market freak out. Let's remember just 2 months ago, when we looked at the number of stories mentioning things like stagflation, they were actually shooting higher in April. Right? People were really talking about stagflation. The worry I have now is that market-based inflation expectations have made a round trip. They're back to 2%. So I'm not really worried that it's going to go through the roof. But I'm a bit worried that we've buried the inflation theme a little bit too prematurely, just like we did at the start of the year.
So then you, Max, think that this Friday's PCE report could be the deciding factor as to at least the start of the second half?
Remember, somebody came in high yesterday, and people weren't expecting it. All right, so that there still is that opportunity that you could get one of these numbers that come in well above expectation. It doesn't feel like that's going to happen if you're to look at prices across the board and kind of like what's going on in your hometown. Maybe it's different for you. Maybe you again, just because something happens where I'm at or doesn't mean it's going to happen to where you're at. But anyway, if you look at everything, it just feels like China's opened up. I don't know what they did in the 70s, or what was going on, but it kind of feels like we're back to normal, or pretty much on that path. But somebody else reported, and it came in a lot higher, so.
PMIs, all this stuff that's actually underestimated growth in the last 2 years anyway. So I'm a bit concerned that once again, we might see 1 or 2 data points on the growth side that surprise to the upside. And we're going to get another couple of days like today where yields shoot higher. And at some point, it's going to affect equities. Does that mean it's going to derail equities or high yield? Absolutely not. It's good for a couple of % of a setback here or there. But those are continuing to be buying opportunity.
Agree?
I take the other side of that, actually. When it goes to that inflation growth debate, see, I'm on the same side with regards to risk assets. That's the irony of it. I still favor risk assets as well, but I take the other side with regards to the growth inflation debate. I believe that the inflation story is increasingly passé. We already have the core personal consumption expenditure, which is the Fed's preferred measure, at 275. In a world where the Fed funds rate is 5.25 to 5.50, that suggests it's too tight to me. And what I worry about is you're starting to see a little bit of cracking in the labor market. Nothing crazy, but a little bit of weakness, in Empire PMI, the Philly Fed. You're starting to see a little bit of weakness. And what I worry is that if we're too focused on inflation, we're focusing on the wrong battle. And so I would like to see the Federal Reserve start to lower rates. I would like to get out ahead of that rather than wait for cracks in the economy. I suspect that a recession is still not the base case, but I would argue that growth is the bigger risk than inflation.
It's funny you say that. I mean, that's the view largely of Mohamed El-Arian, who was with us yesterday on this very program and suggested that the Fed's already late for many of the reasons that you suggested. He would suggest that they do cut preemptively to prevent the economy from falling out of bed unnecessarily. Steph, the risks around the Fed, We haven't obsessed about the Fed a lot lately. We just haven't. We've been obsessing about NVIDIA. We've been busy. But also for the right reasons. There's, we sort of wrote the Fed cut off for a while. We haven't had to think about it. But now we're going to get a PCE.
It's funny they're talking about this. You remember what the Fed lady said yesterday? Right? Remember, it's only June. We haven't even gotten to July yet. She doesn't see any rate cuts this year. And they're trying 6 months earlier, which is a decent time. They're trying to get them to cut 6 months when they're saying, yo, we don't see any. Like, they keep talking. This is why nobody gives them any credit. Again, this is why Powell also can do whatever he wants. They could all vote to not cut it all the next meeting, and he could. I mean, it's...
You still have historically low initial claims. So I add it all up, Scott, and I don't think it's going to be the 3.1 in GDP that Atlanta Tracker is going at right now. I think it's going to be more like 2%. 2% gets me mid-single-digit earnings growth, revenue growth with a little bit of margin help on the inflation front coming down. I think you could see double-digit earnings, and that's what stocks and investors that have invested stocks care the most about. So I think earnings are going to surprise to the upside. And if the Fed comes back into the discussion, it comes back into the discussion, but it's the data that we have to pay attention to. We have to see where the economy is going to grow, and I think it's going to be 2.5%.
And the kinds of stocks, outside of Amazon, let's say, the kinds of stocks that you
start seeing earnings people picking where they choose to spend their money, and you're going to see some areas benefit more than others. Whether it's a new iPhone, I think. You're going to just start seeing that, right? I think you're really going to see, if you were to look at it as a whole, where and how people spend money, I think you're going to see the consumer picking where they spend. Like, not so much like Dick's and Cabela's or like a, I don't know.
9%. So if we just go back to 2.5%, that's still above trend, but certainly it is slowing. But it's not recession in my mind, number one. Number two, I think not my entire portfolio is cyclicals, but that's where I see the value, especially in the financials, especially in the industrials. We talk about onshoring all the time. We talk about the very strong backlogs that these companies are building that really haven't even been recognized yet. I think energy is sort of interesting too, as you know. But on the flip side, look what I just added to. I just added to Amazon, right?
So I said outside of that. I know that. Well, I got you on that. But you added to Home Depot. You added to Home Depot too.
Outside of that, I've added to a couple of different things. Like we talked about Seagate, right? We talked about Lam Research. I just added to Home Depot because I don't think that a 4% drop yesterday was warranted, and I don't think it's totally underperformed. I do think we're at a trough or the low point in housing, especially since the 30-year fix has gone from 7.8% last October. Right now it's at 6.9. I think it's going to continue to come down because I think interest rates are going to come down gradually. They're going to stay elevated, but they're going to come down gradually. This company is the best in the business. It's trading at a 4-year discount to its average. It's easy comparisons. They just made an acquisition, so they feel good about their business overall. And I think it's just going to take a little bit of time, but I do think housing is certainly an area that I still remain very positive about.
You want to take the other side of that trade as well?
Well, look, I mean, it depends on the time horizon we're talking about here. You think about housing over time, it's structurally a good story. This is a country, a lot of 30-year-olds, not enough homes available. My point is just to say that things are moderating here from what had been a very strong environment that had some power to it from all the stimulus that we provided.
My point is this: if these kinds of stocks aren't working all that well when the economy is doing very well,
why in a slowdown?
Why in a slowdown or even a slightly more moderate growth environment are they all of a sudden going to start doing well?
Right, and the expectation would have to be, again, what we talked about last year, the 6 rate cuts.
Without rate cuts on top of that.
So you would need rate cuts without the recession, right? That is a good place for markets historically. That is a good place for cyclicals, and you would need the expectation of that. Right now, where we are, slowing and investors not expecting a lot from the Fed, I think that, in many ways that, the mega cap story continues.
All right. Well, it's certainly continuing today in terms of the stocks that we talked about at the very top with Amazon as Steph buys more of it. $2 trillion in market cap. Guys, thanks so much. Max, we'll talk to you soon. Steph, of course, you as well. And Brian, thanks for being here.
Everybody
at Post 9.
getting
We do have some
shots.
news out of the CDC. Angelica Peoples is here with those breaking details. What are we
The
learning?
government singing
Hey,
Tupac.
Scott. Yeah, we are getting new RSV vaccine recommendations out of the CDC's vaccine advisors. They're now recommending that everyone 75 and up get an RSV vaccine if they have not already. Now, they're saying that people between the ages of 60 and 74 should get one only if they're at high risk of serious illness. And this is a change from last year when the CDC said that everyone 60 and up should consider getting it in conversation with their doctor. And it sounds like it's a little bit of a nuance here, but they're trying to make it so that people who are at the highest risk actually get this vaccine. And they're saying that they found that this is the most.
If you're not one to get RSV, why the hell would you go get the shot? If you don't get RSV, people who have RSV get RSV frequently. It's just something that,
floor. Now, remember, there are going to be 3 RSV vaccines available. There's one from Pfizer, GSK, and now Moderna. And we are seeing Moderna shares down sharply today because they presented some new data showing that their vaccine doesn't look to be as effective as the other ones after about a year and a half. So we'll keep an eye on this and come back to you with anything else. Scott?
All right, then we appreciate that update. Angelica Peoples, thanks so much for that. Let's send it now to Pippa Stevens for a look at the biggest names moving into the close today. Pippa.
Hey, Scott. General Mills is lower after a mixed Q4 report.
Yo.
Drop in quarterly sales hurt by lower demand.
I wish
snack
they'd start
bars
letting me
and
know
pet
what I gotta
food,
do,
as well
or
as
what
higher
it is that I
input
can do
costs.
to be like. Do I gotta
EPS
be
did
funny?
beat the street, but the company's
Do I
annual
gotta-
profit
you know what I mean?
forecast is below
Do I gotta bring the
estimates
secretary
due to
in
cost
here or what?
pressures. And Albemarle is the
I
second
gotta
best
start- I
performer
gotta-
in the S&P
I gotta
500
hook up,
today,
like,
up about
today,
7%
right now, the camera-
after
the
telling
camera light
Reuters
is
it's
on.
planning more lithium auctions
So,
in
I'm
an
gonna
effort
figure
to
out
increase
how,
pricing
like, because it was
transparency.
starting to get
The company
frustrating,
losing
like, the
half its
camera just
value in the last
would
year
freeze on me,
amid a collapse in lithium
and
prices. Scott?
I don't know.
All right, Pippa, appreciate it.
You know,
Pippa
I don't know
Stevens,
if
we're
it's
just
like
getting
gotta
started.
Update
Tech trade.
OBS.
NASDAQ having a strong run. It's trying for its best month of the year. Deepwater Asset Management. Doug Clinton is.
See, that whole time I thought you guys couldn't hear, so I didn't think that stuff was. I knew it was playing. I just thought my AirPods went out and you guys couldn't hear it. But anyway, just forget what I was saying. So Rivian's still pulling back. If Rivian does continue to bounce, or if we can get a bounce like into the end of the day, I might think about getting more, like staying on this trade and getting back in it. Because I still think Rivian should eventually be back down here like $13.50, $12. I just don't think that there's enough here when you sell a vehicle at 60,000, 80,000, 100 grand that people, I can just say this, right? As for depending on what you're trying to do, like if you have the money, you want to buy a nice car and you're going to buy an electric car, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to buy a Lucid. You're going to buy a Lucid. You're going to buy a Lucid Sapphire. It's so much better than a Tesla Plaid. It's just when you see it, you see the color, the carbon fiber trim, like it's just. So my parents had one. Let's see here. And I was just like, I was in awe. Like seriously, I was like, wow. The color of it was just. Let me see here. I don't know if you guys have ever seen them. But anyway, I don't think you're going to waste your money if you're trying to save money or if you want something nice. It's probably not going to be a Rivian. No matter how much Volkswagen does. Like, I think you're going to want to choose one of those, then, you know, you'd probably choose a Volkswagen over a Rivian. This thing does not do justice this is just these colors, like, it doesn't do it justice on the computer. It really doesn't. Like, it really doesn't. The interior.
This is the Lucid Air Sapphire, and I'm going to show you how it'll destroy a Tesla Model S Plaid.
Look at those wheels.
Just like the Plaid, the Sapphire has 3 motors, but this one makes 1,200 horsepower and can do 0 to 60 in under 2 seconds. It's also track ready with these center lock 20-inch wheels with 10-piston carbon ceramic brakes and larger 21-inch wheels in the back with unique Michelin Pilot Sport Force tires made specifically for this car. But you still get the largest front trunk space in its class and this huge trunk opening with even more storage underneath. Inside, you get these 18-way sport bucket seats that are heated, cooled, and massage you. This 34-inch 5K screen, and if you touch the screen right here, it slides in for you, give you access to more storage space. It also has unique dark chrome trim and carbon fiber aero caps, which increases range by 10 miles. And there's a unique carbon fiber spoiler, which is how you know this is the Lucid Air Sapphire, and I'm going to show you how it'll destroy a Tesla Model S Plaid.
You probably didn't see that.
Just
So the bottom trim. That's what I'm saying, right? So it's like you're probably going to buy a Tesla. If you want something nice, if it's electric, you might get a Lucid, Sapphire, Ferrari. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I just don't see how any of this helps Rivian out make sales in an era where we're going to come into tightening. Like, they're going to sell. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, like, nobody's going to buy them. I just don't think that this is going to... This is not some type of news that's going to elevate sales to, like, a whole nother level. You know, unless they can figure something out. I don't know. You know, the thing is that's cool. They do have little SUVs, so that does separate them. You know, I don't really know what... I mean, from what I've seen, they have, like, the trucks. So they have like these little SUV Bronco type things, which is cool, but it's ugly. It's ugly. I'd rather have a Mark II Volkswagen. I'd rather have an old Jetta than this thing. Like look at that. Like, it's kind of big, but it's like, I don't know, man. I just don't. I'm not really digging it. I mean, I'm not saying that it's like ugly, but it's just like versus what's out there. Like, just don't know, man. I think they need to redesign and really think about what it, like, this look doesn't look bad. It has some more detail. There's just no detail at all. And I know why. It's because they're trying to be as aerodynamic as they can with it being electric, but I don't know, man. I just think if you have a choice, whether you have unlimited money or a budget, this probably isn't the type of vehicle you're going to buy. Maybe it is, but I think there's a seldom few that are going to do this. I think you're going to rather have, or I think people are going to have a Tesla, or if they're going to spend a lot of money, 90 grand. Again, none of this is cheap. I can show you guys. I'm pretty sure. 62,000, 78 grand. Guys, come on. Do you know what I'm saying? You give me 80 grand, do you know what I'm doing? I am not buying this piece of shit. I am not buying that. I would much rather buy a Z06, a cheap-ass Tesla, and a Z06 for that money. Like, not a brand new Z06, obviously. Give me a C6 Z06, like a 2010, 2011, 2012, and I'll go buy a cheap model Tesla Model 3. Or I'll just buy a Model 3 and save my money. And, bro, you can even get a Cybertruck for 72 grand now. They're almost there. They were MSRP, like 100 grand. Like, this is why I'm short Rivian. You know, they got to do something with the design. They got to do something with the price. I know they're starting out. I just, you know, they have one over at the shop, but I don't know. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying I don't like them. I just think, as far as a consumer, if they have a choice and they have 70 grand, what are you going to do with it? You're probably more likely to buy a GMC Envoy fully loaded than one of those. So, am I wrong? Can I get some feedback? What do you guys think? I want to interact with y'all. What do you guys think? Am I wrong? You know? And you could always buy a 599 with an Enzo V12 engine in it too. You could always go down that route. But anyway, let's go over here. DJT, second run up for DJT.
We got nothing to worry about. With E-Trade from Morgan Stanley, we're ready for whatever gets served up. Dude, you gotta work on your trash talk. I'd rather work on saving for retirement or college. Since you like to get schooled. That's a pretty good burn, right? Got him.
Bro, even Morgan Stanley's putting out commercials that are pretty. It just feels like they're diabolical. Like they're, I don't know, man. I think the CEO's kind of. I think there's something with him, man. I really do. Alright, so here we go. What time is this? 3:30? Are we going to get a nice little run up into the end of the day? Alright, let's see here. Let's see. I kind of want to try. Let's see, what do we got here? Let's go to Trading View. That way I have... Let me throw this away. Alright. So we still did not get over 545. That's a shame. That is a shame. That's a shame. Alright, we got to get over 545, guys. Wait, that's the Qs. So the Qs are lacking right now. The Qs are actually making a lower high. Man, that sucks. Why are the Qs down so much? I don't understand. I'm not sure why. What communication services is... What names are down that bad?
Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I am Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a statin to reduce cholesterol. But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels. That's why my doctor recommended Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10.
I don't even know what the hell a CoQ10 is.
The brand I trust.
Alright guys, so watch this level here on the Qs at 479.50. I will say I would like to try to break this level and run a test of 546. This is very low volume consolidation here on the S&Ps. Fascinating conversation. I'm so tired of these charts. Okay, so the Dow is up. And it is above yesterday's close. The IWM is still down. I just don't want to get caught with the yen carry trade here. That's like this. Come on.
And meme stocks came back in the spring, and they continue to be a threat. So those two headwinds are really taking, having people take stock of what's.
Oh, that's why, guys. I'm sorry. It was typing it in the chat. Wait, what's going on? USD JPY. That's what's going. That's what it was. Okay, so
overly exposed to or heavily exposed to mega cap trade. What results are you showing?
Yeah, I think that is the question.
all right, what do we have here? So it's a nice resistance. So they were talking about intervention here. We should, I might actually look something up. Let's go. Let's learn. So I'm gonna look at it right now, but I'm gonna trade the whatchamacallits.
Well, I mean, traditionally that's when hedge funds are supposed to do their best. They may not get all of the upside, but they certainly are supposed to protect you from some of the downside that can come from increased volatility.
And we've seen that. I think in May, particularly with the meme stocks, what you saw is hedge funds that had diversified portfolios, that had tight risk management, continued to do well. So I think when looking at the story of hedge fund performance, it's not just about the upside, it's also the downside protection, which will become much more relevant.
Why is everyone concerned about the Japanese yen? The Japanese yen has been a topic of concern due to its significant depreciation against the US dollar. Here are the key reasons for the concern. Interest rate differential. The gap between Japan's low interest rates and the higher rates in the United States is driving investors to offload the yen in favor of the dollar, seeking better returns on investments like government bonds. A weaker yen increases the cost of imports, affecting consumer prices and household spending, which can have a broader impact on the Japanese economy. Long-term trend, the yen has been continual slide since 2021, losing more than 1/3 of its value over the past 3 years, raising concerns about its long-term prospects. Market dynamics. The yen falls to its lowest level since April 1990 and prompted speculation about potential intervention by the Japanese authorities to support the currencies. I think they said they're going to wait for inflation data, CPI, whatever. Demographic and economic challenges. Japanese stagnant economic growth over the past 3 decades and status as the world's most indebted nation, coupled with low birth rate and an aging population, contribute to the weak yen. These factors combined to create a complex situation that affects not only Japanese economy but also international trade and finance, hence the widespread concern. Sounds like a stock market crash. Sounds like a stock market crash. Anyway, alright, there we go. I should have been long already, bro. Fuck. Alright, guys, let's do it. Let's go to the SPY. I'm going to look at tomorrow's contracts. You still got to get up over that 545. Got to get over 545. And a mean rejection. Mean rejection. Mean rejection. Alright, let me... Alright, come on, Q. The Q's got to get above. There they go. They did it. They did it. Alright, I'm going to put on a small little trade here. Small little bet. A small little bet that we get a nice little yonder move back to 548. 548. 540. Whoa, this is tomorrow? Are you serious? Bro. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Are you serious? Give it to me, gang.
Your skeleton can support 2 times your weight. It's in your nature to stand strong. Supplement your bones with high absorption magnesium.
Shit.
Nature's value.
Alright, guys. I just took that.
Transfer a self-directed individual multiple social media reports of a coup in Bolivia with
Hold up.
soldiers and tanks roaming the streets.
Uh-oh. Tanks roaming the streets. Tanks and roaming the streets. I just bought the high. I just got in it. When I said I didn't get in it, or when I said that I got in it, I wasn't in it because I don't think it changed that much. Wait, 5. I didn't even look at volume or anything, bro. Fuck. Yeah, I just bought the dip. I just bought the high, guys. It's all good. Alright. Yeah. That's not a good look. It's not a good look. Let's see. So this was... Today's Wednesday, correct? Yeah. Today's Wednesday. Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday. So I'm trying to see if we can get a test up there at Thursday's low. And I would like to try to get up here, guys, to like 547. I would really like to try to get up there. I did. Yeah, it was running up. It was running up. Yep. It's like I said, look for that 20-day moving average. Is what I would be looking for. Nice job, Brandon. Nice fucking job, bro. Nice job. This was a nice call out Friday. Been on this trade for about a week now. Been long since Friday. I'm pretty sure it was Friday when it started to break out. Alright, so I just took a long on the SPY. We'll see what happens. I think we can. But I'm also not surprised. Like, I don't have much conviction either way. Honestly. I honestly don't have much conviction either way. I don't know if we're going to get a rally, and I'm just going to be just playing, being played like a fiddle here, but I'm tired of seeing us consolidate and then break out higher. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I do feel like the longer we sit here, we only ran one test Monday to test that close. So I would like to try it one more time. Maybe I should back this trade up with a small put. What do you guys think? Like a far out of the money. So if I get something for like 10, 15 cents. Wait. You know what I could do? I could spend like a third of the money, a third of it, and go for triple leveraged. Forgot about that. I don't ever implement those like I should. Alright, so let's see here. Thursday and the Friday, we might start to pull back. You had that tail from last week. Last week's tail. The beginning of this week, we're in the second half, so let's see what tomorrow and Friday bring. Have we ever had tails like to the upside? Not really. Nope. So those tails coming from that away usually indicate we're going down. Alright, let me what is that? 542? 542. I'm gonna look for. I'm gonna try and put on I'm putting on. I might put on a spread here.
Embracing visibility, companies can unlock this potential.
Yeah.
So any pre-launch concerns? What if nobody buys them? That's me. Or what if everybody buys them? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. That's probably not going to happen. Can we handle that kind of traffic? The network can handle it. I downloaded 8 hours of true crime stories just during our last video call. I'm learning a lot.
As a builder, it just makes sense. When we decided to take
That's the one thing I didn't do. I kind of just reacted and did not go through the checklist. It's important to go through the checklist. If you don't go through the checklist, you can get hurt.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need indeed. I need indeed.
Delivers quality candidates matching
I
your
need
job
indeed.
description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Tomorrow's going to be a big day. Just so everybody's clear, I think tomorrow we're going to have some really good. This week's actually been a really fun trading week. I'm happy that you guys have been with us. You know, I only hear back from a few of you guys, but It's been a fun trading week. You know, the overall SPY and Qs haven't really done much, but okay, and look here. What do you guys also notice, right? You're starting to see the sell volume really start to stick itself out there. I may end up...
Coming up after the close, earnings from Micron Technology at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Expecting earnings of 46 cents, revenues of $6.19 billion. Also coming up after the close,
I don't want to spend an assload of money, but...
FUL HB Fuller, LEVI, Levi Strauss, and later on BB Blackberry reporting after the close.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our
Coming up at 4:30 p.m., the Federal Reserve Bank stress test results.
Like, that volume is really getting us hurt here. I still think we have some room to go higher, though. And we could... It's very rare, but we could do it on, like, no volume, but it's very rare. So... we'll see what happens. I'm going to let it ride. I'm going to let it ride. It's just, I just don't like that we can't get through this level, and I bought it to see if we could get through that level there. Looks like we're just going to hold up. Looks like we're just going to sit here. So that's bullshit. I just bought the high. And I bought way out the money. I mean, not really, because even if I get like half that move, I paid 20 cents for it, so I'd get at least, that would be 246. That'd be a 200% trade right there. So definitely high risk, high reward. Keep the position size low. If you can get, if we get a move to 547, 546, you should at least get about, you should, they should go to at least 60 cents. They should go to about 60 cents. About. Deltas are horrible on these things. You guys sick of sales or something? Every time, they've been talking about this news like all day. CYCC. So they've been talking about this all day, and every time he says it, all I could think of is Tupac. Yeah, it is. Well, here's the thing, bro. Watch out for that 20-day moving average. Alright, you should get a pullback off of it. You should get profit taking in it, in front of it. Alright, you should get some profit takers up here. That's where you're really going to struggle. Here's the thing. You're breaking out on low volume. Those are always a sign of danger. Nice breakout on low volume. Suck people long. But we're in it since back here, so it's all good. We've been in this thing since Friday at 25 bucks. So let's look at GME. Did it end up breaking out? All right, but it did get up here to 25 bucks. I still want DJT to go higher. I just want to get that 200-day moving average. Waving the, that's so funny. I love it. That's hilarious. Forward march.
Produce is local, fresh, and hand selected. Our meats are the finest on the market and cut to order.
Our chefs offer an extensive selection of already prepared meal options.
And we can cater any event.
Make your next special occasion delicious. Any way you slice it, Jensen's Market does one thing better than all the rest. Cater to you.
Let's go. Let's go, Spy. Come on, let's go. I might have to take some profits, guys, if we keep extending into the close, because I just feel like I don't want to be stupid here. I'm getting paid right now. It's not much, but Oh, hell no. Give me... I want that. That's what I want. God dang it. Hold it. Go. Go. Yes. Let's go, Spy. Let's go. Come on. Rip it. Oh, you asshole. No, you fucking asshole. You stupid fuck. How do I go back? No. No, I don't want to get rid of it. You motherfuckers, man. God damn it. Fucking dickbag mother flippers. Sorry for cussing. I did not want to sell that because it just fucking hit the... There was like a limit down there. I did not want to sell it. I was trying to, like... I knew it. I knew that was going to happen there. I did not mean to sell that, guys. And I think I sold it for a commission loss. No. Hold on. So... By 21... That's fucking bullshit, bro. I did not want to sell it. I didn't mean to hit the order. I had it up. Look at that. And there it goes. I did not. That's what I wanted right there. That little... Did you guys just see that? Did you guys see that little wick? It just went from 20 cents to 26 cents. Just whoop. And it flipped it. And that's what I was looking for. And I hit it. How was Trump going to do in the debates? I don't know. I think he's going to come in and be a lot different than everyone else thinks. He's not going to be hateful and shit. So here's what I would refer anybody to. I would refer you guys to that Chamath, something, whatever, however you say his name. The latest, whatchamacallit he did. But I don't think he has to do much. I think he just has to stay out of his own way. And I think he's starting to learn to do things like, you know, we put a great team together and not kind of like say, oh, I did this, I did that. Because I think that's what some people like to, like, I don't care that he does it. I don't give a fuck what he does. Because I'm not that type of person where I'm so, because I have hate for someone, like I'm just talking about other people, they have hate for him for no damn reason. They're just like, they like to pick on like every little thing that he does. You know, it doesn't bother me because I know it was a team and that's just who he is as a character. But if he does the, you know, we did a great job, you know, we put a great team together, we all worked hard, did our thing, and I think he's starting to go down that road. I think he will too. I think Biden won't do terrible. I think they're going to have him on steroids and shit. I wish that he would take a drug test, but they're not going to let him go out there like that and be himself. I'm going to tell you the truth, guys. If you guys have been to any event where he's at or been around him, you know that he's not all the way there. Like, it's not even that he has a stuttering problem. Everybody knows, well, not everybody, but people have known for years that he has had this stuttering problem that he tries to fix by not saying certain words. But his brain, and he's just old. It's what happens. He's just not doing good. He's not doing good. Ask anybody from Delaware that's been around him. So they'll probably fill him up with testosterone or some Tren and just shoot whatever chemicals they have in him, and just so he's alert and going. I think he'll paint a picture like he always does to make you see like they will have him painting pictures to see what he wants people to see, which is a complete lie. Oh, the economy's great. Oh, he took away abortions, this, that, and the third. No, what he did was give it to the people. And he said the government should not say whether or not, you know, that decision should be made with the people. And that's not Biden. Biden doesn't want menthol cigarettes. Biden doesn't want Amazon to buy AI robot because he thinks that company's going to be too big. First off, who the fuck are you? Like, everybody's worried about the economy and this, that, and the third. The only thing I'm worried about is this government that thinks that they can have a chokehold on people and businesses and just step on their throats. Like they can tell other companies they can't be so big, but they can do whatever they want. I just don't believe in that. And that is my main concern this election. I don't trust Biden because of Obama and what they've done in the past. Ever since 2008, when Obama took office, there has just been this, like, behind the scenes, like, get involved in things we shouldn't get involved in. We can just kind of do whatever we want to do. We don't give a shit about the Constitution. We don't care about personal rights. If we want to listen to your phone calls and we want to track you guys, we will, because it's fuck you. You know, we don't give a shit about you. We're going to smile in front of your face. We're going to smile in front of your grandmother and your mom's face and your pappy's face. And we're going to paint these pictures. I'm not saying that the government's out there to get anyone, but they do overstep the grounds, and that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump this year. That is why. Because he will cool down the regulation, and he will keep government out of people's lives where they shouldn't be. Bulletproof vests, the government should absolutely be there to see that these vests are what they are, and that people, you know what I'm saying? There is a place for government. There's a place that government shouldn't be. So that's just how I feel. I think Trump will do good, though. I think Trump will do. He should do okay. I think he has some very valid points. And I think that Biden will lie. And he will just paint this picture. People will fall for it. Right? But at the end of the day, it wasn't because she's a woman. It's because she's a prosecutor from California, which tells you everything you guys need to know. She spent her life hanging out with Diddy and putting people behind bars. Right? She don't give a shit about people. If she cared about people, she'd have worked for the people and for the citizens. And really been something. She probably wouldn't be in office right now. But I'm just saying, I do not trust him. We know Obama's back there in the background. And, you know, we're back in wars. Like, it's just, I don't trust that Biden is the right one. We have less and less people joining the military because we do not like them. We do not trust them. You need a president that people actually get up for. When was the last time you got a president that people actually gave a shit about? You need that in the sense of a defense mindset. Like not mindset, but in the name of military. You need that. You need people that want to get up and join and work and defend this country and defend the Constitution. You don't get that with Joe. You don't. You get, I'm going to say whatever I got to say to get your vote, and then I'm going to turn around. I'm going to make it harder for businesses, and you, whether it's you want to smoke cigarettes, well, guess what? I'm taking your menthol cigarettes away. I'm actually going to take a lot of these gun rights. I'm going to work to be able to try and do whatever I can to take assault weapons away from the citizens. But yet I can have it. We can have it. You can't. Because of this idea that people who already have broken the law by planning on killing someone or know that they're going to kill someone, you in turn take away from the men and women that obey the laws and aren't mentally ill. Like, I don't trust him. He doesn't want the citizens to have guns. Like, I know the Biden, and he's not to be trusted because he doesn't care about. He really doesn't. They kind of have this little China mindset. Did anybody get long the SPY? Because that's a nice trade. They're 100% now, guys. Told you. Those SPY longs, the tomorrow 548 SPY calls for tomorrow, they're up 50% right now from the entry price. They were up, I think I saw 40 or so, like damn near 100%. So I got messed up and I ended up selling, unfortunately. That would have been a nice hit for me today. Oh man, that sucks. Look at us drilling. Look at that sell-off. I wonder if I can buy that. But the volatility is going to create. Damn, that was the plan, guys. Catch that run up. That was the plan. Catch that. But I hope he does well. I just hope that he tells them for what. I just don't think people see it that way. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people really look at it and some of the things that Obama and them did and the true person that they are, and I don't think that they look at that. You know, I don't. I think people are, the majority of people may be blind to some of these things, and it's sad. This government control, overstepping their boundaries, you know, pretty much putting a number on everybody's head. Just, you know, wanting to know more, and I don't know how, like this whole using 9/11 as an excuse. It's just, I don't know. I just don't have the stuff in front of me, but if I, you know, I could go through and bring up all the times when like Biden and Obama didn't go to the House or the Senate when they went and made decisions that weren't to be made by them, and they did it anyway. And there wasn't a repercussion. This idea that you're going to embarrass our president on the national world stage, right? And not be a, like, you talk this dignity type of person, and you're not going to, you know, because he's running against you, you're not going to go and say, guys, we're not doing this. We're not putting our president up on the world stage and doing this on the world stage type of event, right? He doesn't. So there is the Biden that talks all this, you know, racial rights, just the good person Joe. No, he's not. He's really not, guys. He's always going to have, like I said, he's always going to have his beach house in Dewey. He's always going to have his money and his vet. And he ain't giving a shit about y'all. And this idea about using fair tax, what is fair? Like, the government's already take. Oh, like, these fucking companies pay people's payroll week in and week out that get taxed, and yet they get attacked. Because of those companies are why we have the best military, because we are provided the best technology to put in the equipment to back up the soldiers, the men and women, right? If you just, this idea that we're not going to let you take your money and invest back into a building, vehicles, this, that, and the third, whatever you need for your business, for taxes, but instead you're going to give it to it. We're going to make you give it to us. Like, it just speaks volumes on who they are. No, it's either it goes back into the economy and back into your business, or you pay taxes. And it's just this, there is, you guys see it. I know you guys do. Why do you think he took back? No, I'm not gonna ban menthol cigarettes. What the fuck are you doing even thinking about banning menthol cigarettes for anyway? You got all this other shit to worry about. You're wanting to worry about menthol cigarettes, and you're wanting to go after Live Nation. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, I take it back. Oh, 2 months later, I'm closing down the border. No, he's letting all these motherfuckers in because he's going to send their ass right to Taiwan when China invades. That's what he's doing. No, I mean, like, I know nobody's stupid. He's not just letting all these people in here for no reason. He knows what he's doing. He's going to bring in as many people as he can because he knows statistically the more bodies he throws at it, the more that they have to win. The percentage of the chances that they win. I guarantee it. That's more. Why is he, when the unemployment rate is at where it's at, and you're letting people not pay their student debt? These are things you do in recessions, but why are they doing it? Because he knows that when they get older, they're going to look to see the Democrats let it be so that I didn't have to pay my debt. I'm going to vote for them because of what they did. They're trying to just get your vote. But in the back, and what you don't see is the shit that they want to take away from you and control you more. All right? I mean, I'm just not with it. I just know Donald Trump's going to simmer down regulation. The SEC would have actually had some type of rules and regulation for crypto that Gary Gensler just won't do. They won't do it. I don't know why. I don't really care why. Listen, I'm going to take Steve Mnuchin over Janet Yellen. I'm going to take anybody over Gary Gensler. All right? The administration is just they're the only person that I think that I do like on Biden's squad. It's just that it's more so I don't have a problem with him. The fucking general don't even respect him. Let's not even get into that. But the black girl the girl that talks on stage, she's you know, she just does her job. She gets put in these situations. And I think Kirby. You know what I'm saying? Kirby. That's it. The one union guy that's from Boston, he don't do shit. Pete Buttigieg, whatever the hell his name, he don't do shit. There's been $9 billion. They just got on him because they talked about how they're going to make all these charging stations and didn't fucking do any of it. So I want to be in a place where the government doesn't have their foot on your neck. And that's not Biden. Right? That's not Kamala Harris, the prosecutor who spent her life putting people and her own people behind bars. Like, you need to know who these people are. So, you know, hopefully he does well. I really don't even care. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I'll probably watch it, but I don't even care what happens. I've already made my decision. And I think they know it. Biden can say what he wants. He can trick all these people, but at the end of the day, there's a reason why we are where we are. Because they kept voting them, because they let Obama and all this stuff go on for, 8 years. We finally get out of it. You know, I think, I'm a person that I want government where government should be. And I want government more sort like, I don't want government making personal decisions. Like banning menthol cigarettes, but I'm going to say okay to weed. Like, let's be honest. Philadelphia is full of people shooting up heroin right now. Why not just fucking make it legal and go have a building and put them all in it so it's not around the kids? Like, let's just be honest. Like, that don't do nothing. Banning guns, trying to do this, trying to ban drugs, you're not going to do anything with it. So solve the problem. Right? What's that do for healthcare? You start trying to use some of that money and save money with diseases that get spread, all the inner city killings that happen. What are they going to fight over other than territory that they don't even have any control over because they don't have the product to hustle? Like, you know, but the government has it the way it is, and they keep killing each other over the shit. And, you know, I just feel like that would be something that would take some experts to get together, but you know, I already got my decision. I'm just going to keep it at that. I don't like Biden. I don't trust him. And I think that he could have had another term, but he fucked it up. He did. Because he went right back to old ways. Like we knew he was going to. Or like, not that we knew, but like we thought was going to happen. He did it. And he proved us correct. It wasn't even 6 months later. We're back in NATO. Paris Climate Accord. Fucking Russia, Ukraine, back in Ukraine's business, talking about bringing Ukraine to NATO. That's going to piss Russia off, but we don't care. And then what happens? They start coming across the... Like, come on, dude. Come on, dude. It's okay. There's a lot... People know what's up. I think they do. And I just think that they try to play the part, but they really don't like half of these citizens that are out there. I'm just going to be honest with you. I think they think that they are above all of y'all when you guys are the ones who put them in office. And here's the thing, is that they don't work for you. When you get them in there, they talk all this shit, but they don't work for you. If they really worked for you, they would... Let me not just, you know what I'm saying? They would do something about the border. They would do something with not trying to raise taxes so much to the brim of the teeth and go after the companies that make this country great. They wouldn't have spent the money in the first place. Why did they spend the money? Because they made a decision to get back into the Paris Climate Accord, to get back into NATO, to get back into Ukraine and bringing Zelensky and his crew over to NATO possibly. Start splitting this money up between Paris, France, Europe, this, that, and the third, getting back into old ways. And you just start these alliances. You wouldn't have had to spend the money in it. What do you have to spend the money for? Because there's a major war going on. You know? There's a reason why when the United States had an agreement of, hey, something happens, we're here for you if you need us. We don't need to be in NATO. You know, it's cool to do drills and shit like that. You can always do drills together and practice together. But the splitting up of the money and the us against you and not giving like a road path or just, you know, just like, let's just say whoever you are, anybody that's here listening, let's just say you're Russia and I'm the United States and you haven't done, whether you've done some things in your past or not, I've done some things. And I'm just, for no damn reason, I'm going to go say, like, to your, like, let's just say, I'm going to go work with one of your friends, right? I'm going to work with me and your friend. We're going to start a business. And you're like, oh, man, that's cool, man. And what, you know, how can I get in on this? I'd like to help you guys. I'd like to do something. Fuck you, motherfucker. Who the fuck are you? Like, there was nothing there to be started except Obama. That was Obama's, you know, is there a way that I could work with you guys? Can I show you that I can use a computer, that I can code and possibly, you know what I'm saying, that like, you know, I'm not the type of person to just waste the money in the business and blow money. Nope, I ain't even giving you that opportunity. You're going to feel some type of way, right? Anybody would. So this is where those feelings, this is where this type of shit happens, because it just is what it is. They talk all this shit on Putin. I'm not sticking up for him. I'm not saying it's a safe place. It's not a safe place. I'm not speaking on it. What I am going to speak on is the fact that none of these politics have even been in talks and discussed a route to peace and just a structured business agreement that has been put in place to be broken and prove to the people that he shouldn't be trusted. Let's see him break it and show forth. Let's put something together and let them lose their respect and trust. Let them, you know, they say respect is earned, not given. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're going to go in and think you're going to go do business and do this stuff right across Russia's border in a country that has a history with each other, and you're going to involve yourself in on it, it's going to cause problems. I don't know. There's just a lot, you know. I don't know. I'm not a politician. I think our politics need to go, and we need to get business leaders in there that know how to run a business, that just stand for common sense rights, right? Saying we're not going to say you can, but we're not going to say you can't get married if you're gay. Like, the fact that people applauded and cried when Obama gave back gay marriage, like, motherfucker, wait, who are you to even take it in the first place? You know what I'm saying? So this is the idea that this is where I'm coming from with a lot of this stuff. I don't trust Joe Biden. I don't trust Obama. I do not trust Hillary Clinton. I don't trust them because a lot of the things that they have shown that I don't trust them. I do not trust them, and I think that government gets into too much more than they should, and they don't work for people. They have they use these little pictures that they paint. When they get in office, they just go do whatever they want to do. They're not working for you. They're doing what they want to do and what they have going on. Not protecting our companies, making the growth, like making it easy for our companies, and understanding and realizing, like, it's just, I don't know, man. Go ahead, keep trying to raise taxes. How far the fuck can you raise them? You're already taking half. How much further do you want to go? Because then soon there ain't going to be nothing left, and you've just taken it all. For what? So, Joe Biden didn't even have COVID, and he still spent as much as Trump. Still spent as much as Trump. Didn't have COVID. It's because he's doing things like this, saying that I'm going to get rid of college tuition. I'm going to, wipe you guys clean for a while on college tuition. For what? Because if things were so easy, Joe, why are you doing it? Unemployment's at an all-time low. These are not things you do when unemployment's at an all-time low. This is not, let's just charge the big guy, the Apples, the Microsoft, the companies, half of them ain't even making any money, to give you a free ride. No, you want to give people a free ride? Build a fucking community college that is a state-free campus for education. All right? It's just, or, not even or, it's just not something you do. That's all. And it's just for votes. But anyway, that's all. I may sound stupid. I may not know what I'm talking about, but I do know. I don't trust them. And I know who I'm voting for no matter what. They could say whatever they want. I already know who I'm voting for. So, and it's not for the economy. For me, this year, and it will always be your rights and my rights. It's not even really about a right, but it's like things that shouldn't be taken or given, and I feel like Joe, you give him time, he's going to take. He just, again, think about it. He literally was just about to get rid of menthol cigarettes, and I was like, nah, let me take that back. Fucking not doing nothing about the border. But his number one priority always should be safety, foreign and domestic. Right? Safety of the American people, safety from a lot of things. You know how easy it would have been to bring in another type of COVID, SARS, like some type of sick illness that could have been spread from the border. Do you know how easy it is to get something like that started? You just saw it a few years ago, and half of our older population passed away from it. But yet he didn't want to do anything about it. It just shows that he takes his personal opinion and will dictate what you can and cannot do over his personal choices. And that's not what... Who the fuck gave him the right? People voted for him to work for them and for the people. Right? Companies and people. Businesses and people. So, but that's all, guys. I really don't care what happens. They can say what they want. They can paint all the pictures that they want for people. I just know that we're going to have a bit of deregulation. We're not going to have, which I don't even care if we get energy from the Middle East. I really don't care about inflation. I don't care about none of that, because the most important thing to me is whether or not the government is spying on me, doing things that they shouldn't be doing, and telling someone else they can't be so big, but yet the government can be as big as they want. Like, I'm not down with that. I'm not down with saying you can or can't get married because you're gay. I'm not okay with someone in there that's going to take a personal decision and say, you can smoke a cigarette, or you can't smoke a menthol cigarette, but you can smoke weed. You can smoke a blunt. You can smoke out of a bowl. Like, no, if you want to smoke a cigarette, if you want to smoke a menthol cigarette, you want to smoke weed, go ahead. I haven't smoked weed in probably 5-6 years. I don't drink, I don't smoke anymore. I'm just older. So sometimes it does something nice. So I don't know. That's all. That's just where I'm coming from. I just don't trust them. And I said it years ago. I said it in 2020. I gave it 2 years. I gave it 2 years before we were back in Syria and Middle East was going to start being able to bring in some money from energy and start being able to pass some money around for some guns, buying some guns from China, Iraq, and you're seeing it. And, I didn't think Russia was going to invade that quick, but they did, and there's a reason why. It's because, I feel like they know who they are in office, and people don't really get to see that because they're a dickhead behind closed doors. That's all. I'm gonna lay off of it. That's just my personal. And listen, if you vote for Biden, that's cool. Listen, I do not hate or get in an argument because you have a different disagreement than me. I can't do it, and I won't do it. You know, this is the same guy that just spent and borrowed money to put 80,000 new hires for the state and federal just to make the job numbers look good. Let's not forget about that one either. Right? Just let it be. So, but he wants votes. He wants to be able to say, oh, look, there's right there. You know, so none of them's going to do what's right. And you know what would be right? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. We need to figure out how we can get housing for people, affordable housing for people, like for them to own it. You know, and how we can make it easier on companies, which is I think you get with Trump, instead of taxing them to the gills, saying, look, you guys, you know, I would like to give you tax deductions, and like, you know, if you can give you people raises and start contributing more to 401ks, this, that, and the third, and showing us that you're bringing prices down. We would, you know what I'm saying, working together. Right? The lady, like this, Gina is her name. I've said this before. Her mother told her, don't do it. Don't get into ugly politics. But she didn't want to because she wanted to be ugly. She wanted to act nasty. And she wanted to be that dickhead. You know? So she is... Gina something. What the hell is her name? Right here. Gina Raimondo. Can you believe that? Her mother asked her not to get into politics and do this. And she said, no, Ma. This is what I want to do. Right? So, I don't know. Like, she might be a good person, this, that. I'm not saying she's a bad person. But... you know, and then just should ask for Gensler to step down. He won't. He doesn't care. He does not want anything to do with crypto. Get it through your head, Anthony. He wants U.S. dollar dominance, right? He is a politician. Okay, it's not about what is right. It's about what he wants to do. Not really. You just got to make more money. I disagree with this. Federal Reserve, inflation. Not really. Nah, you just gotta make more dough, bro. Or be patient by him. Anyway, let me get off that. Anyway, you guys have a great rest of the night. If you guys have any questions, if you guys want to say, have any comments or anything. Not sure if we had any news here going into the end of the day. But that's that. You guys know I will be, for the first time. I laid off last time because I figured we had the job done. But I was wrong. I don't know. It's okay, though. I think if and when Biden loses, he did it to himself. Because he had a good opportunity there to really not be the things that we all thought. Like going back to 2008 all the way to 2016. You know, he didn't do that, though. He is a politic at heart, and he's not going to, and that's proof. Right? I mean, these are people that, like, think about, like Connecticut. How in the hell could they elect Elizabeth Warren and not be screaming to get her out? Like, what the, like, I don't even get it. I really don't. I really don't get it. Talking about, oh, we can't rate, like, yelling at Powell, this, that, and the third, and talking about, oh, no, we don't need to do stock buybacks, we don't want stocks to go, just pay the peasants their little 15 cents a share, give them dividends, no, don't make money, more taxes, you know, like, God forbid if you try and retire or own a home one day. Elizabeth Warren had to have smoked crack when she was younger. Half the shit that she says, and I told CNBC, I said, let her keep talking. I said, yo, don't cut her off. Like, Becky was getting mad. It was like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. Becky was getting mad. And she's like, Becky was getting pissed because she's like, yo, like Elizabeth Warren was really out of her mind, saying the most insane shit Like, that it's not okay for anyone to make any money, whether it's for a retirement, a wedding, a home, or anything. And I'm like, I forwarded CNBC, and I'm like, no, just keep letting her talk. Trust me, the people aren't that stupid. Keep letting her talk. So, I don't know, but I don't know what Connecticut was thinking when they voted for her. I really don't. Like, I know that can't be the way Connecticut feels and how those people are. Anyway, I don't know how we got on this track. I can't wait till we don't have to worry about politics no more. You know that? I would like this guy to be gone. We start actually getting somebody that'll work for the American business and American people. Not someone that just says that they do. And worry about shit like Live Nation that has nothing to do with the consumer. Nothing to do with the government. Right? Got all this other shit going on, and they won't worry about the stupidest shit like trying to ban a menthol cigarette. The people are mad. I gotta go close the border now. 10,000 people a day, guys. I don't care about, immigration, this, that, and the third, but I just go back to thinking about how easy it would have been to just bring a virus over. Just someone just with a backpack and even in them, injected in them, and just touching and breathing on people just to spread it, just to have another type of COVID when we already have the blur flu stuff going. I don't know. Anyway, listen, tomorrow we have 2 more days left. Let's stay focused. I'm going to try to stay focused. I missed Amazon today, unfortunately. It's all good though. I really feel in my heart, I really do. I really feel like there is not a place here on YouTube that you get the opportunity and the wherewithal to know before the markets open. The plays every single day this week, starting from Sunday. Sunday night, I told you guys, I'm going to be long down names like Goldman Sachs, right? Tuesday we came in. Technology, long, semiconductors more importantly. Like, what else? Rivian short today. Like, I want to be able to teach somebody this. Like, if you want to learn how to do this, and you want to change your life, and you want to not worry about inflation, and you want to really make some money, message me. Listen, if any of you guys donate to the stream, I will do a personal one-on-one with you. Donate to the stream, message me on Twitter, email me at ivyleaguetrades@outlook.com, or it's Ivy League Trades. Ivy League, let me look. You can message me on Twitter. Just want to be able to give you guys this stuff. I am trying to get a book together. I'm trying to, I can only do so much, guys. The more if you guys can help me, it just know that it goes a long ways. Because I would like to be able to get some of this information out there. And I'm not saying that I know it all. We are getting, listen, we are getting the whatchamacallits today, guys. We did get, whatchamacallit, let's see here. Yes, Ivy League Trading, okay? Ivy League Trading at outlook.com. The bank stress test. Got the bank stress test stuff. Let's go here real quick. Let's go find out real quick. I know I spelled it wrong here. Let me do this.
Fairly significant declines in commercial real estate in terms of some of the trades that have taken place. I think they're worried about that.
So they did say before this, let's go look at some of the banks real quick as this prints out. Or, go.
I think the industry is still very much.
Let's look at JP Morgan and Wells Fargo. Okay, so JP Morgan got a nice pop there. My guess is, let's look at Wells Fargo. If they did good, they should get a really nice pop. They didn't. All right, I knew it. If they did good, they would get a really big pop. I was going to say they're probably down. Now, do you want to know why I would think that Wells Fargo's down? Would anyone out there like to know? Just comment in the thing. Like, what is the relevance and what is the difference between, you know, a Bank of America and Wells Fargo? Does anybody know? Even Bank of America shouldn't be down as much. Exactly. There's a tail there. Exactly. And Wells Fargo closing at the lows. Okay, stress test results. Listen.
Large U.S. banks are well positioned to weather severe recession and stay above minimum capital requirements. 31 large U.S. banks reported nearly $685 billion in losses under 2024 Fed stress test, but capital remained well above regulatory minimums. Bank corporate credit portfolios have this year as banks downgrade loans, driving higher test losses. Higher expenses and lower fee income also contributed to steeper stress test losses. Increases in bank credit card balances and higher delinquency rates drove greater hypothetical losses. The Fed said Charles Schwab, Bank of New York Mellon, JP Morgan Chase, and Morgan Stanley among the strongest performing banks. BMO, Citizens Financial, and HSBC saw the lowest capital ratios under the stress test. Banks permitted to report capital plans to investors beginning Friday afternoon after the U.S. market closed. That is from the Fed.
This was June 20th. That's June 6th. I'll find it for you guys, and I'm going to put it in a watch list later on, okay? Let's go here. JPM. No, not MU. How do you get JPM and MU together? And we had Micron earnings too, guys. Hold on. There is a little. We have a little bit going on here to close the day. Oh my gosh. So nothing. Wait, or is Micron tomorrow? No, it's today. Oh man, it's down. They were talking about going long Micron. So let's go look at Micron earnings really quickly. Let's see here. Micron. Third quarter adjusted earning per share 30.
Glycomimetics said on June 21st, got notice from the NASDAQ that the company is not in compliance with NASDAQ's listing rule 5450A1.
Okay. Micron Q3 adjusted EPS 62 cents. Estimate 50 cents. That's a beat. Third quarter cash flow. OPS 2.48 billion. Estimated 3.2. So cash flow down. OPS. That's. Okay, so third quarter adjusted revenue is 6.81 billion. Estimate 6.67. Beat. They must have pulled back guidance. I would assume they have pulled back guidance. Hold up. Let's see here. Just so rigged. Fucking retards. Like, look at this. Like what? You think he running like he's a fucking sicko? Anybody that was with him? Don't mean Bill Clinton was a sicko either. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But Bill Clinton did get caught getting his sucked at the Pentagon, or not the Pentagon, but the White House on state grounds. You think anything happened to him? No. Anyway, let's go. Let's see. These stocks are moving. Micron. Let's see. Revenue rises. Wait, what? Issuance Q4 guidance. So analysts polled expected EPS of 53 cents. Revenue for the quarter ending May 30th was 6.8 billion, up 3 billion, up 3.75 billion a year earlier. Okay, we already talked about all this. Analysts polled capital shares. Bro, why do they do this? Why do they make their earnings so difficult to read? Like, just give me the EPS, like, just give it to me. Just give it to me. I don't need the nonsense. Like, what about guidance? Okay, so here we go. Slide despite earnings beat and strong guidance. So they did raise guidance. So where is the... Okay, Micron guides for Q4 EPS of $1 to $1.16 on revenue of 7.4 to 7.8. With the CIQ analyst consensus of $1.04 a share on revenue 7. Okay, so So the EPS they're estimating to be about $1 to $1.16, and the consensus from the analyst were about $1.04 EPS. Okay, so that is about, we'll say, 8 to 16 cents. They're raising that from 4 cents to 16 cents. They're saying around 16 cents. So we'll see. Write it down for the next earnings if you'd like. Now, revenue from the analyst was $7.6 billion for Q4. They have raised revenue from 7.4 to 7.8. So they haven't really raised either way. I got to be honest with you. So they did not raise guidance, guys. They did, but they didn't. They did, but they didn't. Like, that's not a raise of guidance to make the stock go higher. In order for this stock to go higher, this EPS, like this analyst consensus of $1.04 a share, they should have raised it from, like, they would have had the low end at like $1.08, $1.10, and the high end at $1.18, $1.20. Right? You want to see a strong growth there. It shows that they're not confident. This is showing you that they're raising guidance. Not sure if they're ever even going to get it. Like, it's still within. So they technically, in my opinion, they didn't even raise guidance. The revenue, Micron said 7.4 to 7.8, but the analysts were already at 7.6. So they're not raising. That's not a raise. Okay, so understand how to read this stuff. Because the estimates from the analysts were already right smack dab in the middle. Now, if it was 7.10 to 7.15, that's a raise in revenue. Right? Not, oh, we're just, like, I don't even know how you put raise. Micron guides for Q4 EPS of $1 to $1.16 and revenue 7.4 to 7.8, and the analyst had a consensus of $1.04 and a revenue of 7.6. Like, that's not raising guidance. It's not raising guidance. Non-GAAP gross margin 33.5% to 35%. That is guidance on their margins there. Micron sees Q4 non-GAAP gross margin 33.5% to 35.5%. Okay, so that's the day, guys. I'm glad you guys joined us. I'm sorry that we went down that road of politics at the end, but I was asked a question about how he would do. I think both of them will do okay. It don't matter what happens. I know who I'm voting for. And it's not this guy. It's not Biden. And I have my reasons why. So, I'll do a quick recap. Airlines, keep an eye on UAL. This is a setup we're watching right now. All right, you still did not get above yesterday's high or yesterday's low. You have a head and shoulders here. All right, so this is a stock that I'm watching. I really think that if we do not hold the 100-day moving average, I need to get... That's frustrating, bro. That is so frustrating. I literally did not mean to get rid of my call, and freaking ended up hitting it with my thumb because my hands were there. And the SPY rate. I just popped into my mind that I had a 100% trade here this afternoon on top of the RIVN trade I had, and whatever. Anyway, so I'm watching airlines. Keep an eye on Disney. There was some news there with Paramount, Para. We talked about Amazon this morning before the market opened. Tesla. So we have a list. Maybe we'll do maybe I'll put out a video later on. We'll go look at inflation expectations. We'll look at some spreads. We'll see what banks, if there's any signs of banking risk. Again, let's go back. I did not check last week, but this is still pulling back. This is still technically pulling liquidity out the system, and this is what helped got us up there. And rates haven't been lowered, so you know, this is why I think we had this last dash before it ended, so that the Fed could just fill these banks up with money that whether they needed it or not, they had it. Just my opinion. Maybe that's not how it works. I'm sure that's not how it works, but all right, guys, I'm out of here. You guys have a great rest of your afternoon. Oh my gosh, we're almost there to 100 people. I'm trying so hard to just get 100 people on the stream. Guys, have a great rest of your night. I love y'all. You guys have a great rest of your day. Look at this motherfucker. This is all he does all day. It's okay. I'm not much further from him either. So, two of the same, just not voting the same. Permanent shirts on the way. You sell them all. Alright, guys. You guys have a lovely rest of your afternoon. Go out. Go get some sun. Go enjoy yourself. Got a big day tomorrow and Friday. PCE, unemployment. Got a lot of data coming out. This market this week has been moving around left and right, and it's actually been action-packed. There's action all over the board. If it ain't the overall markets and mega cap tech, large cap tech, it's news like Rivian talking about Volkswagen. So we shorted Rivian today, in case you didn't know and you're just finding out about us. Love you guys. You guys have a great rest of your afternoon. I'll catch y'all on the flip side.